He continued seriously. Just like this time, someone is definitely manipulating these magical beasts. Fan Yudao said, "You want me to help you with something. If you tell me what you know, I will help you." Gu Fengding responded, "It's nothing major. I just want you to play a game with me." He set the condition to play with me for 3 rounds. If he wins all of them, I'll speak. Ning Fan curled his lips. Indeed, it only took less than 3 sentences before he mentioned the game again. "All right then, I'll play with you." The system began to activate. Gu Fengding confirmed, "Are you sure?" Ning Fan looked at the system activating around him. "Does the system require both parties' consent to start?" Gu Fengding spoke. Then, the first round. The system displayed an image of Ning Fan's students encountering trouble. "Let's begin the game." He was taken aback. "These are my students. What's going on?" Gu Fengding looked up and clicked his thumb. "Looks like this third team isn't very lucky. They've run into a disaster beast." He explained the game rules, which were simple. You just need to guide one of your teams, so they can control the disaster beast. If they succeed in controlling it, you win. If the beast harms anyone, you lose. Ning Fan exclaimed in disbelief. "You want them to stop the disaster beast?" Gu Fengding urged from the side. "You better choose quickly. The longer you wait, the more unpredictable things might get." Ning Fan gritted his teeth, thinking carefully. What benefit would directing his students bring him? It didn't seem like a scam, so he might as well go ahead and direct them. Which team should he pick? He thought about Lang Xingyu's team and assessed it. The combat power of Lang Xingyu's team was very high, but their magic was mostly geared toward offense, making it impractical for protecting others. Then he thought about Wen Ruwen's team, the fat team, which was even worse. If they encountered a demon beast, it would be better for them to run than to try and protect anyone. In the end, only one team remained, and it happened to be the perfect choice. So, the only team he could pick was one. Wen Jing had a mental control barrier. Shi Tianji specialized in defensive magic, capable of protecting others and controlling demon beasts. Ning Fan confidently spoke, "I choose the team of Wen Jing and Shi Tianji." Gu Fengding confirmed the system startup. "Let's go check the situation." The system teleported the 2 of them to the desert. Ning Fan was taken aback. "The desert?" Gu Fengding replied, "I've already transmitted all the data here. They should be nearby." Ning Fan turned his head and immediately saw Wen Jing dragging Shi Tianji across the sandy ground. "Isn't that them?" He was stunned. "Wen Jing," Gu Fengding explained. "This is just a projection. She can't see us." When he saw Shi Tianji lying on the sand, Ning Fan exclaimed, "Wait, his face is pale. Shi Tianji, has he been poisoned?" Gu Fengding assessed. It seems the defensive magic is ineffective. Ning Fan regained his composure and left. At least there was still a mental barrier to control his mind. "Where is the demon beast?" Gu Fengding looked up above. At that moment, the demon beast stomped its foot down hard onto the ground. The giant tortoise demon stood tall in the midst of the dark, cloudy sky. Gu Fengding spoke, "One step, and it can create a sandstorm like this. Fortunately, there are no people in the desert. If this were a human town, that step would have meant defeat." Ning Fan cursed upon seeing this. "What do you mean, fortunately? You're assuming the barrier from Wen Jing needs to affect the target's brain for it to be effective." Wen Jing and Shi Tianji were engulfed by the storm. Ning Fan continued to think. But at this height, the range of the barrier couldn't be affected. It would be nice if something could be hooked up, but asking it to climb up wasn't practical. In the end, he made a decision, as expected. I should treat Shi Tianji's injuries first. He said, "They can't see me, so how can I direct them?" Gu Fengding replied, "Of course there's a way for you to give orders." He raised 3 fingers. "You have 3 chances to remind them through my system. The reminder can be a sentence or a picture." Ning Fan asked skeptically, "Can anything be transmitted through it?" Gu Fengding stroked his chin. "In theory, yes, but you're not planning to use healing magic on her right now, are you?" He shook his head. "Of course not. What I intend to transmit is..." In a dark space, Shi Tianji spoke softly. "Mom," he wondered, "where is this place?" Gu Fengding appeared behind him. "Shi Tianfang, right?" He waved his hand, startling Shi Tianji with his horse's head. "I came to deliver a message for you." Outside of the real world, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and vomited blood onto Wen Jing's back. Wen Jing panicked. Huh? Why? She anxiously supported his head as he suddenly vomited blood. Hey, are you okay? The large shadow moved closer to the two of them. When she turned around, the feet of the beast were about to stomp down. It was over. The beast's foot slammed onto the ground with a heavy thud. Wen Jing groggily opened her eyes when she didn't feel anything anymore. At that moment, Shi Tianji managed to catch her, startling her. He turned his head back, a slight smile on his lips, not forgetting to be a little narcissistic. Just as expected, the timing of my revival was perfect. The turtle moved slightly, then slowly stood up before quickly leaving the place. Tianji, seeing this, spoke up. It's gone far now. He chuckled smugly, his voice carrying a hint of provocation. Like it or not, it's probably afraid of me now. Quickly running off. The little brat, he tilted his head back and laughed arrogantly. You're probably wondering how I survived the scorpion venom and still managed to be as strong as a tiger, right? It's because my defensive magic has evolved again, he said confidently to Wen Jing. In my dream, a wise person pointed the way for me, and then I used a tiny shield to compress all the toxins out of my body through every blood vessel. Tianji boasted loudly. With that, don't even mention a drop of water. There's nothing in this world I can't defend against. Hearing this, she couldn't stand his arrogant expression and gave him a solid punch. Tianji clutched his face angrily. What are you doing? How should I defend against this? She sighed and spoke calmly. Didn't you say there's nothing you can't defend against? I just wanted to test it. At this, he snorted in frustration and turned away, his voice filled with self-pity. I just wanted to show off a little. Why does it always end with me getting slapped in the face? Am I really that unattractive? She gently tugged at his shirt and gave him a shy compliment. Actually, when you saved me earlier, that was really cool. The young man, the first time he had ever been praised, immediately turned red, his body stiffening like a statue. In the corner, Feng Ding clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Impressive. And yet you used defensive magic to expel the toxins. How did you know he could sense the toxins? Surely it's not just a simple gamble, right? Ning Fan nodded slightly. A thought crossed his mind. Go feel the toxins, expel them. Then he calmly spoke. Of course, it's not a gamble. The scorpion venom paralyzes vision, hearing, taste, and smell, and effectively, the remaining senses become extremely sharp. Feng Ding asked curiously, so how do you plan to deal with the next problem? Ning Fan assessed the situation. This beast was enormous. It hadn't even paid attention to the things happening beneath its feet earlier, even though it was a turtle. He spoke while observing the direction the turtle was heading, but given its size, it would likely be out of the desert and into the city in a few minutes. Feng Ding glanced at the two people ahead and remarked, It seems like your student has no intention of stopping it, does he? Tianji turned to her and instructed, Stay away from that turtle, and she nodded in agreement. Exactly. Ning Fan then pulled out a piece of paper, the corner of his mouth lifting into a subtle smile, his tone filled with meaning. Just giving them a little motivation. What's so difficult about that? Scene change. At that moment, the door to the cage unexpectedly opened. Tian Chong was surprised and asked, Why are you releasing us without any bail? Yun Yun calmly replied, You're a senior teacher, right? I need your help with something. Wen Ruan immediately responded, Yes. What is it? Is it related to the heavenly disaster beast? Yun Yun nodded to confirm, yes, the situation is getting too severe. As she spoke, she led them out of the detention area. Her voice growing quieter, our department's ability enhancement room is already understaffed due to the appearance of magical beasts. And now this phenomenon is happening worldwide. We won't be able to receive reinforcements from other cities. Wen Ruan asked in confusion, so that's why you need our help? Yun Yun nodded briefly, yes. Then, Yun Yun opened the door to the ability enhancement room, her tone laced with pressure as she guided them in. Inside the room, people were packed tightly together, shouting and yelling in chaos. I'm so hungry, when will the magical beasts disappear? How much longer do we have to wait? They yelled loudly. God, is this the apocalypse? Please, save us. Wen Ruan was stunned. There are so many people. Yun Yun shook her head helplessly. There are still many people who couldn't make it to the police station or shelters in time. They'd lost their family members, their friends, and now they're all crowding together in this room. Let it go. Let it go. Yun Yum continued. But right now, it's just the guards, and they've already used up all the manpower. She explained clearly, we need to go out and search for the civilians who couldn't escape in time. You can refuse if you want. However, Wen Ruwan nodded without hesitation. I'll join. I have something I need to confirm outside anyway, so it will be convenient to help you save people. She glanced at Tian Chang, her voice slightly hesitant, but he immediately responded with certainty, without any pause. I'll join too. Seeing people in danger, I can't just sit back and do nothing. Yun Yun smiled with satisfaction. Then let's go. She laughed and said, you sure know how to talk. Zhang Tian Chang. Don't overdo it. He quickly replied. Got it. In a collapsed house, a figure quietly approached the wardrobe. Inside, a mother and child huddled in fear. The little girl whispered, trembling, Mom, when will we be able to go outside? The mother tried to comfort her. It's okay. Someone will surely come to rescue us. Just then, the wardrobe door creaked open, and a zombie suddenly lunged forward, its red eyes glaring menacingly at the two. It growled and charged straight toward them. The mother and child screamed in terror, clutching each other tightly. At that moment, a sudden fist slammed into the mummy's face. Tian Chang appeared, furiously punching him repeatedly in the face. He didn't have time to react, and was immediately knocked far away like a kite with its string cut. He turned around and quickly asked, Are you all right? The mother replied shakily, No, we're fine. He reassured them, I'm here to assist the police, to rescue you. Saying that, he took out a handkerchief with a circular design and pointed to it. Step inside this circle. The mother was confused. Huh, stand here? He nodded. Yes, that's right. She asked again, what happens after that? He immediately spoke into the walkie-talkie. Ready. The voice on the other end quickly responded. Got it, the police are starting the ritual formation. There was a clear sound as the formation was activated. The police officer smiled. All right, then added, all right, Zhang Tian Chang. What's the situation now? Tian Chang looked out at the chaotic scene outside and succinctly replied, I don't know why, but the streets are filled with regular demon beasts. We'll need to increase the speed. The police officer was surprised. No sign of disaster-level demon beasts. He answered firmly, none at all. Hearing that, the officer found it even stranger. They haven't disappeared, have they? Then he muttered, but if it doesn't show up, that's fine too. Tian Chang now dashed into narrow alleys, running while speaking. There's a way. He stomped hard on the ground, launching himself into the air. He jumped over two walls between two buildings and climbed up to the high roof. When he arrived, his face turned pale, and he could barely utter a word. That's the other side of the line asking anxiously, Hey, what did you see? In front of him, far away, a giant monster appeared, its body towering over a Zhang. He gasped in shock and said, Is it a monster? On the other side of the city, Tenji shouted, Right over here. Little turtle, we'll stop you. Wen Jing anxiously said, Can I go back? At this point, he took out a piece of paper from Ning Fan, which read, If you can stop the giant turtle from entering the city, each person will have one wish granted. Tianji eagerly asked, Don't you want this? She hesitated and replied, Well, I do want it. Feng Ding laughed loudly, Ha ha, you really spent your capital. But that means there's only one last chance for direction left. Ning Fan shrugged and answered, Who knows? Maybe the last time won't even be useful. Tianji then summoned magic, creating a shield, and proudly declared, Right over here. But just a second later, he slammed his face into the ground. Feng Ding, standing by, sneered, unsure of how he was planning to handle things this time. Ning Fan watched the scene, and with a sigh of frustration, muttered, Pathetic. In the shadows, Wen Ruin handed an item to someone and instructed, Take this and continue searching for the lucky survivor. The person nodded in acknowledgement, understood, and quickly left. She turned around, slowly making her way toward the basement. It used to be an underground shopping street. B1 was the fashion district. B2 was the convenience store area. B3 was the food court, and B4 was the parking garage. Now, everything had been reduced to a pile of debris. Elsewhere, the sealed door had been tightly shut. Feng Ding chuckled, teasing, I wonder what your final instructions will be. Ning Fan frowned in irritation, snapping, Shut up. He continued laughing in amusement, seemingly content to watch things unfold first. He figured it wasn't a bad decision after all. At that moment, Tianji lifted his head from the ground, struggling to stand up right in front of the turtle's massive foot. He roared with all his might, "Damn turtle, take this!" Wen Jing furrowed her brows, anxiously asking, "Do you still want to go?" Seeing him being thrown down again, she lowered her voice and warned, "We only recover a little bit of mana while resting in the hotel. Watching you get knocked back to the ground again," she sighed. "Therefore, charging directly now won't win." Tianji furrowed his brows and asked, "So what should we do?" She replied briefly, "We can't win by charging directly." "Then we'll use a strategy," he said, scratching his head in confusion. "A strategy? What strategy can we use against that turtle?" Immediately, his eyes lit up as if he had just thought of something. "Oh, right, if it's a turtle, we just need to flip it over." Wen Jing looked doubtful. "You're not stronger than it. How are you going to flip it?" Feng Ding then transmitted information through telepathy, explaining the principle of the lever. Tianji shouted excitedly, "Right, we can use the lever principle." "What?" Feng Ding nodded to confirm. "I've passed the message to him." Was the last instruction the lever principle? Can that really work? Ning Fan shrugged nonchalantly. "Just wait and see." Wen Jing muttered in doubt, "Can it really work?" Tianji raised his chin confidently. "Of course it will, as long as there's a point of support on the earth. We can leverage it." He stood ready, waiting for the right moment, eyes fixed on the turtle's path, waiting for it to step down so he could use the leverage to unbalance it. At that moment, the giant turtle stepped forward, its heavy foot landing precisely on the other end of the large boards set at an angle on the stone. Tianji shouted, signaling, "Now's the time." He clenched his fist tightly, delivering a powerful strike to the remaining part of the plank, creating a force that triggered the lever action, shouting, "Flip it." At this moment, the turtle also stepped on the pressure point, still unaware, continuing to walk straight ahead. The entire plank then shook and recoiled, pulling Tianji along. There was a loud crash, and the ground trembled as the force was so strong it lifted the turtle off the ground. Wen Jing screamed as she was pulled along. "Ah!" Feng Ding, watching from the side, clapped his hands and commented, "It seems that even using the principle of the lever can't make up for the gap in strength." Ning Fan smirked. "Whether the strength is equal or not, it's all part of my plan." In the air, Tianji was holding the kite, one hand around Wen Jing, gritting his teeth in frustration. Is this still not enough to win? Wen Jing stared ahead, suddenly shouting, "Wait!" She pointed in shock at the sky. "It's up." Sing Tong, curious, murmured to herself as she walked, "I wonder how the fat guy and the chicken are doing with their practice. Let's go check." She entered the room and called out, "Are the fat and skinny ones here?" Her eyes scanned the room, only to see the two of them doing something. Sing Tong furrowed her brows in confusion. What are they doing, exactly? Her voice suddenly rose. "Tell them to practice." "What are you guys doing?" "Playing the book-flipping game." Shai Feng was startled and spoke up. "Is it you, Tai?" He quickly explained. "This is a popular method of reading on the internet." She asked, confused. "Huh?" Shai Feng seriously continued. "Quantum reading technique." He gestured dramatically as he analyzed. "All you have to do is flip the pages really fast, creating quantum entanglement between the pages. Then, the pages will emit dual attribute twin core." Shai Feng said loudly. "Through the eyes, it acts on the brain." He nodded confidently. "That way we can finish this book quickly." She was half believing, half doubting. "Is this really possible?" Shai Feng slowly pushed up his glasses. "In theory, as long as you flip fast enough, it should work." At that moment, Lai Kong was flipping the book furiously, his whole body radiating a strong aura. Shai Feng raised his hand toward him. "Is this the quantum entanglement happening?" Sing Tong exclaimed in surprise. "Could it actually work?" Shai Feng shouted excitedly. "The guy's head is even catching fire. That's a dangerous move. Don't try this at home." In the end, they didn't give up and continued to cram for the exam. Even pulling all-nighters, they eventually showed up for the midterm exam. Finally, Sing Tong cheered with excitement. "We made it just in time for the exam. Done. We succeeded. Tomorrow, spring is here." "Stop, stop." A voice echoed from afar. "Leng Sing Tong." She turned around and replied. "Oh, Ning Fan, curious as always, walking over. What are you doing here?" She looked up and answered, "I'm done with the inspection, just stepping out to get some fresh air." As she spoke, Sing Tong laughed teasingly. "It's almost the new year. Aren't you preparing something?" He slowly took out a red envelope. "You mean this?" Sing Tong's eyes lit up as she nodded, "Yeah." She immediately rushed over to grab it. "Give it here." He quickly backed away and shouted, "Give it back, you." Ning Fan, irritated, thought to herself, "Why am I already thinking about the new year? There's still a magic exam ahead. No time for fun." She rubbed her chin in silence. "Huh. Right, I just finished the exam. Why am I thinking about the new year?" He grabbed her hair in frustration, pulling her away, saying, "Who knows? Hurry back and study." She cried out in pain, "Ah, no, my hair. I'll go back. I don't know why I'm so eager for the new year." Moreover, Sing Tong muttered in complaint, "Isn't it the same with you? You brought a red envelope for New Year's lunch. What's up with that?" Ning Fan tossed the red envelope aside and replied, "Who knows? I must have grabbed it without realizing." She was curious. "So, teacher, do you suddenly want the new year too?" He replied, his voice trembling. "How so?" "Mom, maybe the other world is celebrating the new year right now." The turtle had now collapsed on the ground. Wen Jing spoke up, using a barrier to control it. Tianji stood beside her, frowning slightly and asking, "Do we have to wait here?" She nodded firmly and answered, "Yes, if I leave the barrier, it will disappear." Hearing this, he sighed in frustration. "This is driving me crazy. I'll take a break for a while." On the other side, Ning Fan happily exclaimed, "I've got it under control." Feng Ding nodded in approval. "Not bad, even if your strength isn't enough. You still found a way." He clapped his hands with excitement and said loudly, "I've won the first round, and I'm curious to see what you've got for the next two." Feng Ding smiled in agreement. "Exactly, it's time for the second round to begin." He frowned in discomfort. "What?" he muttered, unwilling to accept. "Does this mean we still have to fight?" Feng Ding remained silent, suddenly raising his hand and punching through his chest. Ning Fan could only utter, "A girl?" At that moment, the system's alert sounded. Feng Ding tilted his head with a cold smile, full of self-satisfaction. "It's fine, just preparing for the second round." Ning Fan froze, stunned. "Did you go through?" "What about the system?" Just as the atmosphere became tense, the wall beside the two suddenly cracked open in large chunks. Each broken brick flew across the room. Feng Ding was startled and shouted, "Ah, someone's here causing chaos." Behind the collapsed wall, the familiar figure of Wen Ruin appeared. She panicked and exclaimed, "Ning Fan." At that moment, the demon immediately turned and fled. Feng Ding, in a panic, looked around and said, "Ah, we're not ready yet. No choice but to leave first." Finishing his sentence, he hurriedly disappeared, not forgetting to remind him, "For the second phase, you have to go to the field yourself, Ning Fan. Protect this city from the demon realm. This is your condition for victory." The last sound echoed like a command bell, signaling the start of the game. Wen Ruan angrily vanished. She anxiously turned to look at him. Ning Fan silently thought to himself, his chest unscathed, and immediately adjusted his breathing, starting to recover his awakening level. The system displayed right in front of him, with data reading 15.8%. The system's voice continued steadily as his awakening level recovered, the numbers skyrocketing over time. From 36.2%, it gradually increased to 58.2% as demonic energy surged forth. Ning Fan's entire body was now engulfed in flames, and he nervously thought to himself, "If this continues, the recovery rate will keep skyrocketing." 79.7%, fully recovered. Ning Fan's body began to tremble lightly. The inner strength was on the verge of reaching its explosive limit. The system's sound rang out urgently at 96.8%. Wen Ruan instinctively stepped back, her heart shaken by the overwhelming force emanating from him, causing her to exclaim in shock as magic energy erupted. Outside, the space trembled as a column of energy exploded, shooting straight up into the sky. The entire city began to shake as the magical power from Ning Fan's body surged, setting fires ablaze everywhere. The energy column from his body exploded more violently, sending waves of fiery red air spreading outwards. The turtle remained motionless in the same spot, showing no reaction. Deep within the forest, countless pairs of glowing red eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness. The magical beasts, highly agitated, simultaneously charge out of the bushes with a thunderous roar. The entire forest quickly descended into chaos. With panic and disorder everywhere, the magical beasts howled as they crazily broke branches, all drawn toward the immense source of energy. Lai Kong, hiding behind a tree, fearfully exclaimed, "It seems something is attracting them." The bear next to him flinched, then spoke in astonishment. Magical beasts have an acute sense for magic. Magic is the very essence of our life force. Over there, suddenly, an immense surge of magic has erupted. The amount of magic is terrifying. The bear cast its gaze toward the same direction, softly speculating, there must be many human beasts gathered there by now, drawn to feed on the source of mana. From a distance, two small figures nimbly leaped from one building to another. The streets below were deserted, without a soul in sight. It was Xiao Yun. Eventually, they landed lightly on the roof of a building. Yun gazed into the distance, her eyes fixed on the mana source shining brightly above. Xiao Lei also curiously looked over. Upon recognizing it, she turned and said solemnly, "The demon beasts are gathering over there." Yun stood quietly, listening. Before replying, "The mana is so powerful. What on earth happened? The city looks ruined, collapsing." At that moment, Ning Fan sat silently, surrounded by a burning aura of mana. The force of the mana caused the surrounding ground to crack, and also attracted the demon beasts, their eyes glowing with a fiery red intensity. Suddenly, one beast leaped at him with its mouth wide open. Before it could strike, it was bound by strips of cloth, immobilizing it in midair. A hand was raised, continuing to control the cloth bindings. It was Wen Ruan who decisively swung her hand, sending the beast into a free fall to the ground. Energy surged out in a continuous stream. She stood, observing the demon beasts waiting below, silently thinking, there are so many more. All of them are being drawn to Ningfan's mana. She frowned, a trace of anger in her heart, cursing inwardly. That damn bastard! Due to the sudden surge of magical power, she fell into a coma. The group of demonic beasts charged forward, cutting through her thoughts. Wen Ruan, quickly launch your move. Kill these beasts. Protect him. The demonic beasts rushed past her, their bodies torn apart, blood splattering everywhere. Suddenly, a noise came from the ceiling, cracking and splitting. She wondered, what's that sound? Unexpectedly, a surge of green energy pierced through the ceiling and shot straight down, causing the floor to crack. The debris landed on Wen Ruan's face, and she immediately realized that the demonic beast was here to steal a genius. She gazed at the demonic beast, its head completely covered, as it landed and whispered to herself. The one thing I least wanted to lure to here has finally arrived. Damn Ning Fan, look at the mess you've caused. Without hesitation, the demonic beast turned to its target. Once it locked onto it, it leaped into action, darting toward Ning Fan, who was sitting with the stream of magical energy. Wen Ruan immediately pointed her finger forward, blocking its path. White ice shards appeared, chasing after the beast, while its powerful energy continued to radiate from the other side. In an instant, the ice shards were ripped apart, scattering into hundreds of fragments. Wen Ruan looked at the debris in her hands, alarmed. Just as expected, a demonic beast that steals geniuses. Suddenly, she transformed. A mask appeared on her face, and her eyes glowed with killing intent. She gripped the weapon in her hand with determination. But no matter the risk, she would not let him get close to Ning Fan. Wen Ruan held the weapon ready to block the monster from a distance, then decisively swung her arm, sending the black orb flying. It shot straight toward the monster, who was crouching down, his gaze locked ahead. The spiked black orb flew directly at his face, which was obscured by a mask. But when he was injured, she was injured as well. The mask shattered, and syrup splattered out. At the same time, the monster swiftly unleashed a powerful force towards Wen Ruan, knocking her back into a music column, which also broke. She reached up to touch her mask, bewildered, thinking, so that's it. The attack is reflected back in an instant. At this moment, she noticed the circular arrow on the black covering over the monster's head. Wen Ruan stared at him, contemplating while preparing for a counterattack, and she could even immediately heal the injured parts of her body. She unleashed strips of white bandages imbued with purple energy. With that, the strips instantly wrapped tightly around the monster's body. He, now crouched and straining, was desperately trying to break free. Wen Ruan felt a bit of fear, but still stood firm. "Stay right there. Don't even think about moving." No sooner had she spoken, he reached out and grabbed one of the strips, pulling hard. She opened her eyes wide and immediately realized something was wrong. The beast used the very bandages to counterattack her, repeatedly throwing her hard into the wall. Wen Ruan, helpless, gritted her teeth and endured. When the beast paused, she weakly gritted her teeth and spoke. "Don't you dare come closer, Ningfan." He paid no attention, not even a word, yanking the bandages sharply. Wen Ruan was dragged from afar, like a fish caught on a hook. As soon as she reached him, the beast landed a heavy punch to her stomach. She was manipulated like a puppet, flying straight into the wall, debris scattering everywhere. Wen Ruan fell to the ground, struggling to prop herself up, blood pouring from her mouth incessantly. Damn it! Taking advantage of this moment, the beast quickly stepped forward, raising his foot to finish her off. Fortunately, Xiao Yunyun arrived just in time, raising her gun and firing a shot to stop him. Instantly, he was frozen, trapped in a solid block of ice. At that moment, Xiao Xiaolei also rushed over, picking Wen Ruan up and leaving. Worried, she asked, "Are you okay?" Wen Ruan weakly replied, "I'm fine." The two of them stared at the beast's frozen fist. Xiaolei explained, "We were waiting for the right opportunity to strike, that's why we were late. Sorry." But Wen Ruan didn't blame them. Instead, she gently praised, "It's okay, you two came at just the right time." Xiaolei turned to look at Ningfan, who was sitting silently with her legs crossed and sighed. The magic power erupted, and it was no wonder that the magical beasts were all heading this way. She spoke coldly, "Leave this to the police, we will hold off the evil spirits." Taking advantage of this moment, she restored her magic power, and then took the man away. When Wen Ruan heard this, she turned her gaze towards Ningfan, hesitating as she stabilized her own magic power. Suddenly, memories of her school days rushed back into Wen Ruan's mind. A familiar old voice echoed. Magic power rampage refers to a situation where a supernatural being loses control of their magic power, causing it to continuously spill out and result in severe destruction to people and objects nearby. The teacher was focused on his lesson, and if a supernatural being experienced a magic rampage, they would fall into a coma-like state, unprotected for an extended period of time. If not awakened in time, they would die from the depletion of their magic power, and the released magic power would have a highly corrosive effect, making it absolutely dangerous to approach. The classroom became chaotic due to the students' discussions. "Teacher, I have a strong feeling that this might happen to that short kid." Another student chimed in, "Anyway, it's just a clumsy little chick surrounded by bad luck." They kept mocking her. "Oh, just thinking about that short kid going into a magic rampage makes me scared." Wen Ruan quietly sat in the back, listening to their words, feeling a deep sadness welling up inside her. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to push away the mocking laughter around her. Ningfan's calm appearance from when he was a child intervened to shield her. As for the magic power rampage, who knew whose turn it would be when the time came? He casually draped his arm around his friend's neck and joked, "Compared to Yan Yan, I think your guy's potential for a rampage is higher." At that moment, Wen Ruan's heart fluttered slightly, and her face flushed. Ningfan didn't forget to turn back and wink at her. Thanks to that, Wen Ruan was able to breathe a sigh of relief. The teacher then interrupted the conversation. "All right, let's continue with the lesson. Magic power rampage can be dealt with, but it requires close contact with the rampager. It's extremely dangerous, and only in dire circumstances should one attempt it." She sat at the back, silently staring at Ningfan, who was lounging back comfortably. Back in the present, she was boiling with anger at him. "Damn Ningfan, look at the so-called good things he's done." She glared at Ningfan, who was drenched in magic power, scolding him. He always took matters into his own hands, stepping in for others. And the result? Wen Ruan sighed sadly, her voice slow as she reached out to touch the magic power. "From being an S-level teacher to falling this far, who still remembers the good deeds you did before?" Her hand slammed down on the spilled syrup. The concentration of magic power is rising again. In pain, she gritted her teeth and endured, her injuries worsening as the magic power corroded her body. Her legs moved forward with determination, but she could not abandon him. Wen Ruin rushed inside. If not, Ning Fan will die from the depletion of his magic power. The power of the magic caused her to bleed from her mouth. She silently encouraged herself. It wasn't the first time experiencing a magic power rampage. She had to hold on. In that moment, memories of Ning Fan's carefree childhood flooded her mind. He was always so chatty. Clearly, no one asked him to worry. That memory stood out clearly, and now he was leading students into Class S. He originally should have been content as a lowly teacher in a class for misfits, living a stable life. Wen Ruin continued pushing deeper, causing a great deal of trouble. Finally, she reached her destination and stood silently, watching Ning Fan sitting motionlessly. Really, even though I scold you, Wen Ruin still reaches out to you. Trouble always follows. As her hand touched his face, she felt a moment of weakness. But the gentle gaze, the reddened face. I like you this way. Suddenly, her mood shifted. Now it's my turn to be the chatterbox, an eerie silence. In an instant, her anger flared. Without hesitation, she threw a punch directly at Ning Fan's face and shouted, "Wake up!" Outside, the beast took advantage of the opening and jumped up, tucking its legs in preparation. It charged towards Xiao Le, who was talking to Yun Yun, immediately releasing a surge of green energy to attack them. The force was so powerful, it shattered the floor. The blast spread throughout the room, but the two female officers managed to dodge just in time. They quickly assumed a defensive stance, and Yun Yun spoke. A disaster-level creature is on an entirely different level compared to the beasts we've faced before. Xiao Le, hearing this, added, the most dangerous part is its ability to retaliate against injuries. Cough, we can't approach it recklessly. From behind the shattered wall, 3 people stood watching in shock and screamed. Ah! Upon hearing this, the 2 women turned their heads. Xiao Le looked at them in confusion. Ordinary civilians. Yun Yun anxiously exclaimed. What? They didn't manage to escape. At that moment, the beast charged again. But Yun Yun noticed it. She raised her gun and aimed at it. Several shocks from her froze its limbs. However, just as she finished firing, she collapsed. Xiao Le, panic-stricken, turned to her, shouting, Yun. In front of her, Yun Yun was lying on the ground, breathing heavily, her hands frozen. Yun Yun's hands were marked with faint blue spots. Xiao Le angrily scolded. Your injuries are too severe. You knew it could retaliate, and you still attacked. Are you crazy? Xiao Le said desperately, looking at the group of people standing in fear outside. At most, just let them get hurt. Yeah, she turned to look at the beast trying to escape, puzzled. But what should we do about the wound reflection? Yun Yun had gotten up, and hearing this suggested, what if we kill it before it can reflect the wound? Xiao Le shot her a glare. Are you planning to use that method? If it fails, the wound will come back and kill us all. Have you forgotten the vow we took when we became cops? Yun Yun shook her head indifferently. First, we forget ourselves for the people we serve. As she spoke, she shakily reached for the gun that had fallen on the ground. Lingering will only make things worse. Before she could grab it, Xiao Le, quicker, snatched up the gun. Of course I remember. She slung the gun over her shoulder, confidently saying, Second, never abandon your teammates. She extended her hand, the gun floating faintly in the air. She frowned. At this point, her hand couldn't even hold the gun properly. Finishing her sentence, she leaped onto the giant gun that had just appeared. Then let me handle the gun, she called out to Yun Yun, who stood within a circle filled with familiar images. Let her handle the cannon. The cannon was raised high, hitting the ceiling and sparking. Yun Yun heard it, happily lifting her hand to remove the blindfold, feeling honored to be able to fight alongside her until the very end. Xiao Le glanced over, replying with a sympathetic smile. Yun Yun coldly tossed the blindfold aside, and the massive cannon was aimed directly at the beast stuck on the wall. The blindfold slowly fell to the ground, and in that moment, the cannon was fired, its light blinding. Before the beast's eyes, an endless beam of light filled the space, a life-or-death gamble. The beast helplessly watched the cannon fire towards it. The force of the attack was mere millimeters from its face. From a distance, a figure appeared, snapping his fingers like a hermit. With the sound, a golden circle formed around the beast. Together with the power of the cannon, it was blasted away, crashing through nearby buildings. The two female officers stood, looking at the large hole in the wall. Yun Yun spoke up. Can't see it anymore. Xiaolei stood behind her, beaming with joy. Eyes squinted in a smile. We did it! A Yun! We've succeeded! Before it could retaliate, we managed to kill it. In contrast to the joy, Yun Yun remained cautious. But there was nothing left of the beast, not even its remains. Wasn't that a bit exaggerated? Yet Xiaolei chose to stay optimistic, brushing it off. After all, they had defeated a catastrophe-level monster. We're still alive. Ning Fan had now regained consciousness and was standing behind a distant wall. On his shoulder, he carried the unconscious Wen Ruan. After his awakening and recovery, the powers he had lost earlier returned. His face was bruised, and he had exerted too much magic earlier. Using such a long-distance teleportation spell, it was truly exhausting. The beast had been attacked and sent flying into space. The hermit's skill allowed him to teleport any target to a domain he was familiar with. Ning Fan, carrying Wen Ruan, looked up at the sky, thinking that he still needed to thank that strange-faced person. Before he could feel any relief, however, the remaining beasts were still above them. Heh, are there really so many? He tiredly raised his hand, and with his hermit's skill, he created a beam of light that shot straight into the sky, attracting the attention of the beasts in the forest. The beast stared, mouth open, fixated on the beam of light. From behind a tree, two people and a bear appeared, whispering. The bear pressed itself against the tree and ordered, "Move quietly, don't make a sound." The two boys responded softly. The silence of the space was suddenly broken by the sound of footsteps behind the tree, causing everyone to sweat in anxiety. The bear turned its head slightly and, upon seeing Nan Gongyan, was visibly frightened. He stood at a distance, clenched his fists, and stated with determination, "This is a great opportunity. Let's take it down." Hearing those words, they were all struck with fear, frozen in alarm. "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" In that moment, he decisively threw a small fish and shouted loudly, "Go kill it!" In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a snakehead fish. Gong Yan spoke clearly, "I have to prove the power of the snakehead fish, so it can regain its confidence." The beast at this moment was still focused on the light coming from afar. It had no idea that the snakehead fish was charging toward it from behind. Gong Yan shouted firmly, "Kill it!" The beast finally turned its head. The group of people outside also anxiously looked on, their mouths agape in fear. "Shit, it's been discovered." The beast turned back and opened its mouth wide, ready to swallow the snakehead fish. The snakehead fish, seeing the scene in front of it, froze, waiting. Nan Gong Yan, standing outside, saw the snakehead fish in the beast's mouth and shouted loudly. The quiet forest was instantly thrown into chaos. Everyone started running. Shai Feng yelled, "Ah, it's chasing us." Lai Tu angrily added, "It's all that idiot's fault for disturbing it. We're doomed this time." The bear, carrying Gong Yan on its back, dropped its head and fled. It quickly spoke up to mediate. "Now's not the time to blame each other. Think of a way to save our lives first." The beast leaped with a force that sent the ground flying. The bear anxiously glanced up at it. The beast suddenly landed right in front of them. He opened his mouth wide in a fierce manner. The two boys, terrified, clung to each other and screamed. "We're doomed." Lai Tu immediately suggested, "Aren't you good at mental control? Use it on him." Shai Feng, panicked, replied, "That works on people. Not sure if it'll affect a beast." Ignoring his companion's fear, he pushed him toward the creature. "What if it actually works?" "Let's find out," he yelled, panic in his voice. Ah, he was finally pushed to stand next to the beast, its sharp, elongated teeth glaring at him. Sweat poured from his body, but he quickly regained his composure, stretched out his hand, and shouted, "Forget it, just use the trick." A purple force surrounded the beast. He looked directly into its eyes, which glowed purple, feeling a bit relieved. It worked. The beast's eyes reflected the image of the two boys, but in the form of food. Lai Tu turned into a chicken drumstick, speaking. "What did you do?" Shai Feng transformed into a sausage, replying, "Tried to create an illusion to drive it away." The trick was useless against the beast. It still bared its sharp teeth. Seeing this, Lai Tu turned and yelled, waving his hands, "Didn't you say it would scare it off? Is this what being scared looks like?" Shai Feng, pinned to the ground in pain, groaned, "I told you before, it doesn't work on beasts." The bear arrived just in time, placing its hand on Lai Tu's shoulder to calm him. "Stay calm, don't scare yourself." The two boys, confused, asked in unison. What now, Big Bear? The bear stepped forward, its gaze sharp and determined. Being a beast myself, I know what it's thinking. Leave this to me. You guys step back. It stared intently at the demonic beast, still with its mouth wide open, deep in thought. The beast had waited long enough. It was ready to act. After a moment, it reached behind as if retrieving something, and then firmly said, All right, I'll satisfy you. It turned out it was offering Nan Gong Yan as a sacrifice, kneeling down and speaking softly. Take your time. Lai Tu couldn't take it anymore, rushing forward to pin it down, angrily shouting, Say your last words, and I'll satisfy you. The bear, feeling wronged, retorted, What can I do? If you're so good, then you do it. Hearing this, Lai Tu stood up. Hemph, if it's going to happen, then let's do it. Who's afraid of who? He hesitated before stepping forward, the demonic beast still waiting, its mouth open and drooling. He reached behind him, sweat pouring down his face. Then, suddenly, he pulled out some kind of powder, theatrically sprinkling it over the motionless Gong Yan. A little seasoning will make it better. The bear, seeing this, couldn't hold back its anger, and rushed to pin him down. Lai Tu begged desperately. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I admit I'm a coward. Meanwhile, Nan Gong Yan, lying over there, slowly opened his eyes, and woke up. He looked at the beast beside him, but still couldn't understand what was going on. Where am I? The bear, seeing this, widened its eyes in surprise. Gong Yan was tightly gripped by the beast. They all broke into a cold sweat, frozen in place, watching. Suddenly, the beast froze as well, stopping its chewing. It unexpectedly spat Nan Gong Yan out. He foamed at the mouth, lying still on the ground. Lai Tu opened his mouth, gagged, and then Shai Feng's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? The bear looked down, confused, hesitating. Could it be? It said, its eyes suddenly sharpening. I have an idea. Nan Gong Yan, his mouth still foaming, slowly opened his eyes. He sat up, covering his nose in discomfort. Where am I? What happened? Oh, what is this? It smells so bad. He still hadn't realized the beast was right behind him. The moment he turned around, Gong Yan was startled. And then he collapsed again. In the distance, a loud shout rang out. Hey, you beast! Lai Tu boldly stepped forward, but in the eyes of the beast, he was just an appetizing snack. Your fat grandpa's looking for you. Shai Feng, hiding behind a tree at a distance, called out. Bear, that beast is paying attention to him now. Cut to an hour ago. The group had been anxiously discussing, with Shai Feng nervously hesitating. His meaning was that he was stunned, then continued, letting the fat man eat. The bear furrowed its brow and continued. My pastry was probably eaten by that person, and after it devoured the little demon, it spat it out. Lai Tu could be sure that this beast not only wants to fill its stomach, but also seeks delicacies. The bear became cunning. We can use this point, put some laxative in its food, and while it's spitting out the laxative, we can defeat it. Shai Feng heard this and worried. But where do we get the food from? Moreover, that person isn't easy to approach. The bear suddenly darkened and replied, If there are no ingredients, how can we cook? Its eyes glowed red as it slowly reached behind its back to grab something. Food isn't that hard to make. It pulled out the necessary tools for the job. With the leftover pastry oil and some seasoning to apply to the beast, it could recreate a dish just like the original pastry. The bear proudly held up a small bottle of medicine, along with the ancestral laxative, and said, Once consumed, it will ensure that after 20 days, it won't look pretty unless it gets its money's worth. The only problem was, after explaining, the bear turned to the two boys and asked, Which one of you is in charge of making food for the monster? Both of them stood there, faces grim. Lai Tu thought for a moment. One of them must make the food. Shai Feng was no exception. If he was eaten, it was uncertain whether he would survive. But if he wasn't eaten, he was certain to live. Lai Tu spoke up, sweat pouring down like a river. This matter should still be considered for the long term. Before he could finish his sentence, Shai Feng interrupted him. He grabbed Lai Tu's shoulder and began to speak sweetly. During the time I've been with you, I've realized one thing. Ordinary people always have their limits, and people like me can only live quietly through life. Lai Tu was somewhat moved by those words, but he was different. He was a genius from Singsha Academy, a shining star in broad daylight, causing envy in others. Shai Feng continued his persuasion. Go ahead, this mission is one only you can complete. Show them your true power. Illuminate the grand path of Zhencha Academy. Those words truly worked. Lai Tu resolutely applied the spices to himself. Leave it to me, I'll definitely kill it. Shai Feng, standing behind, couldn't hide his smirk, pleased with his manipulation. Before returning to reality, the bear from afar praised them. Oh, this fat guy can even shapeshift. The baked goods are not bad. But Shai Feng was deeply worried. Is this plan really trustworthy? What if it fails? The bear reassured him. Don't worry, I've already rubbed the whole bottle of this laxative on that fat guy. The beast will definitely be exhausted. He suddenly narrowed his eyes at the bottle of medicine in the bear's hand, feeling suspicious. I have doubts. Will the expired laxative still work? The bear heard it and burst out laughing. In my family, whether it's cooking or making laxatives, we're always very careful. Once expired, of course, it loses all effect. He grabbed its paw and held it right in front of its face. Your medicine, he continued, is expired. The bear froze. They turned around in panic, and seeing Lai Tu already inside the mouth of the beast, they cried out loudly. Fatty! The scene shifted to a room, where the sound of a television came on. The city has been destroyed. Someone who had been absorbed in a book suddenly spoke up. The situation has gotten worse. Tong Shen, sitting beside him, turned and said, I thought that once we went into seclusion, we wouldn't have to worry about worldly affairs anymore. Looks like I was wrong. Elsewhere, a voice called out, Old friend, do you hear me? Old friend. The dragon, upon hearing this, opened its eyes wide and went to aid the children. The old friend, having heard, immediately coiled and soared into the night sky. At the edge of the forest, countless beasts were moving together. Shi Tianji and Wen Jing were enveloped within a golden circular barrier, completely hidden from the monster's sight. Wen Jing looked out and thought to herself, the horde of beasts is charging toward the city. She glanced at the floating crimson talisman, irritation rising within her. But I can't leave. If I do, the barrier will collapse. Damn it. As Tianji stepped forward, she saw it and cried out in confusion. Shi Tianji gazed into the distance, speaking with determination. With so many demon beasts charging in, there must be many casualties in the city already. I don't want to just stand here and wait. I want to use my magic to do something. She still felt confused. Do what? Heroic and courageous, he stepped outside. Now I can freely control my shield. I can make it as large or as small as I want. Wen Jing, worried, leaned forward, silently thinking to herself, does he want to use the shield to block the swarm of demon beasts? As she stood close to the edge, a demon beast passed by, making her flinch and step back. She looked outside, then remarked, it's impossible. There are too many demon beasts. By the time you manage to block them, your magic will be depleted, and you'll die. Her face turned pale. She stared at the talisman in her hand, deep in thought for a moment, before making up her mind and running out. As she ran, old memories resurfaced in her mind. I haven't repaid you for saving me yet. She ran as fast as she could, even unable to say a single thank you. At that moment, Shi Tianji was holding a large yellow object in his hands, so large that he had to support it with both arms. Wen Jing stretched out her hand to stop him. You can't die. Shi Tianji, run quickly. It turned out that he was holding a large sign that read, directed toward the city. The demon beasts have breached the city. Run quickly. Wen Jing just saw it and was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. In her carelessness, she tripped over a small stone beneath her and fell flat on her face. Tianji stood there, confused. She awkwardly pressed her face to the ground. And I was worried you were going to die. He didn't understand and asked, worry about what? She refused to continue. I'm not saying anything. Suddenly, from behind them, the ground shook with a loud crash, and a gigantic turtle was approaching. In an instant, the two of them were buried up to their necks in sand. Wen Jing scolded, it's all your fault for making me come out. Now the barrier is useless. What are we supposed to do? Shi Tianji, irritated, thought, you're blaming me. Wen Jing suddenly froze, her eyes widening as she looked into the distance. Behind the turtle, a beam of green light was speeding toward them. The dragon had appeared, facing off against the giant turtle. It dove straight down, and the ground trembled as dust and sand flew into the air. CTNG furrowed his brow in annoyance. What now? The dust cloud obscured everything. The dragon suddenly emerged from the haze, sinking its teeth into the turtle's neck. The turtle, under attack, collapsed onto the ground. Wen Jing and Shi Tianji both gaped in shock at the scene before them. Once the dragon finished with the turtle, it turned to face them. Wen Jing spoke up immediately. To be fair, let's play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever loses has to deal with that thing. She immediately took action and pulled, but in contrast to her urgency and Shi Tianji's clumsiness, he reluctantly raised his hand, his face indifferent. She did not hesitate but continued playing. Along with that, she slapped Shi Tianji's face. Was he still not understanding? Wen Jing hurriedly shook his hand. It's all his fault. If you want to settle scores, go find him. Tianji, still dazed from the slap, seemed lost. Finally, he spoke. At least I've saved you many times, and you're not even grateful. But now you're treating me like this. Wen Jing felt a bit guilty when she heard him. Gratitude. I haven't thought about it. She decisively held up a drawing of Shi Tianji, his forehead bleeding, surrounded by flowers. Here, take this. Is this the painting you were wondering about? She then explained, I drew this while you were unconscious. But he coldly responded, it's a good drawing. Wen Jing spoke again, shattering the tense atmosphere. Then let's use it as a portrait for worship. He was furious and tore the picture in half. Tianji, feeling helpless, muttered, I can't believe I fell for this trap. Suddenly, someone's voice came from afar. Old Manom was very timely with her intervention. Shi La was holding a notebook in his hand, smiling. This special training has been completely messed up, he said. A voice came from the other side. Thank you, teacher. Sila continued. If it weren't for Master Shen Shan intervening, I'm afraid we wouldn't know what would have happened next. Shi Tianji asked in confusion. Master Shen Shan? Wen Jing replied, sounding upset, intervened. Lala, standing next to the dragon, explained, didn't you both see before the two of them left? Shen Shan's summoned beast. The scene shifted to Nan Gongyan, who was struggling to prevent the demonic beast from eating him. I can't hold on much longer. Both the two boys and the dragon were already in its mouth. Shai Feng asked in confusion, why did it suddenly get so hungry? Lai Tu, panicking, responded, it's all your fault. The bear also joined in, yelling, who would have known that expired laxatives would turn into appetite stimulants? Back in the present, Sila continued. After that, the others were successfully rescued. Wen Jing vaguely recalled, feeling like he remembered something like this happening. Tianji thought to himself, actually, he had fainted back then. Wen Jing also thought for a moment, remembering how he had been scared out of his mind by its mouth. He then spoke up. No wonder this all seems so familiar. By the way, teacher, how are Lai Tu, Shai Feng, and Nan Gongyan doing? Sheila hesitated, and the three of them moved to Ning Fan, who was exhausted. The hermit had killed the group of demonic beasts and was now turning to leave. Compared to the first wave of the attack, the demonic beasts had recovered to the point of being able to attack at will. Bing Brother strained his mind, calculating how to protect the city from the demonic beasts. It was easier said than done, especially since no one knew how many more demonic beasts there were in the city, and his magical power was almost exhausted. On the way, he met a person who bowed sincerely. Thank you for saving me. Ning Fan cheerfully replied, it's nothing. You should hurry and get to safety. Suddenly, the system notified him that his trust points had reached 960. He was puzzled, thinking, did I really get this many this time? As he thought, he recalled the last time when the citizens had thanked him. If it weren't for him back then, we'd all be done for, they had said, eagerly adding their voices. That's right, as long as you save people in danger, you can earn more trust points. From the top of a building, a pair of eyes were watching him. Ning Fan, perhaps you've already realized it. They watched him closely, thinking, the quickest way to earn trust points is through Du Feng Ding. How will you choose next? Ning Fan stood in front of the people in danger, blocking the demonic beasts. He wielded his dark power to save them. With just one strike, the hermit reduced the horde of demonic beasts to ashes. The people quickly stepped forward in gratitude, saying, thank you. Thank you for saving us. Another echoed their thanks. Instantly, Ning Fan's points surged upward. Trust points plus 2157. He calculated silently. Sure enough, rescuing people from mortal danger yielded far higher scores. Suddenly, someone approached from behind. It was Gu Feng Ding. He asked Ning Fan, "Not a small harvest, eh, Ning Fan?" Ning Fan smirked and replied, "Not just not small, it's a real bounty. You went through all the trouble of arranging this game. Surely it wasn't just to show me a shortcut to earn trust points. Was it?" Gu Feng Ding laughed at that. Ha. He did not hold back his praise. Clever indeed. Worthy of being Ning teacher. Ning Fan spoke with calm ease. Not only teaching me how to rack up trust points faster, but also helping me restore my awakening. Surely you won't get discouraged just for being so generous, will you? Gu Feng Ding suddenly burst out at his casual taunt, retorting, "I am not discouraged in the least. To pass the third round, you'll need this strength. Once you clear it, I'll naturally tell you." Having probed him as intended, Ning Fan speculated inwardly, so it can't be said outright. As expected, all of this is tied to the system. So I've accumulated a large amount of trust points, haven't I? Is that why you restored my original magic abilities? Ning Fan didn't say anything else. He opened the door, preparing to leave, but left one last sentence for Gu Feng Ding. "All right then, wait until the game is over to tell me. Let me finish the second round first." Gu Feng Ding replied, "No need, Ning Fan. The second round is already over, you've passed." Ning Fan froze, then turned around to ask, But there are still so many civilians and monsters around." He replied softly, "Don't worry about that, I've taken care of it." Before he could finish, a beam of light suddenly cut through the air, dazzling and filling the sky. The heavens seemed to light up with a giant magic circle. From that circle, rays of light descended to the ground, directly targeting the monsters still running amok everywhere. With just this light, they were instantly swept away, with no chance to resist. In the blink of an eye, the massive circle spread its light, connecting all the rooftops into a tight network, leaving no escape for anything. Within the circle, the figure of an old man appeared, calm and at ease. None other than Wang Taiji. The civilians quickly recognized him, and someone pointed to the sky and shouted loudly, "It's Wang Taiji." Instantly, the crowd erupted in chatter. "Wang Taiji is here to save us." Gu Feng Ding looked over and said, "Just in time. It seems the harvest season has arrived." Ning Fan also opened his mouth in surprise and said, "Wang Taiji." The two of you turned toward the crowd. The crowd fell prostrate to the ground, reverently saying, "Thank the heavens for not abandoning us. Wang Taiji has come to save us." A large screen appeared before them, displaying the face of Wang Taiji, his smile warm and kind. Gu Feng Ding turned to explain the rules to Ning Fan. The rules for the third round are also very simple. You only need to seize the reward that Wang Taiji grants to Liu Ying, the student. If you succeed, it will count as your victory, and at the same time, I will tell you more intelligence regarding the system, as well as the hidden truth behind the annihilation of the Ning family 10 years ago that no one else knows. Under the direction of Wang Taiji, the work of reconstructing the city after the catastrophe proceeded steadily. Most areas had essentially restored their buildings and property. The common people, too, managed to slowly rise again from their losses. Although much of the infrastructure and property had been restored, the relevant departments still reminded the citizens that the dangers had not yet been fully eliminated. Before the Department of Public Safety could confirm that the demon beasts had been completing at night and immediately report if they encountered any beasts. Alongside these reports were scenes that grew increasingly positive, showing the revival of adult spirits and the return of children's bright smiles. The announcer's voice broadcasted important news that appeared on the screen. Another piece of news was that tonight, the entire city would hold the memorial ceremony for National Memorial Day. At the same time, Wang Taiji would personally go to the suburban memory park to preside over the ceremony, praying for the souls of the victims of the recent disaster to rest in peace. The television was on in a stark white hospital room, where a patient, fully bandaged, lay in bed. The girl lay motionless, her face obscured by a thick bandage, with numerous IV lines attached to her body. Her eyes suddenly squinted tightly, as if awakening after a long coma, appearing to be in great pain. At the very moment she regained some consciousness, a voice called out to her, "Student Wen Ruan, Student Wen Ruan, Student Wen Ruan, you have to stay awake." As she calmed down, The blurred image of the man who had been calling her repeatedly reminded her. Wen Ruan, what happened to me? I can't tell what's real and what's not, or what's happening in this scene. She was very confused. Teacher, the magical beast used for the test, suddenly went mad. We almost couldn't hold it back. Then, another boy appeared in that scene, speaking urgently to the man. Damn it. The man seemed desperate. He gave his final instructions. Student Wen Ruan, hang in there. You must calm down. Keep your mind clear and control the magic within your body. Coma is the end. The boy also added, it's most likely magical power. The dwarf's magic has gone out of control. She couldn't fully understand everything they were saying, feeling confused by everything that was happening. Controlling magical power, her hands were on fire. She looked at herself and the flames, unsure of what to do. The fire grew larger, engulfing her small body completely. The expression on her tiny face was obscured by the flames. The man they called teacher was also pushed away by the overwhelming force of the fire. The boy from earlier rushed forward to help the man, asking in a panic, Teacher, what's happening? He answered, erratic emotions led to a loss of control over the magical power. It's reached the point of total meltdown. Everyone, leave the training grounds quickly. She reached out, wanting to hold on to her teacher who was leaving. She felt lost and helpless with everything. Teacher, it hurts so much. Why do I have to run? Why does everyone want to abandon me? It's not that, not everyone. Suddenly, a hand reached out and gently grasped her trembling hands, soothing her. I'll always be by your side. Wen Ruan, like a drowning person clinging to a lifeline, called his name. Ning Fan. Ning Fan embraced her, smiling gently, comforting her, as if the fire outside meant nothing in the face of his love. Don't be afraid, this burning pain is just an illusion. I'll stay by your side until you don't feel the pain anymore. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes the moment she called his name again. Fragments of broken memories ended in Wen Ruan's mind, but they still made her cry unconsciously. She slowly opened her eyes and softly said, Ning Fan. Right beneath her gaze at that moment was the young man who was holding her hand tightly, asleep. But she didn't notice the bandages that were also slipping off. Ning Fan woke up just at that moment. Wen Ruan was both surprised and embarrassed by the situation. She couldn't control her magic and instinctively used a surge of powerful energy to push Ning Fan away. He took the full force of the blow and collapsed onto the ground. Xiao Yun Yun spoke into the intercom. Send more people to the east. She and Xiao Xiaolei were discussing something when someone approached from behind. It turned out to be Zhang Tian Chong. He called out, Officer Xiao. Upon hearing someone call her, Xiao Xiaolei turned around and responded, Oh, it's you. Is there something wrong? Zhang Tianchang replied, I just wanted to see if there was any place I could help. Hearing that, the two of them thanked him. Everyone has already helped so much. We are truly grateful for that. We'll handle the rest. Zhang Tianchang shyly scratched his head and said, I don't dare to take credit. I just did it out of convenience. Compared to both of you, what I did is not even worth mentioning. His eyes suddenly sharpened. Moreover, the fact that both of you were able to defeat the beasts and stop the disaster has earned my utmost admiration. Therefore, I truly hope to have the opportunity to compete with you both in the upcoming competition organized by Lu Ying Academy. Both of the police officers were very pleased with the compliment. Xiao Xiaolei politely responded, Oh my, you're making me feel embarrassed with your words. Xiao Yun Yun followed up, You don't need to be so modest. We can clearly see your abilities. We are also very much looking forward to competing against you on the battlefield. Then it's settled. We'll see who's stronger in the competition, somewhere else on the high-speed train. At this moment, the atmosphere between Wen Ruan and Ning Fan was very strange. She thought to herself that she had been too shy, and after getting on the vehicle, they completely stopped talking. After all, what had happened was in the past, but this time, she was definitely going to make him take responsibility for her. While Wen Ruan was lost in thought, she gently called out to the person next to her. Ning Fan had fallen asleep, oblivious to her complex emotions. She noticed that Ning Fan was sound asleep, likely exhausted from the previous night's efforts, especially after treating her the whole night. As Wen Ruan continued thinking, Ning Fan, deep in his sleep, lost his balance and fell over. Ning Fan at that moment leaned against her, almost resting his head on her, bringing the distance between them even closer. Wen Ruan felt uneasy with the proximity. It's too close. What should we do? It didn't matter anymore. Their lips were now closer than ever. Just as they were about to kiss, Wen Ruan suddenly sneezed, interrupting the moment and causing Ningfan to snap out of it. He hazily looked at his phone. Is it a call? The voice on the other end asked, Ningfan, are you all right? Ningfan replied, it's me. Diao Yutsui is asking. The meeting is about to start. Where are you now? He responded, Wen Ruan and I are in the car. We're almost there. Hearing that, Diao Yutsui sighed in relief. Okay, then drive safely. He hung up. Ningfan said to Wen Ruan, the meeting is about to start. Let's get there quickly. She looked somewhat uneasy, replying vaguely mem. She turned her gaze elsewhere. By chance, their eyes met, making both of them awkwardly look away. Wen Ruan shifted the topic, asking Ningfan, it's so beautiful. What is that? Ningfan followed her gaze and answered, it's a memorial ceremony. The beams of light soaring into the night sky were the souls of those who perished in the recent disaster. When he spoke, a beam of light was still piercing straight up into the sky, as though it were illuminating the entire city. The meeting was taking place in the conference room. Shen Shan stepped out and announced, everyone has arrived. Let's begin the meeting. Although there had been some unexpected incidents during this training session, everyone's performance had been excellent. Suddenly, a student named Jing Jin spoke up. Teacher, Nan Gongyan hasn't arrived yet. Someone else, holding a book, explained. This training session was a blow to Nan Gongyan. He has decided to drop out. Although it's a shame, I respect his decision. Shai Feng, though appearing regretful, smirked slightly. Dropped out, huh? That's quite sudden. Another person chimed in, after all, only elites like us can withstand the tests from this training session. For children, it's still too early. Tong Shen gently interrupted their idle chatter and returned to the main topic. First, we have the group of Wen Jing and Si Tanji. Although they encountered the illusionary sky poison and the seed fell into a perilous situation, they still managed to rely on their will to survive and guide each other to the end. Even when faced with magical beasts and natural disasters, they fought courageously, especially Si Tanji, from expelling the toxins in his body to using the principle of a lever to defeat the magical beast of the heavenly level. Breaking through the usual defensive magic techniques, I was deeply impressed. She briefly summarized the recent events and gave her assessment. Si Tianji arrogantly spoke while Wen Jing was breathing heavily behind. Ningfan asked Liu Guangzhou, Liu teacher, I heard that you also encountered an ambush by the disaster-level magical beasts in the city. It must have been quite an effort, right? He humbly responded, not at all. Compared to that police officer, I only contributed a small bit. However, Rong Xu-wei disagreed and said loudly, Ning teacher, you don't know. Liu teacher is really impressive. She recounted. At that time, when I saw the disaster-level magical beast, I thought my life would end right there. But unexpectedly, Liu teacher suddenly charged forward and attacked the disaster-level magical beast fiercely. Through her story, Liu Guangzhou appeared and saved both of them, eliminating the gigantic magical beast in one move. Her expression was full of satisfaction and admiration, and she even said something very cool. Stay away from my students, he's really incredibly strong, which ignited our fighting spirit. As she said this, Rong Xue looked at Liu Guangzhou with eyes sparkling with intense admiration. Liu Guangzhou broke out in a cold sweat from her enthusiasm and quickly said, Classmate Gu, don't be like this. It's really not that exaggerated. Ningfan was also at a loss for words with these two, politely replying, very impressive. Liu teacher. Rong Xue even tried to drag others into her own obsession. Xing Yu, you feel the same way, right? Xing Yu, equally speechless, replied, yes, very impressive. Indeed, truly impressive. The beast collapsed miserably at the girl's feet. Hong Yi Lin looked at it and said something trivial. Suddenly, Rong Xue called out to Hong Yi Lin. She asked, have you seen Xing Yu? I couldn't find her anywhere. Right now, the city is swarming with beasts. What if something happened to Xing Yu? Before she could finish her sentence, the scene shifted to another location. There, the two saw Xing Yu sitting on the ground in a different corner, with pieces of a defeated beast scattered everywhere. Lang Xing Yu assessed the beast in front of her. It looked like a lowly grunt, but it was unexpectedly strong. The beast easily knocked the small birds aside, leaving them battered and helpless. Lang Xingyu, seeing this, prepared to attack again and had no choice but to use her ultimate move. "Kid, cover me." The little bird soared up, full of determination, flying straight at the beast. However, the massive creature easily threw it back without much effort. Lang Xingyu cried out from the counterattack, "Ouch!" But she wasn't shaken and said, "All right, fall back. Kid, leave the rest to me." After she gave the order, a gigantic robot was summoned. Lang Xingyu stood at the center of the robot's control, preparing to deliver my strongest killing move to finish you off. As soon as she finished speaking, a cannonball several times larger than usual flew toward the beast. The explosion it caused was so intense that the beast didn't have time to dodge. Lang Xingyu confidently declared, "It's over." But she was in for a surprise. How could this be? The beast, seemingly unaffected, sat up. Lang Xingyu lost her balance and cried out. The reason she was about to fall was because the beast had knocked over the robot with just one arm. The robot crashed straight into a nearby building. Since Lang Xingyu was sitting in the control seat, she, of course, took the brunt of the impact, struggling to climb out of the wreckage. She painfully questioned, "Even with all my strength, I'm still this weak." As soon as she asked, the beast steadily walked up to her, helpless and defenseless. In that critical moment, as the beast was about to strike, another hand intervened. Lang Xingyu realized it was a lethal strike. Tong Xiao looked at her and asked, "Are you okay?" Ma Kai-shan announced, "The next round of the tournament will begin." But before that, there is something else that needs to be mentioned. He directly pointed out the 4 students who skipped class, and even went to another school to cause a disturbance. If they dare to repeat this, their eligibility to participate in the competition will be revoked. Ning Fan couldn't help but laugh. As the person who had taken Zhang Tianchang there, he was also scolded by Ma Kai-shan. "What are you laughing at? Half of the responsibility lies with you." He spoke with slight anger. This time, following Shen Shan's instructions, "We're not pursuing responsibility for you all anymore." But through this incident, I'm sure you've all realized Tong Xiao's strength. She's become so powerful that she can hypnotize both teachers and students of an entire school in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the speed at which she casts her spells has become so fast that it's almost impossible to see the magic flowing. With just a hand gesture, the spell is cast and concluded. There's no doubt about it, she is our strongest opponent in this competition. This time, we will hold a strategy meeting to discuss how to defeat her. Rong Xu sighed. How can we defeat her? Lang Xingyu, more aware than anyone, recalled that, in fact, there was no need for further discussion. Tong Xiao waved her hand and said, "Hey, I'm leaving now. You should go hide somewhere." Lang Xingyu called out, "Wait, I'm not your classmate." She recalled thinking back then. She thought she'd never have the chance to meet her again. She had to seize this opportunity, at least to test her strength. She was seriously injured, but still tried to speak. "Thank you for bringing me to your school. Only then could I handle things lightly." No matter how much she spoke, Tong Xiao remained silent, watching all of this. Xingyu couldn't figure it out, wanting to use words to provoke a slip. But why was he clearly turning his back on me? Why could I not spot any flaws, nor find any opportunity to strike? Finally, Tong Xiao responded, "If you're worried about this competition, you don't need to. I don't plan on participating." Xingyu tried to provoke her, saying, "Huh? Are you scared even before the match has started?" Unfortunately, Tong Xiao replied, "No, it's just because of the competition." Bored to the point of desperation, she turned away, her face still emotionless, but tears were streaming down, creating a confusing contrast. This made Xingyu unable to stop thinking, unable to speak. Why, when he almost wanted to say something, did that expression come to mind? What exactly did he mean? Did he feel sorry for her, pitiful, or did he find participating in the competition utterly boring? She softly called out, "Ning Fan, never mind, as long as we win, that's all that matters." She made a quiet resolution. Ning Fan, clueless, responded, "Huh." When Tong Xiao left, Ma Kai-shan was still engrossed in discussion, asking, "Is there anyone else with any ideas?" As if fueled by everything around her, Lang Xingyu thought, "That's right, Tong Xiao won't participate in the competition. Lan Lan has been taken to the police station, so it's unlikely she'll take part. As long as I tell the teacher, everything will be fine." With that thought, she was determined, and said, "Please teach me how to defeat Tong Xiao. But this time, I must defeat her personally." Ning Fan laughed and said, "Is that your plea? Fine, but if you want to win, you'll have to listen to everything I tell you next." Elsewhere, Wang Taiji stood high above the common people. He said, "World dominance, it only takes 1 or 2 days, doesn't it? A longtime friend of mine." He spoke to the person who had been trailing behind him. Gu Fengding realized he had been spotted and replied, "Still admiring your own achievements. You're really narcissistic." Huang Taiji asked, "How's the world?" "Not bad, right?" Gu Fengding answered, "It's not bad, just a shame about a few shortcomings." "Oh, what's that?" Huang Taiji asked, curious without any politeness. Gu Fengding replied, "It's a shame that you're the one leading. Humph, you can't have a winter conversation with a summer bug." With that, he waved his hand, unleashing a burst of energy. A towering building was swiftly overtaken by a group of rebellious children. The image of Gu Fengding was distorted along with it. He continued to smile and speak, "So anyone who doesn't acknowledge you will end up like Mr. Ning." Huang Taiji responded, "Merely a clown dancing around." But Gu Fengding stared directly at him, threatening, "Mr. Huang, as long as I am alive, I won't let you have your way." Huang Taiji only gave a meaningful wink in return. "In my grand world, everyone is me, and I am everyone. Peace reigns under my rule." Shai Feng addressed the group. "There's only 1 week left until the inter-school competition. The teacher wants us to use this week to adjust and actively prepare for the contest." In the activity room, Lai Tu screamed in frustration, "Just die already." Shi Tianji replied, "Come on, try to break through." But Lai Tu immediately raised several cards, grinning in triumph. Before long, he was caught in a countermove, shouting in defeat. Wen Jing turned around, angrily yelling at the two of them, "Shut up already! Can you two be quiet for once? Damn it, you've interrupted my train of thought. I'm about to die here." Wen Jing wrote with all her life on the line, "The atmosphere is brutal as a fight." Lai Tu commented, "Looks like the special training is pretty tough." Shi Tianji agreed. After all, choosing Tong Xiao as an opponent meant that if you didn't put in the effort, you wouldn't make it. Jing Jin, slightly doubtful, said, "I'm wondering if we're really okay with this right now." Lai Tu reassured her, "We're all people who have faced beasts and natural disasters without any harm. This is just a competition. Just relax." Rong Su Wei introduced the person standing outside as being from here. Jing Jin then asked, "Gu Su Wei, weren't you undergoing special training with Zhang Tan Chang? Is it over already?" Rong Su Wei explained, "It's Su Feng. The teacher asked me to bring him here to practice with you all. Come in." The group immediately started bustling around. "Su Feng, practicing with Su Feng." "Hello everyone." "Morning, human," Rong Su Wei said, sweating. "I heard from the teacher that Su Feng has been training alone, and because his speed is so fast, he accidentally flew off to another place." As she spoke, Su Feng seemed like he was about to take off, and the flowers in his hand fell to the ground. Jing Jin then said, "It's not just a sudden burst of light, this is a complete transformation, inside and out." Suddenly, Su Feng pulled out a gun and pointed it directly at them, his voice booming. "Mission start, can you?" Rong Su Wei could only helplessly watch as her friends screamed loudly, shouting non-stop, "Stop! What's the point of this kind of training? We don't need it." As if suddenly recalling something, Rong Su Wei muttered softly, "Xing Yu can't be left behind. Keep pushing forward, don't give up." "Wait, forget the instructions I gave her." Jing Jin tried to hold on, "Don't abandon us." In the end, Jing Jin resigned to fate and recounted the events of the past few days, so everyone prepared to compete in their own way. Day by day, the official competition drew nearer. The scene shifted to a place full of mysterious cloaked figures. One of them asked, "Is the source reliable?" The figure standing above answered, "Don't worry, I've confirmed it. He is on our side." Another person provided information, "I've found the one on my side. Once we secure the prize, we can immediately enhance his awakening." A figure wearing a different colored cloak loudly objected, "What nonsense is this? The prize should be for our people." The two sides, distinguished by their cloaks, argued, "We've been ready for a long time. What makes you think you deserve it?" Gu Fengding intervened to mediate, All right, everyone can discuss how to use the prize after it's secured. But for now, does anyone have any objections to the action plan? In the end, both sides answered in unison. Agreed. The narrator stirred the atmosphere. Hello everyone. I am the narrator, Yonzoa. The remaining narrator continues. I am Guanle. This time, we will be the ones to explain the situation to everyone. Yonzoa introduces. Before officially beginning the competition commentary, I would like to introduce a special guest we have invited this time, who is also one of the organizers of the competition. Mr. Wang. Along with the narrator's words, the image of Wang Taiji appears, followed by the voiceover continuing. To be able to commentate with the savior hero is truly a great fortune. Let's all give a warm welcome to Mr. Wang. Below the stands, there were numerous banners and signs from fans supporting their favorites. Lu Ying, keep going. Sing Sha, for the win. Keep going. Keep going. Moon's shadow is the strongest. Yonzala asks Elder Huang Taiji. I thought that after the beast disaster, this competition would be cancelled. The fact that we have reached today is truly a miracle. This is also thanks to Mr. Wang. So Elder Huang Taiji, do you have anything you would like to say about this competition? For example, any contestants worth looking out for? He replied, I haven't specifically paid attention to any particular contestant because they are all very hard-working kids. No matter what the final result is, they are all excellent. As for what I want to say, the large screen suddenly displayed Wang Taiji's kind and smiling face as he spoke. I am not some kind of savior hero. The fact that we have reached today. All of this is thanks to the brave, nameless heroes who sacrificed their lives in the accident. We still hope that you can remember these heroes who gave their lives, while also enjoying this competition. The crowd, upon hearing this, erupted in waves of excitement, continuously shouting, You are also a hero. Wang Taiji, we will always support you. Guanle was also moved by what Wang Taiji had just said, wiping away her tears as she continued. All right, it's time for the contestants to enter the arena. Let us switch the camera angle to the live event. Entering the arena was the team from the Moon Shadow Academy, represented by Lengbing. This was their third time participating in the middle school competition, and in the previous 2 attempts, they had been defeated by the Lu Ying Academy, placing second. No one knew if they could break the runner-up curse this time. With the introduction, a group of cold-faced individuals stepped forward. The commentator continued, introducing the team members in uniforms as they walked out, followed by the team from the Mo Yun Police Academy. Their steps were uniform and disciplined, their posture majestic and upright, represented by Xiao Xiaolao and Xiao Yunyun. Moreover, they had defeated the disaster-spawned demonic beasts. No one knew what kind of performance they would display in this competition. Defeating the disaster-spawned demonic beasts? Huang Taiji asked with interest about their achievements. Guanle immediately responded. It is said that the 2 of them fought fiercely against the disaster-spawned demonic beasts in order to save others, and eventually succeeded in defeating the Calamity Demon Beast. It is for this reason that they have become the focal point of the championship competition this time. Next up is the team from Zhencha Academy. Guanle's smiling face suddenly froze for a moment, his expression one of surprise. The atmosphere suddenly felt a bit strange, and everyone was focused on the silhouettes preparing to step out. The group that emerged was mostly armed with heavy swords, resembling a gang of thugs, each of them looking as grim as if they were collecting debts, or else nervously darting their eyes around. Both female announcers stood there, mouths agape, unsure if they should speak, thinking to themselves, did we wander into the wrong filming set? Guanle cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure, and said, Ahem. The contestants from Zhencha Academy are all participating for the first time. While they may lack experience, their determination is no less than anyone else's, and it seems they are fully committed to claiming the championship. Yonzoa quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Yes, but due to special circumstances, their team is 1 member short compared to the others. They are at a disadvantage from the very start, so we're unsure how that will affect their performance. Finally, it was time to introduce the team responsible for organizing the competition, which also made them the most focused team for the championship spot. The Lu Yin Academy. The team from Lu Yin Academy. A group of students stepped out, and the spotlight was on a young man with strikingly bright pink hair. Yonzawa, unable to believe what he was seeing, asked again, 8 members. still one fewer than Zhencha Academy. Yet the anticipated champion, contestant Tong Xiao, is nowhere to be found. The audience grew even louder, jeering and demanding, "What's going on? Without Tong Xiao, what's the point of watching?" Fu Rong hid her look of disdain behind her fan, thinking to herself, ha, a bunch of fools. Numbers have never been the key to victory. As long as there's true strength, no matter if the opponent has hundreds of thousands, they can still be dealt with in the blink of an eye asterisk. Guan Lei then delivered another piece of news. In addition, contestant Lan Lan, who was expected to succeed Liu Ying Academy's Dragon Slayer, has been detained due to the negative impact of publicly destroying official property before the competition. She is now unable to participate. This is a special announcement. Upon hearing this, Hong Yi Lin immediately spoke up. "She's not competing? Then I won't compete either." Seeing her lying on the ground inside a sharp bag, her teammates quickly tried to dissuade her. "Don't, Lin. We're already short on people. We can't afford to lose anyone else." Others chimed in to stop her as well. "That's right, classmate Hong Yi. Please don't give up." Leng Xingyu, however, didn't seem to care much. She was only preoccupied with one thought. Why hasn't Tong Xiao arrived yet? Meanwhile, Tong Xiao walked among the crowd of hurried students, yawning. She didn't look much different from the others, yet she could easily sense something unusual. Someone in a hooded cloak was standing there, waiting for her. With complete composure, Tong Xiao greeted them. "Forgot your student ID and uniform again. Do you need me to lend you something?" The person wasn't particularly friendly. "Who is your friend?" "That person is Leng Xingyu." She pointed directly at Tong Xiao and said, "Tong Xiao, you must participate in this competition." Tong Xiao smiled lightly and responded, "Didn't I already say? I have no intention of participating, because it's really 2. Before she could finish her sentence, Leng Xingyu had already understood, asking, "Boring, right? I don't know how the previous competitions were, but this time, I can guarantee it won't be boring." Leng Xingyu confidently smiled as she spoke. Tong Xiao yawned for the second time and asked, "Why you say that?" Leng Xingyu naturally pointed to herself and said, "Because this time, you'll face a formidable opponent. Me." The words were out, but Tong Xiao was momentarily stunned, as if she hadn't processed them yet. After a few seconds, she finally reacted, shaking as she tried to hold back her laughter. Leng Xingyu asked again, "What's so funny?" Tong Xiao, laughing so hard that tears were streaming down her face, said, "You, a formidable opponent? You couldn't even defeat a low-level monster, let alone me." Leng Xingyu was extremely embarrassed and quickly defended herself. "I was careless, right? I didn't use my full strength. In any case, you must participate. I'll be waiting for you, and I will spare no effort to defeat you in the arena, becoming the strongest awakened one. Got it?" She pointed at Tong Xiao and shouted out the command. The wind made the branches sway, and the dry yellow leaves gently fell to the ground. Hearing this, Tong Xiao suddenly became thoughtful, glancing at the falling leaves before asking, "Do you want to become the strongest person?" Leng Xingyu replied with unwavering certainty, "Yes, to become the strongest, so I can protect the most important person." Upon hearing this answer, Tong Xiao waved his hand and walked away, leaving behind just a few words. "Is that so? Well, good luck. Keep going." The audience in the stands was still cheering. Without Tong Xiao, without any surprises, Leng Bing would have already claimed the championship. Everyone began to disperse, wondering what was left to watch without Tong Xiao. Guan Lei tried to salvage the atmosphere, but with Tong Xiao absent, the one everyone had high expectations for, the competition felt less intense. Who would claim the championship now? He was still trying to get in touch with someone inside, whispering, "Can you guys quickly figure out what the hell Yi De is doing? Without a championship contender, what's the point of this match?" Leng Xingyu looked up at the stands, silently calling out to Tong Xiao. A spectator quickly spotted a figure approaching and shouted loudly, "Hey, look over there." Yanzhao quickly recognized it too, and hastily shifted the camera. It was Tong Xiao. Tong Xiao simply waved casually and said, "Sorry, I'm late." The crowd was in a frenzy, shouting loudly, "Tong Xiao! Tong Xiao! Player Tong Xiao! Player Tong Xiao is late." The other contestants also kept shouting. Xiao Xiaolak stepped forward politely to greet them, feeling some expectation about the upcoming match with her. She wondered whose strength would be greater, hers or the disaster-level magical beasts. But what no one expected was that Tong Xiao completely ignored her, brushing past everyone and walking straight ahead without saying a word. Lang Bing's teammate spoke up, clearly irritated. "Huh? Did you think this woman wasn't coming? Why didn't she get eaten by the magical beasts when they attacked the city?" Fu Rong blocked Tong Xiao's path with her large frame, smiling a smug, mocking smile as she said, "You're too arrogant. Tong Xiao, showing up last like this. Are you trying to pull the main character enters last trick? But no matter how scheming you are, it's useless. First place in this competition is mine. You should enjoy your time laughing now, because you won't get another chance." Her words, spoken with an air of arrogance and pride, were completely ignored by Tong Xiao. When Fu Rong realized she had called out to her, Tong Xiao was already gone. "Huh? Tong Xiao." Tong Xiao had already moved in front of Lang Xingyu, greeting her warmly, a stark contrast to how she had acted with everyone else. "I'm here now, classmate Guanle." Guanle couldn't help but wonder. The player seemed to be Lang Xingyu. Why would the player Tong Xiao approach her? The audience was equally curious. Someone they had never heard of. Could she be a hidden expert? Fu Rong, noticing the person who had just ignored her, felt annoyed and immediately ordered her subordinates. That little Tong Xiao is talking to someone else, not following her usual behavior. Go investigate that Xing Sha and see if she has any background. Someone quickly responded. The members of Moon's Shadow Lengbing also exchanged surprised glances and asked each other, "Yan, didn't you go to Pro Gen Cha Academy? Do you know anything about that girl?" Tong Xiao replied, "I don't know what she's up to. All I know is that Xing Sha is not someone to be underestimated. My brother was tricked by them." Lang Xingyu herself didn't expect this, stuttering as she asked, "Tong Xiao, what you want?" Tong Xiao still wore a smile and said, "Just make sure to go all the way. Don't disappoint me. I'm really looking forward to seeing how you become the strongest." With that, she hastily walked away. Yanzawa drew even more attention. Everyone really curious about what Tong Xiao had said to Lang Xingyu. The distance was too close to overhear. Guanle chuckled and said, "Ahem. We'll find out after the match when the reporters speak about it. If you've reached this spot, then let's get ready to compete." She then explained the format. This competition is divided into 3 rounds. The first 2 rounds are qualifiers, and the final round is the decisive battle. The first round will eliminate 20 participants. The second round will eliminate another 12, and in the end, only 6 competitors will remain to enter the final round. The final round will be conducted based on the faction alignment of the 6 competitors, according to their school affiliation. The battle will continue until one faction's participants have all won, and if all 6 competitors belong to the same faction, they will win directly. The winner will receive a commemorative cup for this competition and a special prize personally awarded by Mr. Vuong. Alright, now we see the principal of Lu Ying Academy, the organizer of this competition, stepping onto the stage. The competition is about to begin. The principal of Lu Ying Academy declared, "I officially announce that the 3rd high school championship competition begins now." Yanzal announced, "The 3rd high school championship officially begins. Now, the first round of the competition is." The audience appeared somewhat confused by what was happening. Suddenly, both sides of the grandstands parted, revealing a large path. Most of the competitors were stunned upon seeing this. After overcoming the obstacles, the track was opened up in a magnificent manner, promising many exciting moments ahead. Guanle explained the format for both the competitors and the audience. This round of the competition would be held in the city of the Junkyard Maze under the sea, combining the 3 areas of the skyscraping cliffs. The contestants needed to go to the scrap metal city to find the entrance to the underwater labyrinth inside the city, then enter the labyrinth at the bottom of the sea. Through the trials of the underwater labyrinth, they would reach the heavenly cliff. Finally, after completing the trial at the cliff, they would arrive at the designated endpoint on the cliff. The first 18 contestants to arrive would advance to the next round. Yonzola signaled for the game to begin. The contestants had taken their positions on the track. The competition began. The referee stood ready in their position. The commentator's voice echoed, marking the start time, and each contestant settled into their place. Ready. The gunshot signaling the start of the race rang out. Lang Bing secretly dropped a strange ball. The racetrack was immediately engulfed in a burst of purple smoke. Both commentators were puzzled by the situation and asked, "What's going on?" Guan Li observed the scene and judged. "It seems like there was an explosion at the starting point, and all the contestants are now surrounded by smoke." Someone rushed out. As soon as the words were spoken, dark figures leaped out of the dense smoke. Both commentators were astonished by the scene, exclaiming, "Ah, all the members of the Moon Shadow Academy are wearing anti-poison masks and rushing out first." Anti-poison masks? It's poisonous smoke. Looks like Moon Shadow's first surprise for everyone. Within the smoke, a hand was seen gripping the bloodied head of a young man. It was the hand of Fu Rong. The contestants from the Lu Ying Academy all had a leaf in their mouths. One of them kept praising, "As expected of you, sister, with your brilliant strategy and foresight, you accurately predicted that Moon Shadow would make a move. Thankfully, we were prepared and took care of those, Mo Yun, while we had the chance." Fu Rong, feeling proud, added, "There are smart people on the other side who didn't fall for it. Let's go. It's time for us to head out." At that moment, the Xing Chef students were holding on to Xi Tianjie. Lai Tu said, "Good job, Tan brother. Thankfully, your shield went up quickly." Shai Feng agreed. "We almost got caught by Moon Shadow." Rong Suwei's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she praised, "Thankfully, you activated the shield in an instant, or we would have been in trouble." Wen Jing wasn't much different. "That was so cool, I felt so safe." Si Tianji, flattered by the praise, grinned and thought to himself, Keep complimenting me. I won't tell you all the truth." The sound of gunfire signaled the activation of the shield. Why? Don't ask why, just follow the instructions. Ning Fan appeared in his memory. In fact, it was Ning, the teacher, who had specifically told him before the match. While Xi Tianji was so caught up in his joy that he almost forgot everything around him, Lang Xingyu stayed vigilant. She thought to herself, "This is only the beginning. If it were just me, I would have been hit by that move earlier." Where did Tong Xiao suddenly appear from? Lang Xingyu shouted in surprise. "What?" Tong Xiao simply raised his hand in a gesture, silently whispering, "Be careful, quickly chase after them. They'll be eliminated at the end." She quietly looked at Ning Fan, whose tears were still flowing, but this time, a smile of happiness and peace appeared on her lips. Yonzoa observed the screen and commented, "The toxic smoke has dissipated by more than half, and some of the competitors have returned to the game. However, the competitors from Moon Shadow Academy are leading by quite a bit. Will the players from other schools be able to turn the situation around?" Xiao Lei and Xiao Yun Yun surged forward, with Xiao Le venting her frustration as she moved. "Those bastards from Moon Shadow and Lu Ying, I will make you regret this." When she saw both of them suddenly emerge from the smoke, she seemed excited. The players Xiao Xiaolao and Xiao Yun Yun from Mo Yun Police Academy had charged forward. Nearby, Guan Li also praised, as expected of the team that can defeat the demon beasts and natural disasters. Even the toxic smoke cannot stop their progress. Looking at the projection and seeing a pair of legs stepping out, Xiao Le felt a bit curious. Who could it be now? From behind the smoke, Tong Xiao slowly stepped forward and raised his hand to cover his mouth as he yawned. As soon as she realized who had appeared, she immediately shouted, "It's contestant Tong Xiao." Contestant Tong Xiao is completely unaffected by the toxic smoke. However, it was precisely that calm demeanor that made Guan less suspicious. Is contestant Tong Xiao just strolling around? Not in a hurry at all. Could that be a problem? After sitting down, Xiao Lei turned to her with a probing look. But when it came to Tong Xiao, Moon Shadow, Lu Ying, and Mo Yun had already set off. As for Zhenchai Academy, there still seemed to be no sign of them. Hearing this, she quickly joined in the commentary. Contestant Lang Xingyu has caught the attention of the undefeated queen, and everyone is looking forward to her performance. Just then, a figure suddenly shot up from within the purple smoke. The crowd instantly burst into noise, pointing and exclaiming. What was that just now? A bird? No, a plane. When the camera unexpectedly zoomed in on the figure that had just burst out, Xiao Lai immediately introduced contestant Su Feng. Contestant Su Feng from Xingsha has charged out of the toxic smoke, chasing after the leading group. Seeing him dash ahead at an unbelievable speed, she quickly added, "According to the data, Contestant Su Feng specializes in speed. Speaking purely of swiftness, among all the contestants, few can compare. Right after that, the screen shifted to reveal a series of other figures following closely behind contestant Su Feng. The other competitors from Zhencha Academy had also emerged from the poisonous smoke, seemingly using protective rings to shield themselves from the toxins. Following them was a familiar face, frowning in displeasure. Lang Xingyu is also in there. No wonder she's the one the undefeated queen set her sights on. Looks like the poisonous smoke couldn't do anything to her after all. While moving, Xingyu quietly kept her eyes on the figure ahead. Not far away, Tong Xiao suddenly turned her head and smiled as if she had sensed the attention. After a moment of counting and thinking, Xiao Lei rubbed his chin and muttered, "Wait a minute, it seems like Xingxia is missing someone." "Right." Hearing this, Guanlan nodded in agreement, signaling his concurrence. "Yeah, Modyun Police Academy still has quite a few people who haven't shown up. Could they have gotten trapped in the poisonous smoke?" At that moment, the thick purple mist unexpectedly began to dissipate, revealing the starting point sign. Both of them immediately exclaimed, "The smoke's clearing." The crowd, who had been fixated on the screen, fell silent at once. Even Xiao Le stood frozen, wide-eyed in shock. What lay before them was a scene of devastation, with contestants sprawled across the ground. The competitors from Moyun Police Academy had all collapsed. Hong Yilin's team was among them. What exactly happened in that poisonous smoke? Just then, a group of people dressed in protective suits stormed in, looking as if they had stepped out of a science fiction movie. "The reinforcement team has arrived. It seems these contestants have no luck making it to the next round." One of them approached, gently patting the shoulder of a participant wearing a shark costume and asked, "Hey, are you still awake? Is there anywhere you're feeling uncomfortable?" But before he could even touch him, his hand was brushed off without hesitation. When he turned around, Yi Lin had left him stunned, already asleep. At the same time, in the scrapyard city, the contestants were still speeding ahead, working hard to complete their tasks. One of the members of the Moon Shadow Group, with a talisman stuck to his forehead, excitedly shouted, "We've reached the scrapyard city. Just keep this up, we're sure to win." However, Wang Yan wasn't fully reassured and reminded, "Don't get too ahead of yourself." He quickly glanced back and whispered, "Su Feng from Xingxia is about to catch up." Hearing this, the boy was a bit startled. Already that fast? Suddenly, the person in front raised a hand to signal for a stop. Lang Bing, without saying a word, coldly swept his thumb across his neck in a decisive motion. The group of subordinates immediately understood without needing further explanation, nodding in unison and shouting, "Got it, Bing brother." At that moment, the scrapyard city appeared under the light blue dome. Behind the screen, the commentator continued without pause. Shadow Acupoint Academy has already split into several smaller teams, but it seems there's still one person left behind. What are they planning? In the middle of the aisle, a figure cloaked in a black robe stood still as if waiting for something. From above, a streak of red light shot down rapidly, causing the commentator to excitedly shout. Player Su Feng from Zhencha Academy has also surpassed the other players, heading straight for the Junk City. He was serious and focused, his figure darting swiftly through the air, passing by without so much as a glance at the mysterious person, as if no one was even standing there. However, the figure subtly curved their lips and spoke provocatively. "Do you want to get past us?" Immediately, a surprise attack swept towards him so fast that only a streak of light could be seen cutting through the air, heading straight for him. The violent impact sent Su Feng crashing into the building next to him. The sudden blow left him lying sprawled on the ground. Watching the unfolding scene, Yonzola quickly spoke up. "Player Su Feng has been knocked down by player Tian Tong." Guan Lei immediately followed up. "Player Tian Tong has demonstrated S-level strength during the entrance exam." Meanwhile, Tian Tong leisurely walked up to Su Feng, mocking him. "Is this all the strength Xingxia has?" He smirked, taunting. "I thought you were supposed to be impressive, but it's just this much." He didn't say another word, but one of his eyes suddenly gleamed with a fierce red light. The next moment, his whole body shot into the air like a rocket cutting through the wind. Seeing this, Tian Tong immediately raised his hand, with a flash of purple lightning crackling between his fingers, intending to flee. In an instant, a series of thin threads interwove, blocking the path in front of Su Feng. The sudden appearance of the barrier caught him off guard, and his body crashed directly into the net, leaving him bruised and injured. Witnessing this, Tian Tong burst into delighted laughter. Haha, running too fast isn't always a good thing. If it weren't for the rule prohibiting lethal actions between competitors, you'd already be dead by now. However, Su Feng didn't respond. He remained silent, staring at his opponent as if calculating something. Then, without warning, he shot backward toward Tian Tong. In the blink of an eye, he was standing right in front of his opponent. Yet the other remained calm, raising his hand to activate his ability, still trying to counterattack. Immediately, the thin threads rushed forward, tightly wrapping around Su Feng's legs. He yanked them hard and threw him against the wall ahead, showing no mercy. The tension in the scene was so thick that the entire audience could only hold their breath and watch. Amidst the debris, the impact raised a cloud of smoke, and a pair of agile feet landed on a nearby stone slab. When the dust finally cleared, there was nothing in front of Tian Tong. Seeing this, he muttered in surprise, "It's gone." But at this moment, Su Feng has already approached from behind. Just as Su Feng was about to land a kick, Tian Tong slightly curled his lips into a smile, as if he had grown eyes on the back of his head. He suddenly grabbed his opponent's ankle before it could reach its target. "What are you trying to do, hiding behind there?" Immediately after, Su Feng was yanked forcefully forward. Without hesitation, Tian Tong slammed his back onto the cold ground. The commentator immediately reported the situation. A stunning counterattack from player Tian Tong. Su Feng's sneak attack has missed. Sitting in the stands, Yang Hua showed a worried expression. Su Feng's situation isn't looking good. Wen Zhen beside him also frowned, filled with unease. Is this the first round's obstacle? What is Mood Shadow trying to do? Looking at the scene, Guan Yuan immediately analyzed. Although it's an obstacle in the qualifying round, previous management has allowed interference with other competitors during the match. Su Feng's speed advantage in the first round is too great. Moon Shadow must be trying to eliminate Su Feng early, so he can't continue in the competition. At this moment, Tian Tong maintained his aggressive stance against Su Feng. He quickly gained momentum, raising his leg and aiming directly at the face pressed against the ground. A powerful kick sent his body flying through a series of buildings. Without delay, he immediately charged forward, delivering another straight-legged flying kick to his face. On the other side of the screen, Guan Yuan continued to list off. Both the strength and reactions of Tian Tong were superior to Su Feng's. Moreover, I had the feeling that the opponent completely understood Su Feng's movements. He closed his eyes and slowly said, "Whether Su Feng is evading or attacking, the opponent can easily respond to him." Upon hearing these words, Yang Hua speculated, could it be that little guy has the ability to predict and knows Su Feng's moves in advance? However, Sila had a different opinion. That's impossible. Having the ability to predict is one thing, but it would be world-shocking. In a competition like this, where player data is displayed clearly, there can't be any false predictions. Even the undefeated queen, Tong Xiao, doesn't have this ability. He observed the purple light radiating from Tong Xiao, and then murmured, that kid must have some other ability. Meanwhile, in the junk city, Su Feng was still suspended in midair, dazzled. Watching him with no sign of resistance, Tong Xiao sneered, "So weak, I remember this competition only allows students with at least S-rank abilities to participate." Then, he raised an eyebrow, mocking, "Do you really have S-rank strength? Or is Xing Xia just recruiting enough people?" Suddenly, he spoke up with a question. "Why?" The moment hung in the air for a beat, then he snapped his fingers, as if coming to a realization. "Why? Ah, you mean why I can clearly understand your actions. Fine, after all, you're definitely getting eliminated. I will generously explain it to you, and then demonstrate my ability to him. Demonic Eye, my power allows me to clearly see the movements of others. To put it simply, it's an enhanced vision ability." His pupils dilated unusually, then spun around to the back of Su Feng. Although to the naked eye he appeared to move like the wind, through my demonic eye, it was as if he were an elderly woman, weak and frail. With just a slight adjustment in response and strength, I could easily defeat him. At that moment, loud footsteps echoed from afar, growing closer with every second. He turned abruptly towards the alley opposite, clicking his tongue in frustration. The person behind has followed me up. As he turned and walked away, he didn't forget to throw a sarcastic remark. "Anyway, my mission's complete. Goodbye. Perhaps when your teammates see you like this, they'll be extremely disappointed and embarrassed. Before completely leaving, he turned back with a smug look, but this was exactly the appearance that a useless person should have. Hearing the full sarcastic remark, Su Feng clenched his jaw so tightly it seemed his teeth might break. The murmuring crowd around him fell into sudden silence, leaving only the steady voice of the commentator echoing in the arena. It looks like the match between Tai Tong and Su Feng has already been decided. Could this really be the end for Su Feng? In another corner, Ning Fan calmly watched the scene and let out a faint smile. Decided the winner? It's far too soon for that. As if in response to his words, Su Feng began to move. No one knew when, but he had slipped free from the encirclement and delivered a punch straight to Tan Tong's stomach. The strike landed with such force it seemed to shake the air, freezing the moment for a heartbeat. From the commentary booth, Yonzala faltered, struggling to find words, disbelief written all over his face. Su Feng has landed a hit on Tian Tong. Beside him, Guana looked just as bewildered. What's happening? Did Tian Tong fail to block Su Feng's attack out of carelessness? The crowd remained unsettled, whispers circling as they tried to make sense of what they had just witnessed. Then, a voice from Tai Jie reached their ears, carried perhaps by some strange distortion of space. Upon hearing this, Yonzol asked again, his tone still uncertain. Space displacement. With a small nod, the explanation followed. They say that with an explosive burst of speed in the briefest of moments, one can pass directly through space itself. The moment he was still analyzing, the screen behind him simultaneously shifted scenes. Just now, that player Su Feng had taken advantage of a sudden burst of speed in a short span. Everything unfolding exactly as Tai Jie had just said. Su Feng had unleashed his skill, executing a spatial traversal. Though Tian Tong's demonic eye can perceive the enemy's movements, if at the very instant the opponent slips into another dimension, happening at the same time, the demonic eye will have no ground to exert its power. Su Feng's lightning-fast punch struck straight into Tian Tong's face, leaving him dazed, unable to see, simply unable to see. Normally, whenever he launched an attack, his movements would lock onto the target with pinpoint precision, seeing everything with absolute clarity. At that moment, Tian Tong still clenched tightly onto the cord in his hand, struggling to seize an opening for a counterattack. But every time he thought he had grasped a flaw and struck, what he touched was only an afterimage that instantly vanished. Right then, a rising sense of chaos began to stir within Tian Tong's heart. So this is spatial displacement? Damn it! In that instant, a shadow suddenly appeared behind his back. You said the demonic eye perceives the speed of other things as extremely slow. Su Feng drew in close and whispered faintly in his ear, his eyes glinting with a crimson glow brimming with demonic malice. Then let's go out for some fresh air together. As soon as the words were spoken, a streak of light flashed from the ground, tearing through the air and shooting straight up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had tightened his grip on Tian Tong, soaring into the sky and flipping him upside down. In the tense atmosphere, Tian Tong's face drained of all color, stammering, "Whoa, what do you want to do?" Without bothering to answer, Su Feng suddenly erupted with a burst of energy, dragging his opponent straight down toward the ground. Suspended upside down in mid-air and free-falling, Tian Tong panicked and began to cry. "Please, don't, we'll die. If you do this, it's against the rules." Watching the entire sequence unfold on the screen, Tai Ji calmly analyzed the situation. With the high speed of the fall, demonic eye likely saw it all very clearly, experiencing the imminent brush with death firsthand. It was feared that the mental and physical strain on the contestant would be unbearable. Seeing that the situation had crossed into dangerously extreme territory, Yonzol leaped up from his seat, alarmed. Among the contestants, actions that jeopardize life are prohibited, and the judgment and support teams quickly intervened. Meanwhile, Tian Tong was still struggling with the moment when his soul seemed about to fly back to the earth. A streak of light descended from the sky, colliding and creating a thick cloud of dust rolling in waves. As visibility gradually returned, the top of his head was just a hand's width away from the ground, and he had completely lost consciousness. Above, Su Feng remained completely composed, holding onto his opponent's ankle with a grin of satisfaction. A safe landing. Yonzala and Guan stood frozen in place, their faces as stiff as statues, unable to utter a single word. It wasn't until they saw Tian Tong frothing at the mouth that they snapped back to reality, hurriedly announcing the situation. Player Tian Tong has collapsed. The commentator bellowed loudly. Player Su Feng has defeated player Tian Tong. One of the members from the Moon Shadow team voiced his doubt. What's Tian Tong doing? The person next to him simply smiled, showing no sign of worry. It's fine. His task was to delay the other player and buy us some time. That's already enough. At that moment, a flash of green light suddenly lit up, accompanied by a shrill crackling sound as electricity surged through the air. The light moved with an almost intelligent precision, before suddenly charging straight towards one of the team members. In the blink of an eye, the unfortunate young man was jolted, his body revealing nothing but bones as though captured by a flash of light. The group stood frozen, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. Right before their eyes, countless orbs of light appeared out of nowhere, followed by a tangled web of high-voltage power lines. What was happening? At that instant, the medical staff swiftly placed Tian Tong on a stretcher and hurried him out of the arena. Watching the scene, Guan Le sighed and remarked, "It seems like player Tian Tong is done with the match ahead." While the commentary continued to echo, a streak of light suddenly shot across the screen. From another perspective, as they saw Su Feng speed by, they quickly updated the situation. Su Feng led the way, with the Moon Shadow team swiftly heading forward. Below the stands, Yang Hua and Wen Jun cheered enthusiastically. Su Feng charged ahead, directly teleporting to the endpoint. In contrast to the excitement, Sila pressed his face close to the book, muttering without lifting his head. Teleporting to the endpoint was impossible. Not to mention that space teleportation consumed a massive amount of mana. But the competition area also had barriers in place to prevent such an event from occurring. Sitting next to Wang Yuan, he calmly nodded and added, his gaze fixed on the screen, offering his assessment. It seems like Moon Shadow got caught in an electric trap. Upon hearing this, his teammate beside him grinned. This was the perfect opportunity to counterattack. The commentator observed the current situation with a sense of suspense, as the Moon Shadow team had stopped in front of the electric trap. The electric trap would trigger an attack as soon as it detected anyone approaching. Seeing one of the team members sprawl on the ground, smoke rising from their body, the commentator quickly warned the players to proceed with caution. When a red flash of light suddenly flickered in the air, the commentator suddenly shouted, surprising everyone, "It's..." The screen immediately switched scenes, and the image became clear. The player Su Feng was using at ear-splitting speed to chase ahead. Upon hearing this, the Moon Shadow team quickly reacted, simultaneously launching fire and ice attacks towards the front. That fast? Stop him. However, Su Feng's movements were so smooth and agile that the commentator couldn't help but exclaim, "Too fast, too fast." In the blink of an eye, he had circled around behind the entire team. No one had noticed when Su Feng began using his spatial shift ability, continuously dodging the attacks from the Moon Shadow team players. Su Feng had perfectly avoided all the attacks from the other players. One of them suddenly turned around in shock. Is that allowed? Is he cheating? Not stopping there, he gathered momentum and dashed forward at full speed. Su Feng was heading straight toward the electric trap. If he managed to pass through, he would secure the leading position. The entire stadium erupted in cheers, with people raising their hands and cheering loudly. Well done, Su Feng. Among the crowd, Wen Jun couldn't hide his excitement. Keep leading like this. In another corner, Ning Fan suddenly recalled the words he had once advised. The Moon Shadow team will definitely target you. When they make a move against you, use spatial shift. At that moment, Su Feng seemed to have fully understood and quickly replied, yes. Now looking at his previous performance, he rubbed his chin and thought to himself, well done, Su Feng, you did great. He then frowned and began to calculate. All he needed to do next was use space shift strategically to avoid obstacles, and he could smoothly level up. At the same time, Su Feng poured all his strength into rushing straight toward the electric trap, his gaze fixed firmly on the finish line. However, just as he passed by, he immediately received a powerful jolt of electricity from the trap, which was glowing brightly. The group on Ning Fan's side fell silent, mouths agape, completely bewildered by what had just happened. All they saw was a figure swaying in the electric current before a charred body fell straight to the ground. Seeing that his body was emitting thick smoke, Guanlei could only stand there speechless. The contestant Su Feng had unfortunately been struck by the electric trap, and it seemed his injuries were severe. This incident made Yonzola frown, his face full of Hui Wen. But it was strange. Why didn't he use his space shift ability to avoid it? The trap was so obvious. It would have been easy to dodge. Before collapsing, Su Feng slightly tilted his head and murmured, "Ning teacher only said to use space shift when moon shadow strikes." As soon as the words were spoken, he immediately passed out. The commentator shouted, "Su Feng has lost consciousness, and the rescue team is on their way." Witnessing the shockingly fast and sudden conclusion, Ning Fan's soul seemed to leave his body as well. It seemed that continuing the competition was no longer possible. What a shame! The hope of claiming the top spot was wiped out in the blink of an eye. The scene switched to the group creating an icy path, and the commentator excitedly reported, "Langbane, using her ice ability to create a safe tunnel, blocking the lightning attacks." Moon Shadow continued to hold the first position. In the sky above, two other players were speeding by like soaring birds. Meanwhile, the other competitors had successfully entered the junk city. The commentator quickly shifted the screen to the next groups, his excitement palpable. How will they deal with the electric traps, and which players will be eliminated next? Let's keep an eye on the next phase of the competition. In the arena, the audience stood up in unison, cheering loudly, their voices echoing through the stands. Guanlei checked the map and quickly announced, in the first round, the obstacle course, Sing Sha, Moon Shadow, Mo Yun, Lu Ying, and the others have all arrived at the junk city. In front of the large screen, Yonzola closely observed, then commented just before the start, creating a bit of chaos. It seems there was an intentional hindrance to Su Feng in the junk city. Lang Bing and Wang Yan from Moon Shadow are still in the lead. However, being ahead doesn't guarantee victory. The other competitors are also closing in quickly. Maintaining the first position is an enormous challenge in itself. On the wide road, an electric trap suddenly sparked to life. Xu Wei stood still for a few seconds, took a deep breath, and focused on channeling the electricity surrounding her body. Immediately after, she poured all her energy forward and shouted loudly, "Thunder roar, explosive bomb!" A surge of electricity exploded from her hands, striking directly at the trap in front of her. The entire device rattled and shook violently, and after a few spasms, it began to emit smoke. Observing the situation, Yonzawa spoke up with a comment. Competitor Gu Xu Wei uses her lightning ability to disrupt the electric trap. The trap malfunctions due to the electricity, losing its effectiveness. Sitting next to him, Taiji nodded in approval. Disrupting electricity with electricity. A very unique approach. However, as his gaze swept across the screen and his eyes landed on her face, a familiar image suddenly flashed in his memory. A face covered in dirt, lying amidst a pile of debris, somewhat resembling this one. After destroying all the electric traps, Xu Wei turned back and quickly reminded, disrupting the system is only effective for a short time. While the trap hasn't recovered, hurry up. The group behind her immediately responded in unison. Guide. One of them, running, mumbled, "That's awesome, I wish I had lightning powers too." The person beside them urged, "Quit rambling, let's go." Amidst the moving crowd, a sudden thought flashed in someone's mind. Xu Wei is so impressive. At the back of the group, Xing Yu clenched her fist with a determined look in her eyes, telling herself that she couldn't afford to lose. Lost in thought, she accidentally stepped on a device that triggered the lightning spider trap hidden beneath the dirt. The moment her foot landed, she was immediately engulfed in a flash explosion. The intense force of the blast sent her body flying through the air, far from her original position. As the dust gradually settled, the place was completely empty, with no trace of anyone remaining. Witnessing the scene, Xu Wei froze, panic-stricken as he shouted, "Xing Yu!" At this moment, the Moon Shadow team was crouched behind a wall, full of excitement. "We did it!" One of them chimed in. Luckily, the bomb hit the right person. If it had hit someone else, it would have been so embarrassing. Another member, hiding in the shadows, raised the item in their hand, showing it off proudly. "Stop joking, my lightning spider ability only works on a target that's already been tagged. A misfire is impossible." This whole thing was planned by him to clear the path. He then placed his hand on the wall, reassuring his teammates. "Don't worry. With spiritual energy flickering around his hand, he slowly continued. I've adjusted the power of these traps using my muscle ability. The explosion just now only sent Xingyu flying and caused some minor scratches. Although she didn't die, the place where she fell was exactly where the electric trap was set, and it wasn't difficult to completely disable her. At this moment, Xingyu was trapped between the shockwaves, which were flickering and advancing toward her. She anxiously watched as the electric waves oscillated around her, closing in. Outside the arena, a panicked voice rang out. This is bad. Wen Ruan ran desperately toward the scene. I'm too late, she panted, blaming herself. I spent too much time choosing what to wear. At that moment, she had been standing in front of the wardrobe, indecisive about what to choose, wondering which outfit would look better. Naturally, in her preoccupation with her appearance, she ended up delaying the match. However, the sight of her crush standing nearby instantly lifted Wen Ruan's spirits. But then, the thought of sitting next to Ningfan, with Diao Sui not around, made her wonder if this was a golden opportunity to improve his impression of her. Yet, before this pleasant scene could even play out in her mind, a sudden shriek abruptly interrupted her thoughts. No way, don't even dream about it. A ticket checker was loudly chasing a young girl away. You can't come in. You're just a kid, and you're lying. Do you think I'll believe you? Go away. The little girl kept pleading, I'm not lying. It's true. Wen Ruan stepped forward and handed out business cards, causing the woman to freeze in surprise. It turns out that the teacher from Zhencha Academy was disrespectful. Hearing that familiar name, Xing Tong behind her furrowed her brow. Zhencha Academy seemed to suddenly recall something, and the girl suddenly screamed loudly. Sister, are you a teacher at Zhencha Academy? Do you know Xingyu? The question made Wen Ruan hesitate. Her classmate, Leng Xingyu. At this moment, in the competition arena, Xingyu was sitting in the middle of the electric shock zone, surrounded by a barrage of spells from all sides. Wei, on one side, squinted his eye because of the dust cloud and shouted out to Xingyu. Meanwhile, the Moon's Shadow group was hiding behind a wall, comfortably watching the drama unfold. Their faces couldn't hide the amusement as they saw Xingyu caught off guard, her eyes widening in fear. Without making anyone wait long, the electric trap immediately shot straight toward her. The entire stands fell silent, everyone holding their breath to see what would happen. However, at that exact moment, Xingyu managed to duck into a small gap inside the shield she had created herself. As the image appeared on the screen, Guanlei immediately spoke up. Player Leng Xingyu has successfully blocked the electric shock, truly a champion-level player. Look at that, it was just a small trap that couldn't do anything. However, her entire body was now stiff, and while she had barely managed to block it, her body was left numb from the shock, unable to move anymore. The person who caused this disaster sneered. Anyone who tries to stop will be blocked. Unfortunately, the person next to me is also in on it. You might stop us once, but the second time, it's not certain. Suddenly, a foot stomped down right in front of them, making everyone jump. What's this? A figure lunged forward and kicked straight to the face. Don't even think about it. He wasn't panicked, only raising an eyebrow in surprise. Huh? Has it been discovered? The group from Zhencha Academy narrowed their eyes as they entered, cautious. Moon's Shadow. Su Feng, standing beside, pushed up his glasses and muttered. Luckily, I sensed 3 weak spiritual movements nearby. The blue-haired guy remained unfazed, facing Tian Chong, still calmly waving him off. Our target is only Leng Xingyu. We have no interest in you. While we haven't changed our minds, you should leave now. Hearing this, Tian Chang was a bit confused. What did you say? He glanced at the high-voltage electricity starting to flicker and reminded them. The trap you guys caused earlier is almost recovering now. Then, with his smug expression, he boasted. We're fine. Anyway, my abilities can block electric shocks. The person beside him chimed in excitedly. We can even control the strength of these traps. If the fight breaks out, we're not scared. And then came the challenge, causing Tian Chang's face to gradually turn red with anger. But is it really worth sacrificing the entire team for the honor of Zhencha Academy because of one person? You all better think carefully. At this moment, the commentator continued to follow Leng Bing and provide remarks. Players Leng Bing and Wang Yan had taken advantage of the ice tunnel they created, successfully bypassing the traps. For now, the two still held the top positions. In the air, several contestants were still avoiding electric traps. Students from other schools were also tailing closely behind. Some other groups used giant flower tactics to shield themselves from attacks. Though Moon Shadow Academy had gained the upper hand at the start, the competitors gradually shortened the gap with their speed, which could be seen with the naked eye. Amidst everyone scrambling to deal with the obstacles, only Tong Xiao walked leisurely, yawning from time to time. Wherever she passed, electric traps simultaneously began to smoke and lay scattered. Meanwhile, Xing Yuan's group was running for their lives, racing against time. After a round of observation, Yuanzhou looked at them with a hint of concern on her face. The situation at Zhencha Academy didn't look very promising. Based on the updated data, she immediately concluded that they had been left behind by the other teams. The audience in the stands began murmuring in worry. This is bad. Guang Yuan observed the situation and pondered. At this rate, the whole team could be eliminated in the first round. It seems our accumulated experience is still not enough, huh? Sitting next to him, Wenjun also started to sweat. Without Su Feng's advantage, it seemed almost impossible to surpass the other teams. Suddenly, Yang Hua shouted loudly, startling both of them. It's still too early to concede defeat. Then, with a confident smile, he looked at the screen. I don't know about Leng Xingyu, but Shai Feng is one of my trainees. He's definitely no amateur. As long as we handle those Moon Shadow guys, with Shai Feng's abilities, there's no way we can't surpass the others. However, Wenjun smiled lightly and glanced ahead with an implied meaning. While I do agree with you, a loud scream suddenly came from Su Feng on the screen. Ah! Tianji beside them also yelled out in frustration, unable to keep up with the fight. The bizarre performance of the two left Wenjun stunned, his face frozen as if he had just been hit with a humiliating blow. Back to when a Moon Shadow member channeled their energy, streams of light instantly ran along the connections on the walls. Moments later, a high-voltage current shot straight down toward the group of contestants, who were bracing themselves behind a protective barrier. Tianji, still holding his ground, snapped angrily. Don't you know how to control your mental energy? Control them. However, Shai Feng coldly replied, no. He glanced at Xingyu, who was standing motionless like a statue. Just controlling that woman was already the limit. It was simply impossible to control anyone else. Suddenly, time seemed to rewind to when the group was still at odds with the Moon Shadow faction. Back then, Tianji had boldly stepped forward, declaring there was no need to involve everyone just because of Leng Xingyu. Shai Feng had nodded in agreement from behind, and he wasn't wrong. Then, without any coordination, they both simultaneously concluded, so you all go ahead, and I'll stay behind to take the hit. As the memory ended, Tianji turned and questioned, so why are you staying? How are you going to fight? Shai Feng pushed up his glasses, looking cool. I thought everyone was staying, so I wanted to take this chance to show off a little. Hearing such a ridiculous excuse, Tianji gritted his teeth and growled, crazy idiot. Before they could go at each other, a sudden flash of light appeared from above. The green-haired guy from Moon Shadow was charging towards them, his hand gathering a dense concentration of energy. He then unleashed a devastating strike directly down on the spot where the three were standing. When the explosion rang out, all three immediately used the thick dust cloud to escape. Shai Feng looked back and asked, what about you? Got any ideas? Tianji, breathing heavily, answered nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, he was stunned. So why are you staying? Are you looking for death? His absurd response left others speechless. I thought everyone was staying behind, so I tried to act cool. But when it was his turn, he couldn't hold back and retorted. While the lunatic was still arguing, a hand accidentally hit the detonation device. Tianji, who had been running, tripped and his hand slammed into a critical spot, and then a massive explosion shook the entire area. The dust and smoke gradually cleared after the violent blast. The blue-haired guy from Moon Shadow grinned with delight. This is my confidence. The power of the explosion was several times stronger than before. The two people beside him praised, well done. Looking at the deafening explosion that left an entire row of buildings in ruins, they were smug. Now nothing can threaten us anymore. Watching this on the screen, Yonzal anxiously said, the three Zhencha Academy players are buried. Is this the end of their competition? Guanle furrowed his brows and responded, the rescue team will be here in a bit. If it's confirmed they can't continue, Xingxia's players will be disqualified. Witnessing the scene, Wen Jun clutched his head and screamed in frustration. This match can't go on anymore. Guan Yuan lightly furrowed his brows and remarked, "Looks like Moon Shadow came prepared this time to avenge the previous humiliation." Upon hearing this, Ning Fan leaned forward, repeating it in confusion. Avenge the previous humiliation. He quickly glanced at the large screen before beginning to analyze. Lang Bing from Moon Shadow was regarded as the strongest ability user of Moon Shadow. Recalling the information he had gathered before, he continued. It is said that when he was young, he single-handedly destroyed a herd of magical beasts that Moon Shadow had made an exception to take in. And from that moment, the biggest turning point in his life appeared. Later, in a martial arts competition, he effortlessly defeated top experts. That was when he made his name, and Moon Shadow Academy became the most sought-after academy for ability users worldwide. At this point, a voice interrupted. It wasn't just sought after. At that time, Moon Shadow was hailed as a paradise. Sila, still holding the book, brought it close to his face and lazily continued. The principal of Moon Shadow was extremely pleased, even saying, "Whoever can defeat Lang Bing, I will stick my head into the toilet bowl." Thus, the inter-school competition for supremacy was organized. Afterward, Sila dropped the book and bluntly emphasized, the competition for supremacy was actually organized by the principal of Moon Shadow for the glory of the school. He just wanted to create a stage to trample on other schools, and he couldn't help but smirk. Unfortunately, the outcome of the competition wasn't as he had hoped. He looked up at the screen showing Tong Qiao and confirmed. He was struck by Lu Ying's monster with a slap, due to the opponent being too strong. Lang Bing could only lie down and get knocked out back then. In that match, Lang Bing, the undefeated legend, was defeated by Tong Qiao in less than 3 rounds. He lost interest in persistence that didn't yield results. He barely managed to last 2 rounds in the second season before being defeated by Tong Qiao once again. The consecutive defeats caused Moon Shadow's reputation to plummet, and Lang Bing's pride was also significantly affected. Sila sighed and closed the book in frustration. They were willing to use any means to seek revenge, and it was understandable that their classmates were targeted. After all, Tong Qiao had set his sights on them. Suddenly, curiosity appeared in Ning Fan's eyes as he leaned towards Sky Lei, principal of Moon Shadow. Hearing this, Shila paused for a moment, and his mind immediately replayed an unforgettable memory. So cool! Sila's face stiffened, as if he had just bitten into something hard to swallow, clearly embarrassed, as if he had just stuck his head in a toilet in front of everyone. He had heard that recently they had even installed air conditioning in the toilets. It seemed like he had gotten used to that lifestyle. 2 figures hurriedly ran over, panting heavily and quickly apologizing. "Sorry we're late." Ning Fan turned around and froze for a moment. When Wen Ruan locked eyes with her crush, she immediately lowered her head in embarrassment, having been delayed by a small matter. Seeing her unusually dressed, he nodded and complimented. "This outfit is nice." She awkwardly lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze, stammering, "Oh, of course, I prepared it on purpose." While the two were still in a tender moment, Yang Hua suddenly interrupted, breaking the mood. "I doubt it's on purpose. Did you intentionally dress up for Ning Fan?" Immediately, a swift slap from Wen Ruan landed, as a warning for her nosiness. She then glanced at her blood-stained hand and quickly explained, "There was a big mosquito earlier, luckily I killed it." Ignoring the looks from everyone, Jing Tong walked up and directly asked, "Excuse me, are you teacher Ning Fan?" He slightly bent down, furrowing his brows in confusion. "You don't let people wait long, huh?" The girl quickly introduced herself. "I'm Lang Xing Tong, Lang Xing Yu's younger sister." Without hesitation, she made her proposal. "Ning teacher, can you break up with my sister?" After hearing this, Ning Fan was completely stunned, his face turning blank. "What?" Xing Tong stood opposite Ning Fan and proposed, "I hope you can break up with my sister." Upon hearing this, he froze in shock, quickly defending himself. "Hey, I think you're mistaken. Little sister, you're too clever." The little girl insisted that what she said was the truth, without any mistakes. In the blink of an eye, tears flowed down her face in a stream of frustration. "He must have given my sister some kind of love spell or something. Every time she talks to me during special training, she always talks about him, saying he's such a great teacher and so good to her. Then, the little girl suddenly dropped to the ground and demanded, "What exactly did the teacher do to my sister?" Witnessing this unbelievable scene, Ning Fan stood frozen in place, silently thinking, "I didn't expect Leng Xingyu to have such a crazy younger sister." The crowd around them began to whisper, "This man really isn't any good." One person frowned and shook their head. Even a child like this can be hurt. Someone nearby threw in some cold water. 3 years isn't enough. He might get the death penalty. While Xing Tong was still sobbing, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. To defend his honor, Ning Fan pointed ahead. "You should worry about your sister first." When the little girl looked up, the big screen ahead was showing a scene of devastation and destruction. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, silently hoping that Xie Tanji would react in time. Su Wei's eyes followed the lingering smoke with unease. "Is Xing Yu and the others okay?" One person in the group hesitated before softly responding, "Probably not, no head." But Lai Tu frowned and decisively took a step forward. "Let's go back and take a look." From the rooftop, the 3 members of the Moon Shadow faction quietly observed below, confirming that their mission was complete. After a brief moment of observation, they wasted no time, immediately launching forward to continue their participation in the competition. At this moment, amidst the thick fog, the Nebula team remained silent, watching the entire situation unfold. Once the others were out of sight, Lai Tu turned to Wen Jing and asked, "Where are Xing Yu's group? What's the situation?" Wen Jing's face was dotted with sweat as she focused on using her tracking skills, her voice tense. A thin layer of psychic energy spread across the ruins, covering the remnants, and she reported, "No signs of life." After watching the scene on the screen, Yonzola thoughtfully commented, "It seems the strength of the Moon Shadow Academy is indeed formidable. They took down Zhencha Academy in just a moment." Guan Le, standing next to him, couldn't hide his surprise. "What? The first participant to reach the bottom of the maze is already here. It's Leng Bing from Moon Shadow Academy." Soon after, the commentator's voice rushed through as the Moon Shadow competitor sped toward the maze. "It seems Leng Bing has come fully prepared this year, determined to win the championship." Standing at the entrance of the maze, Leng Bing slightly curled her lips, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Humph, I didn't expect the opponents this year to be so weak." Yet Wang Yan, standing next to her, maintained a cautious demeanor. "Don't underestimate Tong Xiao. She'll probably catch up soon." The reminder only made him sneer. It was laughable. Our speed is already this fast, if anyone could catch up. Just as Leng Bing was about to add another remark, a streak of light suddenly flew past them. "I'll do it like the principal. Shove my head in." The sudden event made both of them widen their eyes and simultaneously exclaim, "What?" In the streak of golden light racing forward, a voice echoed, "I said you can stay inside." Shai Feng doubled over, vomiting uncontrollably. "Slow down, it's too fast. I'm getting dizzy." Tian Ji smirked triumphantly. "Go ahead and laugh. Right now, we are the fastest." That moment suddenly flashed back. As soon as his hand touched the detonation device, he had quickly activated the protective shield. And at that exact moment, a huge explosion rang out behind them as the group sped away from the scene. Remembering the scene just now, he puffed out his chest with pride, thinking to himself, "To have come up with such an idea, I'm truly a genius." Xie Feng, still vomiting, managed to stammer, "But on the other hand, do you think Lai Tu and the others will believe we're actually dead?" Upon hearing this, Tianji frowned slightly. That was a possibility. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xia Feng's eyes lit up again, his face full of excitement. "They will definitely cry out loudly because of what we showed them." Beneath the labyrinth of the ocean floor, schools of small fish swim playfully amidst the deep blue waters. Red jellyfish drift around, swaying with the current. The entire space is filled with a sense of tranquility and romance, as if this place is completely detached from the chaotic world above. Leng Bing and Wang Yan, dressed in protective gear, swam while grinding their teeth in frustration. "Damn it, who the hell passed us? We must catch up with them." Suddenly, Wang Yan stopped, raised his hand to signal, and whispered Leng Bing. Hearing this, Leng Bing halted in surprise and asked, "What's going on?" Wang Yan's serious gaze was fixed ahead, where gigantic coral reefs swayed gently with the current leading toward the labyrinth. At that moment, A small fish darted past, only to be suddenly snatched away by something, dragged off in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this scene, Lang Bing squinted and assessed. Seems like it's not just the labyrinth down here. Two bizarre, monstrous beasts suddenly appeared, blocking the path in front of Lang Bing and Wang Yan. The camera immediately zoomed in on this scene, causing Guan Lei to show visible excitement. It's here! It's here! Contestants Lang Bing and Wang Yan are now in danger. Yan Zawa, sitting next to him, quickly added, "This is related to the dangers of the ocean floor labyrinth. Let me explain it to everyone." Finishing her words, she took out a black sheet listing each point. In the maze at the bottom of the sea, the contestants would face 3 obstacles. The first was the rocky outcrops and coral growing at the seabed, which formed countless paths. However, the path leading to the station only had 4 routes. While observing Lang Bing's battle, she didn't forget to analyze. The second obstacle was the maze at the seabed, which harbored many types of magical beasts, with varying levels of strength. Immediately after, Yonzawa raised her hand to gently touch her lips, exuding an air of mystery. "I'll give you a little hint," she said. "The magical beast, ranked above the natural disaster level, is located on one of those 4 routes. I wonder which lucky contestant will encounter it." But the danger didn't end there. The third challenge was the strong current and whirlpools. The maze above might seem peaceful at first glance, but in reality, there were many undercurrents and strong currents. Taking a shortcut would certainly reveal its power. A group of divers gathered in one corner, whispering among themselves. How did Xing Yu feel about this? After a few short breaths, Xing Yu tilted her head slightly and replied, "I'm fine." Have Lai Tu and the others reached the front already? Shai Feng, standing beside her, immediately made a guess. They probably haven't gotten that far. We can use the shockwaves from the explosion. Right now, we're the fastest. Upon hearing this, she closed her eyes and nodded lightly. All right. At that moment, Tianji glanced at the swirling water ahead and made a firm statement. I came up with a shortcut, then immediately spread my arms to cast a protective shield around the 3 of us. Hold on tight. After saying this, I gathered my energy and shot up high into the air, with the driver starting the engine. At the same time, Tong Xiao had just arrived at the maze at the bottom of the sea. Seeing the whirlpool right in front of her, she couldn't hide her frustration. Why was the road so long? After muttering to herself, she concentrated her strength into her feet and soared into the sky. The commentator was stunned when he saw her charging straight into the danger zone. Athlete Tong Xiao has chosen to enter the current. However, the screen clearly showed that she was completely unharmed. The current is useless against her. Had she become this powerful? But upon closer inspection, they were surprised to see a moving light trail. Inside the current, there were also students from Sing Sha, suggesting that the strength of the competitors this time was quite formidable. Inside, Shai Feng hugged the leg of the person beside him, crying out, "Too fast! Too fast! Thank you, Master." However, Tianji felt that something was wrong. What's going on with this current? Just then, the protective shield around him suddenly cracked. After a while, the commentator shouted, "Wait a minute, there's someone inside the deadly water." Soon after, a clear voice called out from within, "I have a magic staff that can shrink and grow." As the screen zoomed in, they realized it was her standing there. After a long journey, Lai Tu's group began to feel exhausted, but they finally reached their destination. He eagerly rushed towards the cupboard right in front of him, completely worn out. In front of him was a sign, "Entrance to the underwater maze here," along with several diving suits that looked as basic as they could be. Lai Tu looked up and scanned the surroundings with a sense of disillusionment. Was this real or fake? Could these things be any more rudimentary? As he turned around, the group unexpectedly encountered 2 figures standing not far away. "Sorry." Su Wei stepped forward to speak behind them, softly. At the sound of the unfamiliar voice, both figures immediately turned around, their faces filled with caution. "Who is that?" Su Wei smiled politely. "Excuse me, is there really an entrance to the underwater maze here?" Her beauty caused Okuda to freeze for a few seconds. Too cute. Before he could finish his sentence, the green-haired man swung his hand and casually knocked him on the head. "Calm down," he said. "Nothing's cuter than the great goddess Li Ku." After receiving the head knock, he immediately changed his tone. "You're right, she's not as cute. Upon hearing that, Wen Jing sweetly asked, Lai Ku, who is the great goddess? As soon as the name of his dream girl was mentioned, the green-haired man eagerly responded, Of course, she's the most beautiful girl in our police academy. Meanwhile, Okuda seized the opportunity to chime in and tell the story. The great goddess, in order to save me, disregarded all difficulties and firmly took us away from the starting point. And then, neither of them gave way. Both began pushing each other's faces, tossing for their share. Clearly, it was because she was saving me, and he was just conveniently taking me along. It was for my sake, okay. Seeing that the two of them still wouldn't stop, Shiwei decided we should go down first. Wen Jing looked at the scene before her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. These two are really strange. Only when Su Wei's group jumped down into the entrance of the maze did the two of them finally stop. Okuda said nothing, suddenly knelt down. I have to take a shortcut to find the goddess. With that, he gathered all his strength and charged forward. When he reached the edge of the ground, he pushed off hard, leaping into the air, and then soared forward, running through the air. At that moment, he happily shouted, Goddess, I'm coming! Completely unaware of a beam of light rushing straight toward him. Before he could land, he was struck by a powerful electric shock. His whole body stiffened, smelling charred and delicious, before falling into the sea. The person accompanying him sighed in disappointment as he watched him free falling. The warning sign was huge, but he didn't even bother to look. What a poor child. At that moment, Shai Feng turned around in panic and asked urgently, How is it? Don't scare me. Tianan gritted his teeth, trying to endure. The current was stronger than me. My ears couldn't take it anymore, and the protective layer shattered. We were immediately swept away from behind. As my whole body was sucked into the whirlpool, Shai Feng panicked and screamed. Lang Xingyu was pushed far away, and she immediately reached out, calling back, Shai Feng. But before she could touch them, her body was thrown out of the whirlpool. Xingyu lost control and fell straight down onto the ground without being able to stop herself. The snakes below, seeing their prey approaching, were thrilled. We've got meat for dinner, boys. At that moment, outside the competition arena, Yonzawa raised 2 fingers in a pose and cheered, Welcome to the explanation time. Guanle quickly followed up. Let me show everyone the current positions of the competitors. She pointed toward the map, where the markers representing each competitor's group were color-coded. It was clear that all the contestants had reached the second obstacle of the course, the underwater maze. Yonzawa excitedly concluded, Many competitors have entered the maze. Observing from the screen above, they continued to update the developments. Tom Chell from Lu Ying had caught up with Lai Ku from Mo Yun in the deadly current. Had they clashed? The camera quickly shifted to another group that was encountering trouble. The other players of Lu Ying, who had just reached the entrance of the maze, were also confronted by mermen. Next, the scene showed 2 figures darting forward with lightning speed. Lang Bing and Wang Yan from Moon's Shadow had broken through the mermen who were chasing Xing Sha. However, as they moved forward, they had to stop, and it seemed like they had reached a dead end. Lang Bing observed for a moment before suddenly leaping high into the air. As he swung his knife down sharply, the commentator couldn't help but shout, Oh my God! Lang Bing has directly cut through the massive coral reef. Such incredible strength. Look at how the corals are collapsing in pieces. Yonzawa chuckled, covering his mouth. Is this the anger from getting lost? Immediately, the camera shifted towards Tianji and Shai Feng. Let's take a look at Xing Sha's team. Even though they've been swept into the depths of the sea, they're still in the lead for now. Wait, where is player Lang Xingyu? After some searching, they finally located her position. Got it. Lang Xingyu has been swept away by the current to another part of the maze. She's separated from the team. This is bad. That's the passage sea serpent guarding the area outside. Sing Tong's tears, both long and short, clung to Ning Fan's shirt. Sis, hurry and go save her. He furrowed his brows, trying to comfort her. Look, your sister is competing right now, but don't worry. There's help in the arena. You just have to trust her. Then, he rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Compared to her danger, I'm more worried about her confidence. Before the match, she confidently told Tong Xiao that she would defeat her. Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately screamed as if thunder had struck. Then, what should we do? Are you going to take responsibility for my sister? He was startled and shot back. I'm not her boyfriend, but then sighed and lowered his voice. Let's trust her together. At that moment, amidst the chaotic coral reef, a massive stone hand suddenly descended, striking directly at the snake. Xingyu gritted her teeth, silently tightening her resolve. She could not falter here. The beasts, their eyes glowing red, slithered out from the gaps in the coral reef. They all accelerated, charging fiercely forward. Brothers, go! From behind a stone statue, Xingyu called out. If you think you can defeat me with speed, I suggest you give up. As she spoke, she raised 3 purple pills high. I'm not in the mood to play with you all. The fierce beasts and serpents widened their eyes in surprise. The pills gradually transformed into massive stone statues surrounding her. The leader of the pack observed the scene before him and quietly deduced the situation. She's controlling the largest one, I see. Immediately, it descended, crawling along the ground, only to realize one was missing. Xingyu scanned her surroundings. Where's that guy? Suddenly, it emerged from the ground right behind her. With its sharp fangs bared, it charged at her with a victorious growl. Didn't expect this, huh? She flinched. What the? However, before it could reach her, a streak of light pierced through its body, finishing it off. In that instant, a bright light shot through, directly into the snake's head, blood spraying in bursts, freezing the battlefield for a moment. Xingyu scanned her surroundings. Who saved me? From a distance, Tong Xing walked over with a lazy gait, yawning and complaining. You're really strong, much faster than me. Recognizing her, Xingyu blinked, full of suspicion. It's you. Why did you save me? Tong Xing breezed past her, casually replying, I fell from the current. Don't worry, I didn't purposely save you. She then explained nonchalantly, I'm terrified of snakes. If I don't kill it, I can't feel at ease. I'm leaving now. You can stay here and play with the dead snake. However, Xingyu immediately turned around and pointed, challenging, Don't think I will thank you. I will become stronger and defeat you. She smiled and cleaned her earphones. I'll be waiting. At the same time, in the commentary area outside the arena, Yuanzhou excitedly exclaimed. Player Tong Qiu actively entered the maze to save Leng Xingyu. Guan Le, standing next to her, smiled happily. This is true friendship, isn't it? In contrast to the excitement outside, Xing Tong was fuming. My sister doesn't need her to save her. She can handle it herself. Meanwhile, Ning Fan appeared puzzled. Why is Tong Xiao so concerned about Leng Xingyu? Could it be that she sees potential in her? Noticing his intense focus, Wen Ruin began to feel uneasy. Ning Fan, what do you think of Tong Xiao? Hearing the question, he rubbed his chin and commented, she's a talented student. But what stands out most is her unwavering focus on the screen. He nodded slightly, confirming, she has a demeanor that many geniuses lack. At that moment, Yonzo turned to the other screen. All right, the next student from Zhencha Academy has just arrived at the maze. But unfortunately, they've encountered a merman. Tai Chang stepped forward, decisively ordering, leave it to me. You all go ahead. But Xu Wei immediately opposed, I'm not going. I'll go with you. Opposite them, the beasts simultaneously aimed their weapons and shouted loudly, Brothers, charge! Without hesitation, Tai Chang immediately threw a punch at the nearest one. Concerned for his teammate's safety, Xing Yuan turned his head back and quickly said, Wen Jing, Lai Tu, you all go ahead. Fighting in water is my specialty. Lai Tu furrowed his brow at this and replied briefly, Don't worry. Wen Jing, standing beside him, before leaving, still didn't forget to remind them. Be careful, both of you. With that, they immediately turned and ran as fast as they could. At that moment, a beast unexpectedly raised its weapon high, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Let me show you my strength. In the middle of the fight, as soon as Tian Chang turned to see what was happening beside him, he immediately shouted loudly, Xu Wei, watch out. Before anyone could worry, Xu Wei had already extended her glowing hand directly toward the monster. Her pupils flashed green as her cold voice rang out, freezing the scene. Both the beasts and Tian Chang stared wide-eyed in shock. What was happening? The monster that had been there earlier was now turned into a stone statue, standing motionless in the stream of water. A streak of ice stretched several meters long, freezing the entire maze. The aquatic monsters were left speechless, unable to believe what they were seeing. This is underwater. In the frozen space, Xing Yu leisurely walked forward, and the creatures immediately huddled together to avoid her, pushing each other out of the way. "Boss, you go ahead," he said, frantically waving his hand to refuse. "No, you go ahead." Xing Yu raised his hand high, smirking as he asked, "Are we still going to fight?" The water creatures immediately bowed low, pleading desperately. "We won't fight anymore. We surrender," they said, banging their heads repeatedly. "Boss, big sister-in-law, hello, please spare us." Tian Chong looked at her and suggested, "Forget it, Zhu Wei. Let's just chase after Lai Tu and the others." Hearing this, she nodded in silent agreement. "Mom." Not far away, two figures were crouching in the coral bushes, secretly observing. Luckily, they hadn't made a move. Gu Wei had some real strength, and the other person snorted in disdain. "Hemph, it's just within the country." Seeing the previous scene, Okuda couldn't help but lightly tap the head of a laughing beast. These beasts are really pathetic, getting scared like that. Suddenly, two giant figures appeared, causing him to scream in pain. Ah! The water creatures were livid, their muscles bulging as they stepped forward, growling. "Say that again." Both of them immediately trembled like dry dogs, replying in unison, "Sorry." At that moment, a shrimp was grabbed by the neck, struggling violently. "Help! Help!" Xing Yu crossed his arms and glanced around with an expression of boredom. "Isn't this too easy?" The monsters were sweating as if they were bathing, whispering to each other, "Aren't these people supposed to be clearing the levels? Why does it feel like they're here to find us instead?" The crab next to them turned pale, hugging its pincers and retreating, mumbling as if about to cry. "It's too scary. After all these years, they still haven't joined the fight." It glanced away, swallowing hard. Over by the stone platform, a figure sat silently among a pile of corpses. My brothers charged in there, and before she even did anything, they all went down. Tong Xing smiled and nodded. Not bad, to take down 8 demon beasts so quickly. At that moment, Xing Yu was also shocked, her face contorting in disbelief. Tong Xing glanced over at the others and quietly asked, "Hey, your friends over there are already asleep. Aren't you guys going to move them?" Upon hearing this, the group jumped in surprise and quickly turned to run. "No meat, I just remembered I had something to do," one of them shouted as they ran. "Right, my wife is giving birth," another immediately chimed in. "My wife's also giving birth." Watching this chaotic scene, she could only sigh in disappointment. "I told you, this competition is so boring." Suddenly, a strong tremor shook the ground beneath them. Xing Yu stood frozen, gazing in astonishment at the trembling earth. At the same time, Shai Feng also felt the vibrations. The ground shook. Tianji furrowed his brow in confusion and muttered, "An earthquake beneath the seabed." A similar situation occurred with Wang Yan. "Lang Bing, you felt it, right?" He nodded in agreement. After a brief moment of contemplation, he concluded firmly, "A very powerful beast." On the other side, Tong Xing had also noticed, leaning slightly and whispering, "A beast is charging through here. Its strength may nearly reach the level of a natural disaster. Aren't you running?" Xing Yu froze, astonished, repeating, "Level of a natural disaster." Seeing her reaction, Tong Xing smirked, a half-smile on her lips. "What are you scared?" Without responding to the provocation, Xing Yu spoke slowly, "This time, don't interfere." She turned around with a determined look in her eyes. "Let me handle this." At that moment, a gigantic foot covered in green scales slammed down, crushing a patch of coral reef beneath. In front of the colossal creature that had emerged, she stood frozen, shocked, speechless. The sea monster, a giant octopus, squinted its eyes, its face scrunched in a frown as it growled, "Who's there?" It scanned the surroundings, its expression growing increasingly annoyed. "You're disturbing my rest." The octopus's tentacles, twisting and writhing, struck lightly with a crackling sound. "You little sea monster," it snarled, its multiple eyes glowing red. "Are you disturbing my rest?" Xing Yu stood still, her face dotted with sweat. The beast, standing behind the level of a natural disaster, saw that she did not respond and concluded, "Then you're definitely going to die." Tong Xing sat on one side, secretly cheering with interest. "Go for it." Lang Xing Yu said nothing more. The sea monster, a white octopus, swung its tentacle straight toward the person in front. In the split second, the tentacle struck downward. Xing Yu managed to dodge to the side. She quickly took out a purple capsule, silently thinking, behind the level of a natural disaster, so it's not quite a natural disaster level. Without hesitation, she threw the capsule to the ground. From the earth rose a massive stone statue, its hands gripping a heavy greatsword tightly. The sea monster mumbled as it watched the scene. "I didn't expect a little brat like you to be a summoner," before launching its tentacle toward the statue. "Then I'll crush you first." Xing Yu showed no signs of worry, her eyes cold as she decisively commanded, "Kill." Upon receiving the order, the statue immediately swung its sword, delivering a powerful strike to the sea monster's body. It frowned as it watched its tentacles fall off, blood dripping steadily onto the stone floor. However, its expression remained unfazed, even breaking into a smug laugh. "Didn't expect that my tentacles could regenerate infinitely." Seeing its confidence, Xing Yu raised an eyebrow. "Let's see about that." Shouting, she directed the statue to charge forward. "Who's faster, me in striking, or you in regenerating?" Each strike of the sword was sharp as if cutting through the wind, continuously descending upon the monster. Amidst that storm, the statue suddenly swung its sword, preparing to launch the next attack. This time, it changed direction, aiming straight for the three eyes of the sea monster. However, the moment it saw the sword's movement, it swiftly darted toward a nearby coral formation to dodge, quickly weaving through the rocks and vanishing amidst the debris and tangled currents of the sea. The statue stood motionless in the heart of the ocean, its hand firmly gripping the hilt of the sword, though it was unclear where the target was hiding. From beneath the layers of sand and stone, long, writhing tentacles suddenly crept along the ground, inching forward. It silently drew near, then unexpectedly appeared behind the statue. Xing Yu, still unaware of the situation, kept her gaze fixed ahead. At the perfect moment, the sea monster tightened its grip on the stone statue, sneering mockingly. "You don't really think I'm that weak, do you?" Even as it constricted her, Xing Yu struggled to call out a familiar name. "Tong Qiao." Upon hearing her name, Tong Xing smiled faintly, and her hand immediately unleashed her spiritual power. However, she firmly refused. "Don't intervene." She forced herself to remain calm, stating with resolve, "I can handle this." The sea monster tightened its hold on Xing Yu's body, growling in a threatening manner, still struggling to break free. She gritted her teeth, her whole body trembling from the relentless pressure, with no way to escape. Then, struggling to maintain her balance, she tilted her head and bit into a strand of her own hair, channeling her energy into it. A powerful shockwave erupted from the hair, shattering the tentacles that were holding her tight. The little wave water monster stared wide-eyed at the creature covered in golden fur that suddenly appeared. A gigantic rooster let out a roar and charged forward at a terrifying speed. It swooped past the statue, clamped down on the tentacle, and tore through it mercilessly. But before it could revel in its victory, its eyes widened in panic. Having charged too fast, it couldn't dodge and slammed directly into the coral formation ahead. As a result, the giant rooster crashed to the ground, unconscious. The water monster, bewildered by the scene, said, "I told you my tentacles can regenerate infinitely. What's the point of what you just did?" Without bothering to respond, Xing Yu merely smirked slightly. "Didn't you notice you've run out of escape routes?" At that moment, behind her was a towering coral formation that sealed off every possible exit, leaving the creature confused. "So what?" She calmly pointed at it, and at the same time, the stone statue raised its sword, glowing with immense power. "It's time for me to counterattack." No sooner had she spoken than the sharp, slicing blows surged toward the water monster. The tentacles were chopped off one by one. It was flung out of the body like a dry branch snapping and breaking into pieces. At that very moment, the gigantic chicken suddenly woke up, rushing forward to strike with a terrifying charge. The violent collision sent the sea monster flying, leaving behind a blurry streak of light that stretched across the water. Looking at the flattened corpse stuck against the rocky wall, the giant chicken lifted its head towards the sky, not stopping there. It relentlessly pecked at the sea monster with its sharp beak, showing no mercy. In just a few seconds, the sea monster lay motionless in the water, its body riddled with injuries. The chicken clumsily ran behind Xing Yu, panting heavily. Observing the situation, those around her seemed pleased, and it looked like the victory was already clear. From a distance, Tong Xing slowly walked over, nodding in approval. "Xing Yu is not bad." Hearing this, she puffed her chest with pride. Of course, but right after that, an unexpected scene froze her in place. The lifeless body of the sea monster suddenly twitched and shook lightly. From within, a tentacle, coiled like a rope, shot out at lightning speed. It aimed straight at the chicken standing behind, lunging toward it with terrifying speed. The sea monster wasn't fully dead. It hissed from the depths of the earth in a fit of rage. "Destroy my body," screaming with hatred. It sent its tentacle toward the one who had destroyed it. "Even if I die, I'll take you down with me." The chicken standing behind saw this, and immediately fluffed up its feathers, its legs drawing in, its face pale with panic. A streak of blood splashed up in the middle of the river, turning the surrounding water red. Feeling the warm liquid flood over it, the chicken slowly opened its eyes, then froze in place as it saw someone tightly holding onto it. "Be careful." It was stunned when it realized its master had stepped in to take the blow for it. Sing Yu moved his lips slightly, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. "Don't even think about touching it." The moment those words fell, the tentacles of the sea monster withdrew. "My teammate." The chicken clung to Xing Yu, its eyes welling with tears, letting out a soft cry. Across from them, the sea monster slowly got back on its feet, growling in confirmation. It was over. Then it launched its tentacles toward the chicken, which was fluffed up and ready to fight to the death in order to protect its master. In that moment, Tong Xing rushed over from the side, grabbing it in frustration. "Accept defeat when you lose. I hate sneak attacks the most." Without waiting for a response, she coldly muttered "violent blue." The moment those words left her mouth, the enormous body of the sea monster exploded in the middle of the ocean. Pieces of flesh floated, like the remnants of a silent massacre. Outside the commentary zone, Guanle cheerfully called out Yanzoa's name, nodding in admiration. "This is truly the most powerful fatal blows set up in the labyrinth beneath the sea." The entire stands erupted, with exclamations of amazement echoing everywhere. "Tong Qiao is so strong." Even the soldiers around him are just as excited. "Yeah, so cool." However, in another area, Wen Ruan was still patiently comforting. "Don't cry anymore, your sister is fine now." Yet Xing Tong wouldn't listen, only crying out with tears streaming down her face, feeling it was unfair. Sobbing and angry, she presented a series of arguments. "My sister was injured like that and still managed to defeat the octopus. Everyone is saying Tong Xiao did." Upon hearing this, Ning Fan spoke up in defense. "Your sister has grown a lot in this competition. She'll only get stronger in the future. And Tong Xiao trusts her a lot. He didn't make a move until she was unable to fight anymore." Then, with his arms crossed and a smile, he added, "Xing Yu has a clear goal to strive for. And that's a good thing." Watching the match, Wen Ruan couldn't hide her worry. "But if Leng Xingyu is injured, will it affect the next round?" He merely glanced at her and replied, "Rest assured, it won't. Not at all." And then, adding confidently, "Tong Xiao will help her heal." Upon hearing this, she quickly reminded him, "But Tong Xiao is from your village. Logically, they're opponents." His response to this didn't seem to bother him at all. Although they were opponents, the screen at that moment proved Ning Fan's earlier assertion. Yet they were also friends. He stretched his hand, yawning lazily, and sluggishly walked away. "I should go check on that Su Feng guy," he murmured to himself, standing up and leaving the stands. As he walked, he mumbled, "I wonder how he's doing in the medical room." Wen Ruan, seeing him leave, called out after him, "I'll go with you." Noticing Ning Fan did not object, she eagerly followed him. However, after just a few steps, his gaze suddenly froze. In a distant row of seats, a woman stood out, sitting alone, wearing a witch's hat. He stared at her unfamiliar face, and a thought involuntarily flashed through his mind. That outfit. After a moment of contemplation, he rubbed his chin and speculated. She must be the mother of that dark horse girl. As soon as he entered the medical room, Ning Fan heard the plaintive cries from within. "Let me go, I can compete now." Though Su Feng was bandaged all over, he stubbornly insisted, "See, I'm fine now." This made the medical staff even more uncomfortable. "We're sorry, but we need to assess your injuries, expert." Before they could finish speaking, blood suddenly spurted from his arm. Oh, the blink of an eye, Su Feng had changed into a different outfit. Ning teacher startled Ning Fan, making him jump in surprise. "Su Feng," he asked, "how is it? Can you continue the match now?" Su Feng gave a thumbs up, confirming, "I just had an injury assessment. I can participate again." Upon hearing this, Ning Fan felt reassured and reminded, then continue the match. There are many injured players, but remember, there's still a chance. Keep in mind the maze at the bottom of the sea. Don't try to fly across from the coastline. He obediently responded, got it. Don't worry, I'll bring Hong Yi Lin with me. Su Feng ran out onto the field, responding without missing a beat, then I'll go ahead. As soon as he appeared on the track, Yonzawa immediately commented, a classmate of Sengsha has returned to the field, seems like he's recovered. At this moment, Su Feng focused solely on looking down. Then, he directly took Hong Yi Lin with them as they started together. It seemed that Su Feng truly cared about his classmate. The broadcast camera zoomed in on Su Feng's back, highlighting his chivalrous posture. Wen Ruan looked confusedly at Ning Fan and reminded him, wasn't Hong Yi Lin the one who withdrew from the competition? Because Lu Ying's player didn't participate. Even if you bring her there, she won't be interested in competing. But Ning Fan was extremely confident as he assured, she will meet someone who can awaken her intelligence. On the other side, Lai Ku was speeding through the water on her broomstick. She flashed a grin and muttered, finally, I'm here. Right ahead of her was the exit of the stage of the race. Someone was secretly launching an attack while Lai Ku was still marveling at the grandeur of it all. But she quickly blocked a strike from Lang Bing's stone technique with her shield. Lai Ku poked her head out from behind the shield and taunted, do all Moon Shadow members like to attack from the shadows? He shamelessly assumed I was an assassin, that attacking was second nature, which made her so angry that she nearly steamed. But then again, she had to admit, how did they get here so fast? I just crossed the rapid zone to get here. Wan Yan grinned proudly, saying, don't underestimate the speed of our assassins. Lang Bing immediately chimed in. If we can move with the same speed on land, why waste energy going through the water zone? But before he could finish, Lai Ku decided to make a quick escape. I'm out of here. Wan Yan mocked. Doesn't the Mo Yum Police Academy dare to face off? This left her even more flustered. Hey, I'm a girl. Are you two men really that shameless? No sooner had she finished speaking than Lai Ku saw Lang Fan pointing a knife at her neck, and he said in front of her, enemies are not distinguished by gender. In just an instant, her blood splattered everywhere. He still wanted to continue charging and attacking. Lai Ku angrily clutched her injured wrist. If you want to fight, then I'll grant your wish. She raised her staff and called Ice Incantation. Lai Ku gritted her teeth and recited, Cold Dome Barbaric Frost. Her eyes turned crimson as she gripped her left wrist tightly, muttering, Ice Incantation. As she finished, a flower-shaped ice mass appeared and continuously absorbed energy. Wang Yan and Lang Bing leaned aside, dodging the waves of ice attacking them. But Lai Ku didn't stop. Her gaze was filled with killing intent. Cold Dome Barbaric Frost. Sharp ice blocks relentlessly struck, increasing in number and speed, seemingly giving the opponent no chance to escape. Lang Bing jumped up, skillfully dodging. Wang Yan could only yell and avoid. Suddenly, Lang Bing's eyes flashed red, and he murmured, I am an assassin. With those words, he seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning, swiftly weaving through the waves of ice. In no time, he had closed the distance and approached his opponent. Lai Ku frowned, gritting her teeth as she swung her magic staff. Two of you ganging up on one, and you're still calling yourselves men. A path of ice appeared, increasing the distance between them, with a whip of ice striking. Lang Bing smirked, a faint smile playing on his lips. Wang Yan had not yet made his move. Lai Ku tightened his grip on the weapon, coldly warning, Lang Bing, is it? Then I'll take over for Tong Zhao and teach you a lesson. Wang Yan hid in the distance, anxiously reminding, Lang Bing, watch your step. Lang Bing flinched slightly. Hemph. When he looked down, he noticed a red circle that had appeared from nowhere. Just as a scream echoed, the blazing flame pillar struck, and Lang Bing was immediately thrown back. He looked at his hand, still burning with flames, grinding his teeth in anger. That was too fast. I underestimated her. But as soon as he raised his head, a cold ice arrow flew straight toward his pupil. Fortunately, Lang Bing managed to tilt his head in time to dodge it. Lai Ku, witnessing the scene, teasingly remarked, the Moon Shadow Seed is only this capable. Then, another ice arrow was fired, but Lang Bing didn't back down. He started sprinting forward at full speed. Wang Yan, hiding behind a tree, observed it all with a blank expression, fascinated by the illusionary weaponry. He silently assessed Lai Ku, fearing that this might be the strongest person on Mo Yun's side. No wonder Lai Ku was renowned as a magic master. Lang Bing's eyes were burning red. He pulled out his weapon, giving a stern warning. If it's like this, I won't hold back any longer. The power of darkness. As soon as the command was issued, a series of shadows attacked Lai Ku, the dark clone. Lai Ku stood still, watching the shadows darting back and forth. She smirked with a hint of meaning. Dark magic, huh? Then, the shadows were eliminated by some kind of energy, gradually fading into nothingness. Lai Ku's pupils glowed. I'll teach you this. An unhealing void appeared, sucking in all the shadows around her. Dark Void Realm. At that moment, Lang Bing and Wang Yan were both extremely astonished, shouting in unison. Void Realm. The shadows gradually disappeared, the void acting like a large fan, sucking in all of the opponent's clones. Lang Bing gritted his teeth in anger. Why? He yelled, unwilling to accept it. Why, exactly? Lai Ku was startled by the shout. What do you mean? Huh? Suddenly, Lang Bing shed tears, his tone filled with emotion. Is it truly talent? Beneath a tall tower, Lang Bing's call echoed. Master, he and his shadow happily ran forward. Master! A man with a wrinkled forehead was startled and turned around. Lang Bing smiled brightly, showing his achievement. Master, I've learned it. He quickly assumed a stance. Then, he flexibly changed positions with the shadow beside him, exchanging places. Master Lang Bing smiled gently and praised his disciple. Not bad, you're learning faster than I thought. Lang Bing rushed forward and hugged him tightly, eagerly asking, Master, can you teach me that black shadow you used last time? The master gently patted his head and softly reminded him, Oh, you mean the Void Realm. All right, I'll teach you. But you have to promise me, during your learning, you must not get distracted. And so, Lang Bing began the learning process. Magic was different from martial arts. What was needed was a sincere heart. He studied from spring through to summer, then from summer into autumn, still sitting in the same spot as the yellow leaves fell. Finally, winter came, and Lang Bing continued practicing, with thick snow covering everything. However, at this moment, he frowned and looked unhappily at the small hole in his hand. The master seemed to sense his unusual emotion and spoke to calm him. Relax. Focus all your will on the Void Realm. Imagine it as part of your body. As soon as he finished speaking, the small hole disappeared. Lang Bing gritted his teeth, trembling all over in helplessness. Master, I'm sorry. Suddenly, the master placed his hand on his shoulder, speaking softly to reassure him. You are not focused enough when it comes to dark magic. In the end, he left him with a single sentence before turning away. You should focus on training your physical skills instead. Lang Bing gritted his teeth, helplessly bursting into tears. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. How could someone with a talent for magic learn so easily? Ignoring Lai Ku's confused expression, he muttered repeatedly, Void Realm, slow the opponent's speed, absorb the special effects of the opponent's magic, it's the assassin's miracle. But Lang Bing, heartbroken and crying, no one can have a talent like mine, they simply can't learn. He recalled that battle, himself lying pitifully on the ground. Lang Bing had fallen, defeated in the finals of the first schoolyard hegemony tournament. The commentators were astonished by the sight. In less than 5 seconds, how could Tong Chell have done that? Meanwhile, the person being mentioned simply yawned, clearly uninterested. Congratulations to Tong Chell for winning the second schoolyard hegemony championship. Suddenly, Lang Bing's attitude changed. He gripped the short blade tightly, gritting his teeth and hissing through each word. I hate. His pupils flashed with fury. I hate you all. Wang Yan, standing at a distance, could also sense the murderous intent. He shouted in concern, Lang Bing. Lai Ku's eyes widened in alarm. Staring blankly at the opponent, Lang Bing seemed to lose his mind, his entire body radiating with murderous intent. He gritted his teeth in anger, wondering what the hell was going on. Suddenly, Lang Bing leaped forward with a burst of force and disappeared. Like a ghost, he appeared above Lai Ku, his movements completely uncontrolled, his grip tightening around the weapon in his hand. Out of nowhere, a voice shouted from behind, Lang Bing, calm down. Wang Yan, filled with worry, ignored his own fear and rushed forward to stop him. If you use that move, you'll kill someone. But in response, his friend struck with a deadly blow. Wang Yan was sent flying back to where he had been, landing in a pile of debris, his condition uncertain. Lang Bing didn't stop, his sword aimed straight at Lai Ku. She gaped, bewildered by the situation. How did I end up provoking him? Suddenly, Lang Bing swung his sword, delivering a sharp, decisive slash towards her. Luckily, she reacted in time, jumping behind a stone wall. It was a pity, however, that the force behind his attack was far greater than she had anticipated. What the? The stone wall shattered just as Lang Bing's sword stopped inches from Lai Ku's face. No one can stop me. A massive explosion rang out immediately after, and Wang Yan slowly began to regain consciousness. Worriedly looking in the direction of the noise, Lang Bing silently thought, Lang Bing, have you really helped someone? As the smoke cleared, the figure gradually revealed itself. Lang Bing gritted his teeth, his hand firmly grasped by someone, trembling slightly. Lai Ku felt something was wrong. Despite the fear, he cautiously opened one eye to observe. Tong Xiao tightened her grip on the opponent's hand, her tone cold. Is the chaos over yet? Lai Ku unconsciously called out, Tong Xiao. But she ignored him, only speaking through gritted teeth. I'll ask again. Tong Xiao furrowed her brows, emphasizing once more. Is the chaos over yet? But before Lang Bing could regain his composure, he was jolted. With just a light push, he slammed into the large wall behind him. Tong Xiao looked coldly at the opponent, now in a pitiful state. Wang Yan didn't participate, silently admiring. So strong. Lai Ku's eyes were wide with admiration, not hiding his awe. So cool. Tong Xiao stepped in front of Lang Bing, reminding him, this is a competition, not a free-for-all like hunting beasts. Don't worry about the consequences. She looked at him, still not fully conscious, her tone dripping with sarcasm. If your talent isn't enough, don't blame others for being gifted. Tong Xiao turned away, casting a disgusted glance at him. If your swordsmanship talent is lacking, then train more. Instead, you complain that others are more gifted than you. But he hesitated to kill her, eventually leaving only a single sentence before turning and walking away. I've overestimated you. Lang Bing lay still, allowing the other person's sarcasm to hit him without responding. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Wait. Seeing that the other person didn't even bother to turn around, he slowly sat up, his face full of determination. Tong Xiao, you won't win the championship in this competition. I will win this time, for sure. Tong Xiao remained silent, not even bothering to look back. After a while, she replied indifferently. What does that have to do with me? Tong Xiao didn't linger, quickly leaving. Sing you. Let's go. Lai Ku frowned, pouting as she looked at them. Lang Bing still wouldn't let up, his attitude arrogant. Who taught you illusory realm? Lai Ku shot him a glance, wondering why this guy was always so rude. He gave an irritated command, as if he found it bothersome to speak. In the end, Lai Ku helplessly replied, My mother taught me. Is that really important? I haven't been able to improve this skill at all. After hearing the answer, Lang Bing simply responded with a single word before walking away, leaving the other person bewildered. All right. He also headed in the direction Tong Xiao had just gone. Wang Yan, let's go. Wang Yan looked at his friend in confusion, but Lang Bing paid no attention. She sank into her own thoughts. Void Realm was a skill of the master. She wasn't the master, so where exactly was the master? The more Lai Ku thought about it, the less she understood. Second, it was really sudden to have to fight like this. Suddenly, she realized something. Wait a minute, wasn't I the first one? She then angrily shouted, It's already the fifth one. Wait for me. Elsewhere, everyone in the stands was focused, observing and discussing with the people next to them. Ning Fan and Wen Ruan stood by the entrance, their expressions a bit worried. Ning Fan saw someone, and his gaze inadvertently followed a person in a black cloak, looking almost like a sorcerer. However, the person was heading in the opposite direction, making it impossible for him to see their face. Thinking this, Ning Fan glanced at Wen Ruan and instructed, You go ahead, I'll handle something. The other person seemed to understand. The person in the cloak wore a large hat that covered their face. Ning Fan frowned and hid behind the wall, carefully observing the other person's every move. There was indeed something off about them. The person suddenly entered a room. It was an office. There were already several people sitting inside, and one of them, a bald man, spoke first. Already here. The person nodded. Start now. Lai Ying Rong, a staff member of the Esper Alliance, Shaishan immediately addressed the issue. I've been watching them. Lang Bing from Mood Shadow and Shi Tan Ji from Xingsha. If these two join the alliance, they'll make solid core members. The person with a cross mark on their forehead also quickly spoke up. I've been watching them too. Xia Feng from Xingsha and Tong Xiao from Lu Ying. Upon hearing this, Guji immediately disagreed. Tong Xiao, don't even think about it. Wasn't she supposed to be someone to probe? She has no interest in joining the alliance. No, she has no interest in anything at all. Then, she made a slightly embarrassed expression, scratched her ear, and suggested, I've been watching Lang Xingyu. She's a good potential candidate. Lai Ying Rong, seemingly accustomed to these actions, casually responded, All right, I'll make an effort to build connections with those people during the competition. Of course, this conversation was overheard by Ning Fan outside the door. Nice, so the Esper Alliance has ulterior motives too. Not only are they poaching me, now they want to poach my own students. Yanzilla and Guanle looked at the shimmering water with smiles and commented, They're here. Finally, we've reached the final stage of our speed test. Immediately after, the announcement sounded. 10's Peak Challenge. Difficulty level at 15,000 meters. In the middle of the lake, there is a large pillar deeply embedded beneath the surface, which is also considered a measuring scale, where the depth of the sea is 3,000 meters. Below, all the students have gathered. The top 20 will earn the qualification for the next round. Xing Yu looked at Tong Xiao, who was yawning repeatedly, puzzled. Aren't you going? Suddenly, Tong Xiao walked toward the pillar, taking her time. Then, she turned around, leaned against it, and casually replied, I'm sleepy, Xing Yu. You go ahead. Xing Yu felt a little helpless. While behind her, the students began to move. Lang Bing and the others climbed up first, and someone below was surprised. Lang Xingyu wasn't following, so the person quickly said, I'll go right now. Lang Xingyu frowned, and the weapon in her hand changed. Come out, she said. Immediately, she soared into the air on her weapon, flying swiftly. Lai Ku, who was next to her, also mounted a broomstick and flew up, flashing a wicked smile. This was the perfect opportunity to carry out her mother's mission. Lang Xingyu was her first target. In another corner, two tiny shadows appeared. Xiao Xiaolel and Xiao Yun had reached the final point of the labyrinth beneath the sea. Xiaole and Yun were deep in thought, while the commentators were excited. They were the ones with the most hope of securing the #1 position in another forest. A group was in a battle-ready stance. Meanwhile, students Mood Shadow and Lu Ying were still challenging each other. This was a speed competition, where only the winner could continue. The camera then switched to another forest path. Shi Tianji, frustrated, realized he had taken the wrong path again, while Shed Feng beside him was equally helpless. I can't go any further. Guan Lei, however, was excited and commented eagerly. Finally, in last place, were Xing Xia's classmates, with 2 police academy students from Mo Yun Yonzawa cheering them on. Everyone, keep going. The audience in the stands grew increasingly nervous and enthusiastic. Ning Fan, observing the crowd's reactions, asked, What's the situation? Wen Ruan quickly replied, Not too good. She furrowed her brows in concern. Aside from Xing Yu, all our students have fallen behind. Wen Ruan hurriedly briefed the newcomers, especially Su Feng and Hong Yi Lin, who had just joined. At the moment, they were still at the entrance beneath the sea. Upon hearing this, Ning Fan propped his chin thoughtfully. The Mutant Alliance had used this tactic to boost their strength. But if Lai Ku invited Lang Xingyu and Shi Tanji, they would surely refuse. However, even Wen Ruan had noticed the distraction. Ning Fan skeptically inquired, What's going on? Are you thinking about something? He quickly denied, It's nothing. But he furrowed his brows again, silently calculating. The worst-case scenario was that the alliance of supernatural beings' secret would be exposed. If that happened, all the students might be investigated. He focused on the screen, thinking that he might need Wen Ruan's help by then. Otherwise, If Gu Wai's investigation was exposed, it would be troublesome. After finishing the basic calculations, Ning Fan became wary of one person. As for that old man, his gaze unintentionally drifted toward the highest room. Huang Taiji was sitting inside, observing with a serious expression. He must not let him have the chance to investigate the students. Ning Fan rubbed his chin, gritting his teeth in anger. If not, everything would be ruined. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him, and a voice rang out above his head. "Mr. Ning Fan, right? It's a pleasure to meet you." Lai Yingrong appeared, greeting him with a smile. "Would you mind stepping outside to talk with me for a moment?" Under the blazing sun, the two of them walked to the sports field. Lai Yingrong talked for a long while, and after finishing, she threw a meaningful glance. No matter how it sounded, all Ning Fan showed was a darkened face and clenched fists in anger. Lai Yingrong seemed to have expected his reaction, remaining calm and composed. "No need to get angry. I mean no harm. I just wanted to ask Master Ning Fan again if you want to join us." Ning Fan furrowed his brow in anger, his hand raised as if about to strike. "I'm sorry, I don't want to join. You won't play that forced hand, will you?" But the opponent was no pushover, immediately adopting a stance to counterattack. "What if I say yes?" Ning Fan naturally did not refuse, a provocative smile playing on his lips. "Then try it." Lai Yingrong immediately made her move, 3 arrows precisely attacking the opponent. The master quickly predicted that Ning Fan's reaction was fast. He jumped high to dodge. His eyes gleamed, swiftly launching a counterattack. Fool! The 3 arrows instantly reversed course, attacking Lai Yingrong. The officer of the Alliance of Ability Users, Lai Yingrong, was no better than this. Introducing her skill, the Fool phase could copy an opponent's abilities and release them again. She moved her fingers, a small hole appeared, and soon after, a huge rift opened in the air. Void Realm. It was similar to the rift Lai Ku had created earlier, forcefully sucking in everything within its range. Lai Yingrong lowered her eyes, her tone casual. "Master Ning Fan's strength is indeed different from what others say." Ning Fan stopped in front of her, his tone mocking. "Have you finished the investigation?" She'd, of course, did not admit it. "No, I just wanted to get a little closer to the teacher." But her following words carried a tone of reminder. "Why not join us? After all, we share the same enemy, and Sesue is also your student. You wouldn't reject our alliance, would you?" Ning Fan glanced at her. Having the same enemy doesn't mean being friends. He waved his hand, leaving behind a single sentence before turning to leave. "Not rejecting doesn't mean I want to join." Lai Yingrong quickly stopped him. "Wait a minute, if we invite your student to join, would you oppose it?" Ning Fan looked at her, responding confidently. "That's their business, but I'm sure you won't achieve your original goal." Suddenly, he thought of something and turned around to warn her. "By the way, let me remind you, if any of you try to lure people under Huang Taiji's watch and it gets exposed, both sides will face trouble." Then his attitude changed, and he smirked mischievously. "Especially Xue. If Huang finds out about Xue's identity, you might have an idea of what he'll do, don't you?" At this moment, Lai Yingrong also changed her tone, politely bowed, and thanked for the reminder. The Alliance always welcomes Master Ning Fan. The conversation stopped there, and Ning Fan left first. Elsewhere, Huang Taiji was resting his chin, deep in thought. He sat quietly observing when a maid entered. She respectfully placed a cup of tea in front of him. "Your Majesty, please enjoy the tea." The maid also kindly inquired, "Are you tired, Your Majesty? Would you like to rest in your room?" Huang Taiji took a sip of tea and declined. "No need, I am not tired." Suddenly, his pupils turned red, though his tone was somewhat vague. "I just saw something interesting." A group of students standing beneath a pillar, staring dumbfounded at something large and imposing in front of them. Wen Jing gasped in amazement. "So tall!" Suddenly, Rong Xue softly nudged Tian Chong. She looked at the person sleeping and spoke in a doubtful tone. "Tong Chao is over there. Tian Chong is unsure. But it might be her. Why is she here?" Lai Kong suddenly interrupted from behind, his expression sarcastic. "In my opinion, her strength is a joke. She couldn't even climb up on her own." Rong Xue frowned. "Her strength is very strong. Xin Yu saw it with her own eyes." Zhang Tianchong was taken aback and looked at his friend, but couldn't help but say, "Fatty, What are you doing here? You can still swim in the sea now. But what about when we get ashore? How are you going to continue? Hearing this, Lai Kyung suddenly slumped down and yelled, Haze, I don't know either. Suddenly, he fell silent, his face dazed. After a while, Lai Kyung jumped up, clutching his backside. It turned out he had been stung by a puffer fish. Oh my God, it hurt so much. He felt dizzy and nauseous. Clutching his bleeding backside. I'm done for. I think I'm starting to feel a bit fuzzy. Tian Chang was also stunned, thinking, could it be poison? Lai Kyung's cheekbones were sharp and gaunt. If that skinny guy were here, it'd be better. At least I could make it ashore. With shaky steps, suddenly Shai Feng appeared in the distance, limping with a wooden cane. Long time no see. Tian Chang and Xu Wei exclaimed in shock. Shai Feng, you guys haven't been eliminated. How did it end up like this? Where are Xing Yu and Xi Tianji? Just then, a weak voice came from behind. I'm here. Xi Tianji has no strength and needs help. Help! Tian Chang anxiously supported his friend. Who on earth is it? Xi Tianji, trembling, pointed his finger at him. He jabbed it straight at Shai Feng's face. Then, with the last of his strength, roared. You damn papless fool, we ran all over the maze. Shai Feng, being scolded, couldn't help but fight back. It was clearly you. We were in the lead, and you said you'd guide the way. In the end, the two of them, exhausted beyond measure, collapsed at the same time. The three beside Tian Chang witnessed the scene and could only gape in bewilderment. Diao Yutsu slowly descended the stairs. At last, she had finished dealing with matters at the school. Where's Ning Fan sitting, I wonder? Thinking of Ning Fan made her unconsciously smile. Surely he was sitting in the middle of a bunch of dull men, utterly bored. Very quickly, she spotted the figure she was searching for in the crowd. Oh, there he is. On the other side, Ning Fan handed a bottle of water to Wen Ruan. I just stepped out and conveniently bought this. She laughed as she spoke. Haha, Ning Fan, you wouldn't believe it. Your two students are hilarious. But before she could even sit down, Lang Xing Tong ordered. Open this for me. Ning Fan, helpless, thought. Truly, this little missy. And from afar, Diao Yutsui saw it all. Her body trembled, her mind already conjuring a different scene. Ning Fan tenderly offered the bottle of water to Wen Ruan. Here, I just bought it. But she also gave him a flirtatious glance. You're so naughty, but I like it. The scene that followed was Xing Tong pitifully handing over a bottle of water, pouting. Can you open it for me, big brother? Ning Fan gallantly replied. Of course, my dear sister. Diao Yutsu, the more she thought about it, the more enraged she became, her eyes lighting up, her whole body burning with fury. Returning to the match, a group of people were still gathered under the pillar. Tian Chang asked with concern. Is everyone okay? Shai Feng smiled and replied. I'm fine. Lai Kyung touched his injury but confidently asserted. It's just a little pain in my butt. Xi Tianji looked up at the sky, acting as if he hadn't been trembling just a moment ago. Does the young master ever have any problems? Tian Chang helplessly reminded them. The hardest part of this challenge is still ahead. They looked at the tall pillar and began to plan. The bottom of the sea was swimmable, so everyone had to think about what to do next. Lai Kyung nudged Shai Feng's shoulder and smirked meaningfully. You're skinny. You can't control me. Shai Feng immediately agreed. Fine. Rong Xu Wei asked with concern. Tian Chang, aren't you tired walking directly? Or should I use my ice magic to help you? The other party casually declined. No need. The teacher had me do something similar before. The four of them chatted happily ahead. Wen Jing is behind, feeling lonely. Asterisk psi asterisk. What should I do now? Suddenly, a hand was placed on her shoulder. Xi Tianji looked at her, questioning. A whirlwind was created in the center of the pillar. When Lang Xingyu arrived, she stopped. She let her device go ahead for a check. But after a moment, the device was swept up by the tornado, and cracks began to appear. The entire scene was broadcasted live on screen. Yuanzhao excitedly commented. Looks like classmate Lang Xingyu is struggling with the tornado zone. Guanlei also switched the scene and commented, we should know that even Hai Ma, the leader of Lake Ku, is facing difficulties here. Lang Xingyu furrowed her brows, her gaze sharp. She yelled loudly and then clung to her robot. This time, let's go all the way through. Lang Sing Tong watched while eagerly cheering. That's right, sis. Go for it. Ning Fan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Resigned, what kind of karma have I created? It turned out that on both sides of him, Wen Ruan and Diao Yutsu were fiercely battling. Haha, so Wen Ruan is here too. Miss Diao is late. What a shame. A few rows behind, a man wearing a hat walked up to Lai Yingrong. She glanced at him indifferently. What is it? The other party politely removed his glasses and introduced himself. You must be Lai Yingrong from the Mo Yun Police Academy. Right. I am Meng Donggu. Haha. Wang Taiji has invited you to have tea over there. Upon hearing this, Lai Yingrong instinctively glanced up at the room above, then frowned in clear discomfort. Is this how you invite guests? Meng Donggu saw that the other party was hesitating and immediately spoke in a sharp tone. Yes, that's right. Don't ask so many questions. Whether you go over there or lie over there, it's up to you. Finally, Lai Yingrong stood up and walked ahead. Ning Fan also sensed something and instinctively glanced behind Wang Taiji's people. It seemed that the Alliance's mission had truly been exposed. But before he could even finish his thoughts, a sudden voice rang out. Teacher Ning Fan. Meng Donggu seemed to teleport, suddenly standing in front of him, flashing a bright smile. Wang Taiji invites you to have tea over there. Meng Donggu's large body completely blocked Ning Fan's view. Understanding the situation, Ning Fan quickly stood up and responded politely, if it's Mr. Huang's invitation, then I can't refuse. Meng Donggu smirked, smiling broadly as if praising the other person's intelligent move. He then turned around and led the way. Let's go. But after just a few steps, Ning Fan's wrist was suddenly grabbed. Diao Yutsui anxiously tried to stop him. Ning Fan, don't go. At the same time, Wen Ruin also stood up, handing him something. She also anxiously instructed, if something happens, crush it. Ning Fan glanced at them, smiling reassuringly. It's fine. Mr. Wang just invited someone for tea. Nothing to worry about. Then, he subtly confirmed with Meng Donggu, who was walking ahead. I'm right, aren't I? Correct. With that, Ning Fan followed behind him. That old man Wang Taiji probably had some of the Alliance's officers locked up, and for himself, he likely only planned to ask a few routine questions. He quietly calculated, as if not too surprised by the current situation. The real issue now was how he would deal with Lai Ku, and what actions the Alliance would take once they received the news. Meng Donggu pushed open the door and loudly announced, Sir, Hexu Zhu, Shi-chan, and Lai Yingrong, 3 instructors from the police academy, have arrived. However, one named Guji couldn't be found, and people are searching for him around the campus. Huang Taiji held his teacup, half closing his eyes, and nonchalantly replied, It's fine, 1 or 2 people will do. Take them downstairs. Ning Fan waited at the door, his gaze filled with concern as he looked at the pale face of the other person. It seemed that Xiao Zhu was the instructor for the spiritual system. Being altered like this, it must definitely be a backlash from confronting a powerful psychic. Meng Donggu leaned to the side, smiling as he invited, Mr. Ning Fan, Mr. Huang, please. He entered while evaluating. Is this person a powerful psychic? Huang Taiji, upon seeing the guest, courteously invited, Teacher Ning, please have a seat. Ning Fan, cautiously observing him, wondered to himself, I wonder what Mr. Huang wants with me. Huang Taiji pushed a cup of tea towards him. Please, have some tea. Ning Fan crossed his legs and got straight to the point. I'm not thirsty, Mr. Huang. What's this about? If there's nothing urgent, I need to go back to watching my students' competition. Huang Taiji fell silent and turned his head toward the television behind them. Both observed for a while. It was something that could be watched. Finally, Huang Taiji spoke first. Ning Fan, I want to ask you something. His eyes narrowed, and his probing attitude was obvious. One could see how the Alliance of Ability users operated. Ning Fan blinked in surprise, caught off guard by the odd question. After thinking for a moment, he replied, A bizarre organization, without a clear purpose, a bunch of ability users who think they are always right. Huang Taiji chuckled softly. No clear purpose, you say? Their purpose is me. Then his attitude shifted. In that case, let me rephrase my question. Ning Fan was stunned as the opponent's shadow gradually engulfed him. Huang Taiji's eyes flashed, as though he had already seen through everything. "You're a member of the Ability Users Alliance, aren't you?" Before giving him a chance to reply, he reminded. "If you are, then I hope you withdraw immediately. I swear, I'll kill every single member of the Ability Users Alliance. Their goal is to kill me, and as for me..." As his words fell, the teapot and teacups on the table shattered into pieces. "The Ability Users Alliance must be eradicated," Ning Fan answered coolly. "I don't care what you do with the Ability Users Alliance. I'll answer your question first." He frowned, his gaze unwavering. "I'm not one of them." Huang Taiji froze, seemingly surprised at his attitude. Ning Fan didn't wait for his reaction, already displeased as he stood up. "And one more thing, your tea isn't very good." With that, he turned and walked out of the room. "I'll be leaving now." Only then did Huang Taiji react, coldly reminding him. "Ning Fan, before you act." Just before stepping out of the room, Ning Fan still caught the man's final words. "Think of the consequences for your father." Walking down the corridor, Ning Fan made his way back to the stands. That old man seizing several of the Alliance's officers meant he already held a bargaining chip against them. What will the Alliance do? Will there be direct conflict? He recalled the last words of that person. "Are you using my father to threaten me? There will come a day when you will regret it." Halfway through, he suddenly stopped, his expression confused. "Huh." An owl was perched on a street lamp, staring at him with wide eyes. Ning Fan wondered, "What is this? How is there an owl in broad daylight?" Suddenly, the owl seemed to wake up, turning its head toward him. "Wait, this owl, it looks like a summoned beast." At that moment, a group of people were running around. "Have you found it?" They looked very anxious. "No, we haven't found anything on our side either." Ning Fan looked at them in confusion. Were Huang Taiji's people still searching for someone? But he didn't pay much attention and continued walking forward. The owl continued to fly above him. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the bushes and grabbed Ning Fan. "Who?" Guji placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Shady said, "I'm Guji. You must be Ning Fan, right? You remember the time when Sister Le brought you to eavesdrop on our meeting?" Ning Fan brushed the leaves off his body, then curiously asked, "You're the one who summons the cat-type beasts. You two were hiding in the bushes, whispering away. You're not the one who summons cat-type beasts. Why summon something like this then?" Guji's face looked blank. "Owl, isn't it still a cat?" The corner of Ning Fan's lips twitched. "You're right, an owl is also a kind of cat." Without waiting for the other to ask, Guji earnestly explained, "I used a cat to see you being captured by Huang Taiji, so I ran away. I've already reported this to the Alliance leader. They'll probably come up with a concrete plan soon." Ning Fan stroked his chin doubtfully. "Then why drag me into this?" Hearing that, Guji immediately put on an innocent look. "I want to ask for your help, to help me rescue Miss Lai." Ning Fan shrugged in confusion. "And what makes you think I could save them?" In response, Guji quickly gave a reason. "You can go in and out of Huang Taiji's place freely, so rescuing a few people should still be possible for you." That made Ning Fan let out a weary sigh. Humans really are simple. It's this society that's complicated. Seeing he didn't agree, Guji offered a proposal. "If you help me, I'll give you a huge benefit." Ning Fan asked curiously. "Sounds interesting. What is it?" At that, Guji put on a mysterious air. "Once it's done, you won't just be able to join the Alliance, but directly be promoted to a cater on equal footing with me." But such a proposal meant nothing to Ning Fan. Finishing his words, he quickly crawled out of the bushes, eager to leave as fast as possible. "Goodbye. Bye-bye, sayonara. See you again someday." Guji hurriedly grabbed the person, losing all dignity and shouting loudly, "Tell me, what do you want?" Ning Fan smiled as if he had achieved his goal. "I want the strongest expert of your alliance to come and rescue my student." Yuanzala and Guanlei were still continuing their discussion. As the competition had entered its most intense phase, on the screen, two students were speeding toward the finish line, with Leng Bing and Wang Yan leading the race. It seemed these two were guaranteed to take the first place in this round. Below, a student was holding a baby shark, looking confused, while the contestant Tong Chao, after a long break, seemed to have a hint of a smile in her eyes. She had finally begun to climb. It was important to note that the top 3 in this speed round would have an advantage in the qualifiers. Outside the White House, a figure was approaching. Ning Fan, wearing a hat, had a cautious look in his eyes as he entered the bushes. But just a moment later, he stepped back out. At the same time, 2 guards were unconscious. 2 other people walked out from inside. "Hey, it's time to switch shifts," one of them said. By the time they reached the door, there was no one there. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from the bushes. A white tiger leaped out from the dense foliage. The 2 men, terrified, flung open the door, running with their heads down, shouting, "Damn it! Help! Stop chasing us!" Hearing the noise, a bald man stepped out of the room. "What's all this noise?" At the same time, the 2 men reached the spot, stuttering in fear. The bald man quickly counterattacked, freezing the white tiger that was about to pounce. He smirked smugly. "So how is it? Still think the big boss is amazing?" But before he could enjoy his victory, the ice began to crack. "It's coming!" Finally, a sharp scream rang out. The tiger had broken through the ice. Everyone's attention shifted to the person calling out, unable to control themselves. "Everyone, help!" Taking advantage of the situation, Ning Fan leaped down from the ceiling. He landed lightly beside Lai Yingrong, surprising her. Ning teacher Ning Fan, while reminding her, snapped his fingers. "She, keep it down." The ropes binding Lai Yingrong and the others unraveled. Luckily, with teacher Guji's summoning of life, the rescue operation was so smooth. Just as Ning Fan finished speaking, a cold voice rang out from behind. Smooth? Unnoticed, Meng Donggu had appeared. Indeed, it was smooth. But did Ning teacher never think that such a loose guard was actually waiting for reinforcements? Ning Fan shook his head in denial. "Of course, I've thought it through. Moreover, that old man Huang Taiji, in order to protect his image as the savior, would never strike in front of a crowd. So the ones who came to stop me must be subordinates like you." After saying this, he suddenly shouted loudly, "Guji!" Guji leaped from afar, soaring through the air like a cat, shattering the glass to get here. Ning Fan looked at him and arranged, "Guji, take them away. I'll handle this one. This time, I'll be on the 5th floor." Meng Donggu, irritated by the action, rushed forward to attack without saying a word. Arrogant. Ning Fan quickly countered the hermit, but the talisman stuck to the opponent's body didn't react. What? He stared in bewilderment. The hermit's talisman had no effect. Meng Donggu raised his weapon and charged at Ning Fan. He swiftly dodged. Lai Yingrong gaped in shock. "Ning teacher." Ning Fan frowned and ordered, "You all go with Guji now. Leave this to me." Meng Donggu's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Let him." Then, a massive bolt of lightning appeared. Indeed, it was arrogant. The lightning struck straight toward the fleeing crowd. Lai Yingrong sensed it and could only widen her eyes in disbelief, unable to do anything. A deafening explosion sounded, as if it was about to shatter the entire building. A massive figure appeared through the mist. Ning Fan squinted one eye with suspicion. The hermit's method had no effect on him. Immediately after, a surprising notification appeared. Name: Meng Donggu. Lightning-type magic ability. Physical techniques, attention required. Target shows no signs of life. Ning Fan furrowed his brow. No signs of life. Meng Donggu narrowed his eyes and smiled. Have you figured it out? The other person got closer and closer, while Ning Fan still had 4 unconscious individuals behind him. Without hesitation, he took out a talisman. The hermit. Meng Donggu pretended to be surprised. "Oh, you teleported. Ha! Quite interesting. You're clever, Ning Fan." Ning Fan wasn't to be outdone, curling his lips in a mocking grin. "Not as good as you, though." He slowly called out Huang Taiji's name. The other person remained silent, showing no emotion, just staring at him. After a long pause, Meng Donggu finally smiled, but it wasn't a happy smile. "I've told you before, don't learn from your father." Ning Fan squinted his eyes, showing no respect as he exposed the other's true nature. "You even know the soul reversal technique? Kill people with real power, then control their bodies. How disgusting." He angrily spoke louder. "If the world knew that your great Huang Taiji uses this vile soul-controlling technique, who would still believe in your teachings?" Ning Fan continued to use a skill card, the Fool. Meng Donggu quickly blocked the attack from the god of death, with no dark magic, only the malice of the human heart. Ning Fan responded while countering the strike. That makes sense. As soon as the words left his mouth, a burst of lightning flashed before Meng Donggu's eyes, followed by another massive explosion. But unfortunately, his opponent was unharmed. Mocking with a sneer, "I just praised you for being smart, and now you're using lightning to attack me." Ning Fan's face darkened. Not enough. How about 100,000 volts then? With that, a series of attacks fell one after another, as the Huang Taiji skill granted him full magic power, lasting for 3 minutes. He squinted and murmured, "Same lightning, just differing in strength. Huang Taiji." After all that, Ning Fan pointed directly at his opponent and shouted, "I officially declare war on you." The figure of Huang Taiji behind Meng Donggu gradually became clear. Ning Fan ground his teeth and unleashed a violent lightning strike, hitting Meng Donggu once again. This time, his opponent did not dodge, his entire body convulsing wildly, with lightning even spewing from his eyes and mouth. Ning Fan frowned and reminded him, "If you think you're immune, that's just something you're telling yourself." The charred body of Meng Donggu fell before Ning Fan's feet, and he coldly turned his head to leave. Suddenly, Meng Donggu's finger twitched. Ning Fan, confused, looked back, unsure when Meng Donggu had gotten up, as he emitted a strange sound. Huang Taiji's eyes flickered red. "Ning Fan, do you really think you've defeated me? What you've won is nothing more than a dead man," he coldly warned. "Ning Fan, I'll say this again. Hope you're smart enough to understand." Ning Fan cautiously replied, "I know what I should do." Seeing the fearless attitude, Huang Taiji angrily raised the scepter in his hand. "Then prepare to regret your actions." The orb atop the scepter immediately glowed brightly, releasing a massive beam of light straight toward Ning Fan. Almost instantly, his entire body seemed to disintegrate into sand and vanish. But the light did not stop there, continuously radiating more and more, even penetrating the cracks in the house. Elsewhere, Huang Taiji was sitting calmly in a chair. Holding a teacup in his hand, he suddenly furrowed his brow, angrily crushing the cup. A crowd had gathered, buzzing with chatter. What exactly is going on? They looked at the thick black smoke billowing from the broken window. "The noise is too loud. Could you all move aside a bit?" Inside Meng Donggu's body, the country lay sprawled on the ground. Ning Fan slowly sat up. This time, it could be considered a full-on challenge to the old man. Using his strength to block one of his attacks was a bit too much. He pursed his lips and thought for a moment. With the noise outside, someone would likely come in soon. How should he explain this? Suddenly, a shadow appeared, accompanied by a loud scream. Ning Fan glanced at the object flying towards him. The person crashed headfirst into the ground. After a while, Wen Ruin slowly got up. "Ning Fan, you can smile and feel at ease. As expected, you're here." Diao Tzu frowned and reminded him, "Quick, take Ning Fan and leave. The school's people are already here. Getting caught up in this won't be easy to explain." Ning Fan seemed surprised. The footsteps outside were hurried, and Lin Xiao appeared with urgency. She pushed the door open and reported, "Alliance leader, Ning Fan has saved the person. All the officials are on their way here." The person on the other side, with his back turned, spoke in an irritated tone. "Not joining us. Yet you still want us to owe you. Ning Fan." Gu Fengding furrowed his brows. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Gu Fengding, the alliance leader of the Ability Users Alliance. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask. "Alliance leader, why did Huang Taiji suddenly start attacking the alliance?" Gu Fengding turned around. "I anticipated this from the very beginning." He glanced into the distance, his desire to dominate the world growing ever stronger. Lin Xiao furrowed her brows in confusion. Then why does the alliance leader value Ning Fan so much, inviting him repeatedly to join, even allowing a subordinate to become his disciple? Suddenly, she felt embarrassed, her face turning red, and her desires growing more intense. Hearing this, Gu Fengding laughed loudly. "Haha, he won't make things difficult for you." He lowered his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. "As for why I value Ning Fan, perhaps it's because I believe he's the one who can save this world." With that, Gu Fengding took out a horse-shaped hood and slowly spoke. "It's time for the counterattack." Elsewhere, Guan Lei and Yonzhou were excited. The champion of the speed competition had already been decided, Lang Bing from the Moon Shadow Academy, while the second place went to Wan Yan. The two of them stood at the top, with the next 18 on the list following them. Guan Le looked at the chart being displayed and discussed it, noting that some competitors, badly injured, had returned to the arena and had to be cautious. Yonzala joined in, mentioning that the pressure in the competition was still immense. She smiled with narrowed eyes and announced, "Please let competitors Lang Bing and Wang Yan rest and prepare for tomorrow's qualifier." The sunlight was scorching, and the commentator's voice was full of authority. "Other competitors, hang in there. The higher your ranking in the speed contest, the greater the advantage you'll have in the qualifiers." In a small room, the final promotion match had concluded. Ning Fan sat on the bed, feeling relieved. As long as the kids didn't face any unexpected issues during the competition, everything would be fine. The medical room suddenly became serious. There was still one important matter at hand. Before I could finish speaking, Wen Ruan interrupted me. "We understand." Dio Yutsu squinted, assuring, "We'll stand by you." Wen Ruan also scowled in agreement. I've known that old man wasn't a good guy from the start. Thinking of that, Dio Yutsu felt a little anxious. "What should we do next?" Ning Fan frowned. "Before the competition ends, Huang Tai-ji probably won't make a move. In the meantime, I need to meet your father." Dio Yutsui suddenly blushed, stammering. "Why? Why do you need to see my father? Is it that urgent?" Ning Fan's eyes flickered. "I need to find your father to ask him about a wife." Both Dio Yutsu screamed in fear, simultaneously hitting him. "What did you say?" Ning Fan immediately slumped, fearfully looking for an explanation. "I was just joking. I need to find your father to help me with something." They all spoke in unison. "I will go with him." Ning Fan thought for a moment, then made a decision. "Yutsu, go with me. It's mainly to find her father." He still didn't forget to make arrangements. And then Wen Ruan asked, "Can you watch over my students?" The Mutant Alliance has agreed that after the competition ends, they will find the strongest specialist for them. Thinking about the upcoming events, he felt a bit regretful. As for me, I might not be able to continue being their teacher. A towering pillar reached up into the sky, and the foot of someone stepped firmly on it, their speed lightning fast yet steady. After a while, the other party stopped. Shan Chang gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down. Since leaving the surface of the water, he hadn't been able to stop. His stamina was nearly exhausted. He looked up at the red patches above. What was that? It took a moment before he could clearly see what it was. But Tian Chang wasn't too surprised. He quickly realized it was those three people. Tian Chang kept pushing forward, frustratingly close now. He was anxious, and at this point, he couldn't stop. Suddenly, memories flooded back. Liu teacher, can martial arts allow flight? Liu Guangyuan wasn't particularly surprised. "Oh, well then, tell me your view on martial arts." Tian Chang quickly responded. "The martial arts primarily rely on close combat, which is much more flexible and agile compared to other systems. I have more explosive power, and this is what martial arts are." Liu Guangyuan clasped his hands behind his back and shook his head. "You are right, but that's not what I want to hear. Answer properly, and I'll provide the explanation." The other person spoke indifferently. Martial arts can be divided into ki path and force path, and the two are actually quite similar. As he spoke, Liu Guangyuan demonstrated the motion. Ki path relies mainly on one's weapon. The weapon is the lifeline of a practitioner of the ki path. Only by protecting it well will it protect you in return. Liu Guangyuan's gaze was cold. The force path I practice involves using the body's mechanisms flexibly, like the keys of a piano. By combining them in different ways, different effects can be achieved. Tian Chang was left confused. But what does this have to do with flying? The other person patiently explained, "You silly boy. The essence of martial arts lies in purity." He smiled gently. "Using a pure heart to control every part of your body, nothing is impossible." Returning to the present, Tian Chang leaped into the air, using energy as a springboard. He effortlessly cleared the minefield. Tian Chang was delighted. "I did it." He flew step by step, and his speed has increased a lot. In the stands, Ao Yang Huo twitched the corner of his mouth in astonishment. Lang Yun Bu, when did this kid learn that? He couldn't believe it, glancing at the person beside him. "Hey, old Liu, you don't know much about Lang Yun Bu in the martial arts world. right? Could it be that you taught him that? Lu Guangyuan immediately denied it. No, he figured it out on his own. But inside, he smiled secretly. This kid had great potential. Ning Fan really did manage to teach a good group of students. Others began to whisper among themselves. Really, I took a quick glance. It's same Shaz teacher, old senior Mang. I get it now. Lu Guangyuan pursed his lips anxiously. It seemed Ning Fan had already made his move. Where would those kids go from here? Lai Ku stood in front of a room for a long time, the resting room. Lai Ku entered and faced two people waiting inside, both with expressionless faces. Wang Yan pretended to be startled. He glanced at him with a sneer. Finally, someone passed the test. Lai Ku furrowed his brow, recalling what his mother had told him. Leng Bing is a rare talent. If there's a chance, we must invite him into the alliance. Leng Bing remained silent, unsure of what he was thinking. Lai Ku pouted and silently assessed. Her personality was just like her name. Her mother really had given her a difficult puzzle. Suddenly, Leng Bing spoke first. I have something to say. Lai Ku instinctively responded. I also have something to say. Wang Yan looked at them, their eyes meeting in displeasure. What's wrong with you two? I'm leaving. She then wobbled towards the door, just going to grab a bite. Lai Ku couldn't hold back and suggested, with your cold personality, maybe I should speak first. Have you ever heard of the Mutant Alliance? Upon hearing this, Leng Bing confirmed that she knew Chu Mo. Li Ku was slightly startled. Before the other could respond, Chu Mo made his request. I hope you could take me to meet Chu Mo. Lai Ku shouted in surprise. How could I possibly know Chu Mo? What's your relationship with him? But the other simply replied indifferently. He is my master. He sincerely revealed, although he only taught me for less than 2 years, he disappeared. Leng Bing recalled the past. I haven't seen him again. But that period was one of the most important winning times of my life. That day, someone came looking for the master. That was also the last time I saw him. He thought of Gu Feng Ding. Before, the man had never told me his full name, and Leng Bing's voice was filled with determination. That time, from the mouth of the guest, I heard the name of the master, and also became aware of the existence of the Esper Alliance. Lai Ku smirked slyly. So that's it. I could take you to meet him. The condition is that you must join the Esper Alliance. Without hesitation, Leng Bing agreed. I can join, but what's your relationship with him? Lai Ku lowered her head, her face expressionless, and replied, he is my father, and he may never wake up again. Upon hearing this, Leng Bing finally showed an expression of surprise. In a dark basement, only a red light hung overhead, and the room, with its mottled walls, emitted a chilling coldness. Gu Feng Ding muttered, old buddy? His gaze was resolute, and before long, it would be the time for the survival of the alliance. I hope you can witness Huang Taiji's death in front of me. At that moment, Lin Xiao entered from outside. Alliance leader, everyone else has arrived. Only Liu Huangjiao is left. Just by hearing that, Gu Feng Ding naturally understood. He hadn't agreed to come. I'll go invite him myself. Lin Xiao wiped the sweat from her brow. Sir, with so many powerful officers, do you really have to take the risk of teaching these students? What about that? She nervously reminded him. It's important to know that now. The outside world is full of Wang Taiji's spies. But Gu Feng Ding coldly brushed past, saying, I will take responsibility for their safety. He left, leaving only one sentence. Anyway, Ning Fan took a risk to help me. Gu Feng Ding, I must fulfill my promise. Yuanzhou eagerly commented. Now, more and more people are passing the levels, and the contestants are in the final sprint. There aren't many promotion spots left. In front of a room with the sign Zhencha Academy, a resting room, Leng Xingyu pushed the door open. She was quite surprised to see Wen Ruan sitting inside. Why are you here? She asked. Wen Ruan helplessly replied, Ning Fan had to leave for something. So I'm taking over to look after you first, young master. How does that sound? Leng Xingyu wearily collapsed into a chair. Don't mention it. Controlling the aircraft with stones is exhausting. And in the end, I only ranked 6. Half an hour later, Si Tianji and Shai Feng carried the unconscious Lei Kong out. He was dizzy, with foam at his mouth. Wen Jing asked in confusion, What's wrong with Fatty? Shai Feng hesitated. It's a long story, but then honestly explained. After we left the water surface, I used my spiritual power to control a seagull to move forward. Lai Kong clung to the water column, tearfully begging, "Skinny, help me." Shi Feng hesitated for a moment. "All right, but I can get easily distracted." So I managed to control the fat guy. It started off smoothly. But then my mental energy ran out, and I lost control. Lai Kong became frantic. "Stealing my food, huh? Let's see if I can bite you to death." He bit a hole in the wooden pillar but was smiling happily. "Now you're listening, huh?" He then started cursing while banging his head against the pillar, still not listening. "I'll bite you to death." Finally, the current state, with foam at the mouth and a lump on his head. Tian Chang anxiously suggested, "We should get him back quickly." In the restroom of Zhencha Academy, Lai Qiang lay on the couch, still showing no signs of waking up. Everyone was very worried. Shi Feng broke the silence. "It seems like Su Feng has no chance of leveling up now." Suddenly, Su Feng appeared from behind. I heard someone's complimenting my good looks. He didn't pay attention to anyone else, and walked in through the window, still holding a shark in his arms. Su Feng set the shark down and introduced, "Hong Yi Lin and I are now ranked 18th and 19th. We've leveled up." Shi Feng was stunned. Is she still asleep? Su Feng was unsure. She might not wake up. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Yi Lin, still in her shark costume, scratched her head and woke up. "Is it over?" The two of them had a bewildered expression. At this moment, Wen Ruin spoke up. "Ning Fan is not here. I am in charge of everyone. The competition has ended, and tomorrow the qualifiers will take place." She smiled and reminded everyone, "So make sure to take advantage of the time to rest." Everyone cheered joyfully. Finally, a break. "Let's all rest now. We're so exhausted." In the room, only Wen Ruin was left, tapping on her phone with a shark on the screen. Hong Yi Lin looked around in confusion. "Is it over? Who am I? Where am I? Who brought me here?" It was early in the morning, with a steaming cup of hot tea still emitting steam. Diao Guyu leisurely lifted the cup to sip from it. He suddenly spoke. "If you're here, then leave. Don't hide anymore." The other party complimented. "The principal has sharp hearing." Ning Fan, sitting on a tree, sneered for a moment before replying. There is indeed something going on with Ning Fan. Diao Guyu did not turn around but asked, "Where is my daughter?" As he poured more tea, he listened attentively. "She's resting now. She was supposed to meet you tomorrow." Ning Fan sat down in front of him. "But this matter, I would prefer to speak to you privately." Diao Guyu brought the cup of tea closer. "Go ahead." Ning Fan frowned and got straight to the point. "I've declared war on Huang Taiji, so I hope you can tell me." Diao Guyu's face was solemn, and he remained silent, not saying a word. Ning Fan seemed to understand and continued speaking. "Also, I want to resign from the academy. I don't want to drag the school and the children into this." Upon hearing this, Diao Guyu immediately objected. "I do not agree with your resignation." Ning Fan was a little surprised. "Why?" "As long as I remain in the school, the entire school will be a thorn in Huang Taiji's side." Diao Guyu slammed the table angrily. "So what you're saying is that you want my daughter to end up like you, hiding away, living in the gutters, like a rat?" Ning Fan stammered. "Do what?" He stepped towards the balcony. "I know my daughter's personality. If you leave the school, she will definitely follow you." Ning Fan jumped up anxiously. "Don't worry, I will leave willingly. I'll leave tonight without causing any trouble for the academy or Yu Su." Diao Guyu interrupted. "There's no need to say more. You leave first, and I will remove your name from the faculty list and announce your departure from the academy." He walked over and patted Ning Fan on the shoulder. "After Huang Taiji's people finish investigating the school, you can go out. During this time, you should think about how to take your revenge. I will secretly provide resources for you." Ning Fan lowered his head and remained silent. Diao Guyu sat back down, picked up his teacup, and continued the story. "Besides, about your father," he hesitated for a moment before changing the subject. "Well, I had hoped you would let this matter go. But it seems you still can't forget. That's fine, but if you truly can't let it go, then it would be difficult for me to entrust my daughter to you." With a distant gaze, he went on, "Back then, your father conducted research with Huang Taiji. Altogether, there were 3 assistants. One of them was the leader of the Ability Users Alliance, who is now Du Fengding. As for Wang Yu and Xexia King He, ever since that incident, their whereabouts remain unknown. The more he spoke, the more solemn Ning Fan became. These were people who knew the truth of what had happened. Only by finding them might he come to understand the entire matter. At last, Dio Guyu turned and left first, leaving behind only one line. Whether you go to the Ability Users Alliance first, or pursue revenge first, that's up to you. Ning Fan bowed respectfully, engraved it in his heart, and gave thanks for the guidance. Dio Guyu sighed sorrowfully. Old Ning, your son is becoming more and more like you. High in the sky, a spaceship was soaring. Ladies and gentlemen, after a night of rest, at last we've reached the long-awaited qualifiers, Yonzola announced excitedly. We are now bringing the contestants to the competition venue. This is the place for the qualifying round, where 20 will be narrowed down to 6. Of course, we will broadcast the entire event live next, so Guanle can introduce the competition rules to everyone. Guanle continued. The qualifying round uses a point accumulation system, divided into 3 types of colored crystals. The green, blue, and purple crystals are worth 10 and 20 points, respectively. However, in order to score, you must place the crystals into the scoring machine. Only then will the competitors earn points. Crystals that are not inserted into the machine will not be counted. As she spoke, she raised her hand. Each participant will have a score-tracking watch. On the screen, there will be many small circles. The watch can scan the location of crystals within a 300-meter range, and it can also display the point rankings of all the competitors. After half the competition time has passed, 3 yellow crystals, worth 200 points each, will appear on the participants' watches. At this point, Yonzola interrupted. The rules have been explained, and we've arrived at the competition site. She lowered her voice and announced loudly, I hereby declare the official start of the qualifying round. The door of the airplane slowly opened, and the students were already prepared. Everyone quickly deployed their parachutes and jumped out. Lai Kong joyfully joined the wind, soaring upwards, while Xia Feng, from a distance, nervously flailed his arms. Fatty, how do you play this game? Tian Chong, as usual, walked alongside Tse Wei. He looked ahead and sighed. This mountain is bigger than I thought. Su Wei anxiously glanced at her friend. But is it really okay for us to split up like this? If we collect together, it'll be too slow. We might not even level up as a group. It's best if we go in pairs. Su Wei looked at the report on her watch. Right now, there's no reaction from the crystal shards around us, so it's fine. Tian Chang hurriedly grabbed her hand and pulled her along. As far as I'm concerned, we should at least find the first point collection machine. A squirrel peeked up from beneath the tree and looked up. Lai Kong, tangled in the branches, screamed in fear, Hold on, there's about to be a disaster. Xia Feng crawled along the tree branch, trembling as he tried to rescue his friend. He really was something special. He could always manage to climb the tree. Unfortunately, with the combined weight of the two of them, the branch quickly snapped. The two friends crashed to the ground, faces first. Lai Kong's nose was bleeding. I just came for the competition. Why are you treating me like this? Xia Feng angrily shouted, because you want to deepen your parachuting skills. Looks like you forgot the lesson from last time. As soon as he finished speaking, a crystal shard suddenly flew out of nowhere and struck Li Kong's head. He shouted in anger, Why hit me? Zai Feng, confused, explained, I hit you because of you. You slowed down the search for the crystals. Finally, the two of them rushed to fight each other. If it's not you, then who else? How should I know? Wait a second. Suddenly, a glimmering light caught their attention. It was a gem, and their detection speed was astonishingly fast. Lai Kong raised the stone high, but before he could celebrate, his friend stopped him. Wait, clearly there's another one nearby. The two of them fell silent, assessing their surroundings. It didn't take long before they spotted a squirrel holding another gem. They quickly chased after it. Stop right there. Lai Kong's shrill shout echoed throughout the forest. Stop. 2 people high above were also drawn in, realizing someone had gotten there first. Wang Yan spoke, irritated. What now? Lang Bing tightened his grip on his weapon and ordered. Didn't I see it first? Isn't that mine? The tail of a large waterfall appeared in the middle of the forest. The squirrel from before got beaten terribly. Lai Kong smiled proudly. Hey, Skinny, we must be the fastest. Xia Feng was equally pleased. Although it took a few kilometers, it was worth it. This time, they had scored 30 points. Afterward, They took the acorn from their bag and placed it on the ground. "Hey kid, I'll trade this for that." The squirrel happily accepted the exchange and ran off. Lai Kong and his friend smiled as they watched it go, unaware of something flying toward them. Shi Feng was startled, shouted loudly, grabbed the bag, and at the same time, the tip of the spear stabbed straight into the tree that the little squirrel was climbing. Wang Yan took the bag down, sighed. "There are only two, but it's fine. Even though mosquitoes are small, they're still meat." Lai Kang angrily rushed forward, ignoring his companion's reminder. "Hey, we found them. Give them back, fatty." Wang Yan tightened his grip on the bag, mocking. "So, do you want to come to me to get them back?" Shi Feng ran over and hugged his friend tightly. "Fatty, come here. They're the champions of the promotion round. Don't you remember? We have no chance in a 2-on-2 fight. They're too strong. Just hold back." Lai Kong struggled wildly, saying, "Wait until we gather with the others and make a long-term plan. Maybe we'll all have a chance to defeat them." Seeing them like this, the two of Leng Bing waved and left. "Take your time talking. We'll head off first." Shi Feng politely responded, leisurely. After walking for a while, Wang Yan chuckled with delight. "Right, no need to make a move," Leng Bing coldly remarked. "Zhen Cha Academy really is cowardly." Elsewhere, Leng Xingyu was flying and inquired, "Shu Feng, how many did you find?" Su Feng looked at her and replied, 3 green, 2 blue, 1 red. Upon hearing this, Leng Xingyu became displeased. "I only found 1 blue one. Let's search a bit more, and then go to the point entry machine." Su Feng stroked his chin and calculated, "We can search separately for a while longer, but I suggest not rushing to the point entry machine as soon as we see one." Then, he frowned and advised, "We must go back to where Hong Yilin is." Leng Xingyu asked in confusion, "Why?" Su Feng suddenly remembered, "I saw a point entry machine earlier, but there were people lying in wait. They might be looking for an opportunity to sneak attack and steal the crystal stones." Leng Xingyu gave a thumbs up. "Got it. Let's search for another half hour, and then meet up." After speaking, the two of them split up and went in different directions to carry out their tasks. Below, a girl was leaning against the point entry machine, mumbling, "I'm so sleepy." Hong Yilin sensed something and opened one eye. She then swung a sharp blow. The entire group of trees in front of her was cut down. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by. Hong Yilin continued to swing her sword, and yet another group of trees shattered. She glanced around, but still saw no one. At that moment, a quarrel suddenly broke out in the forest. "Get out of the way. This place is mine." Hong Yilin heard the noise and turned her head to look behind. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared, startling her. Hong Yilin looked up at the massive rock high above. Then she used all her strength to leap upwards. The enormous rock cracked with hundreds of thousands of fissures, emitting a red glow. Hong Yilin, holding her sword, watched as it shattered into pieces and fell down, landing gracefully on the ground. Suddenly, behind Hong Yilin, Fu Rong sneered coldly and moved toward her. She quickly clenched her fist and punched Hong Yilin in the head. Just as Fu Rong applied pressure, Hong Yilin's figure vanished, transforming into a cloud of pink smoke. "Ha!" Fu Rong exclaimed in surprise, her eyes wide open. "What?" Immediately after, Hong Yilin, holding her sword, swung it across Fu Rong's head. She hung upside down, her sword aimed at Fu Rong. Hong Yilin struck fiercely at her opponent's head. Fu Rong was immediately sent flying backward, and the surrounding ancient trees were sliced in half by the sword's energy. Fu Rong crashed violently to the ground. Hong Yilin stood calmly on a fallen tree trunk, looking toward the spot where Fu Rong had landed, and said, "The thing I hate most in this life is those who strike from behind." Hearing this, Fu Rong furrowed her brow and sneered maliciously. "Lan Lan's little sister, if you're too weak, then there's no fun in this." Hong Yilin heard this, tilted her head back, and remained silent. In another part of the forest, the sound of triumphant laughter echoed. Shi Tianji held a green stone, proudly showing it off. To his surprise, not even an hour had passed, and they had already gathered 70 points. He turned to look at the girl with glasses beside him and asked, "How's the ranking now? Are we in the lead?" She glanced at the ranking board and replied, "Right now, there are only 3 people on the board. The highest is Xiao Xiao Le with 60 points. CTNG raised his fist, arrogantly declaring, "Isn't it obvious that I'm number one now? Never mind, I'll give the first place to you." Just as he was speaking, something fell from the sky and hit him in the face, shouting, "Am I being chivalrous or what?" On a tree branch, a bird was looking down at CTNG. The girl with glasses smiled brightly as she saw him immediately run off to wash his face. The young man with blue hair, hiding behind some bushes, thought to himself, "Why are these two idiots still here? I've already given them all the spirit stones." He frowned, angrily thinking, "I didn't expect I'd get the last spot in the qualifiers. Okuda got eliminated, and now it's my turn to seize the opportunity." The scene from earlier replayed in the blue-haired youth's mind. Here's what happened. He took the spirit stones and was looking for a point-collecting machine. He held the stone, joyfully singing. But suddenly he saw someone approaching him with 3 spirit stones. Fearing that they might steal, he ran away, accidentally stepping on a snake. After a while, the young man surfaced, looked ahead and saw nothing, then told the 2 others to leave. But they had taken his crystal. However, he lowered his head to look at the yellow crystal next to the snake and exclaimed, "I've discovered something incredible." The young man laughed, raised the crystal, and shouted loudly, "The crystal, which has not officially appeared, is worth 200 points." Hong Yi-Lin quickly ran forward, her steps rapid. The petals continually chased her neck, while the vines closely followed, not letting go. Flowers bloomed on them, growing rapidly as they pursued Hong Yi-Lin. Fu Rong, resting her chin on the tree, laughed and said, "Run. Let's see how far you can get." Hong Yi-Lin's pace slowed down, and she began to be caught by the vines. She used all her strength to spin around and jump, moving to the rear. With all her might, Hong Yi-Lin raised the sword in her hand, and immediately her sword energy slashed through the air, severing the vines in their entirety. Fu Rong stood up, holding one of the vines in her hand, and laughed, "Humans will eventually tire, but my plants never will." Right after that, a huge mouth with sharp fangs appeared from behind. Hong Yi-Lin drew her sword, turned around, and shouted, "White sword." A golden sword aura suddenly appeared, slashing fiercely toward that gaping mouth as it roared. Fu Rong's expression instantly darkened, yet she laughed and cried out, "Impressive. Compared to little Lan Lan, who only knows how to charge straight in, you're much stronger." Unfortunately, this is a forest, where all energy is abundant, and it is my home ground. Then she immediately shouted, "Plants, become my eyes." In the next moment, countless pairs of scarlet eyes appeared. On the other side, Hong Yi-Lin quickly turned and fled. As she ran, her thoughts raced. Asterisk. These vines will regenerate endlessly. I can't afford to be entangled for too long. I must take advantage of my close combat strength. Asterisk. Hong Yi-Lin glanced around, murmuring to herself, searching for a chance to defeat her in a single strike. Suddenly, a nearby tree sprouted a pair of eyes that locked onto Hong Yi-Lin, letting out a smug laugh. From afar, Fu Rong frowned and shouted, "Under my watch, where you think you can run. No matter where you attack from, I'll see it all." But then, she was startled to realize Hong Yi-Lin was descending from above. Fu Rong raised her head, panic flashing across her face as she screamed. What? Wasn't she advancing forward? How was she suddenly overhead? At once, she let out a sharp cry, and thorned vines shot out like ropes, whipping straight toward Hong Yi-Lin. As soon as the vines coiled around, her figure immediately disappeared from the spot. Fu Rong sensed the pink mist fade away and exclaimed in surprise, "Was it fake?" She turned around and saw Hong Yi-Lin's figure appear behind her, realizing something was wrong. "It's behind me." Fu Rong punched out with her hand, and her figure immediately vanished again. Her eyes widened in shock, thinking, "It's still fake." Fu Rong was trapped in Hong Yi-Lin's avatar-splitting defensive formation, watching her figure repeatedly flicker in and out as she shouted, "It's all fake." Her eyes turned red, and she roared, "It's fake." From the ground below, dozens of vines rapidly shot up. Fu Rong screamed madly, "Don't even think about attacking us." She was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. In the blink of an eye, Hong Yi-Lin appeared in front of Fu Rong. She raised her sword and pointed it straight at her. Hong Yi-Lin calmly smiled and asked, "So, what about now?" Fu Rong stared at the sword placed against her throat. Terrified, she cried out, "Please, don't." Sweat covered her face as she tried to explain it was just a little brush, don't take it seriously. Hong Yi-lin recalled how she had initially swung her sword towards Fu Rong, and replied, "From the start, I considered it just a brush. I didn't even fully draw my sword." She smiled slightly, reminding her, "But your behavior just now didn't look like a mere brush." Fu Rong raised both hands, her whole body trembling as she replied, I was just careless." Immediately after, she knelt down and bowed her head in apology. "I was wrong. Please forgive me. I won't appear in front of you again." Seeing this, Hong Yi-lin sheathed her sword, closed her eyes, and exhaled before saying, "Forget it." Hong Yi-lin turned and left, calling out, "Take care of yourself." Her gaze was calm as she heard Fu Rong let out a terrifying laugh. The woman was grinning manically, her face full of madness. Hong Yi-lin noticed a small sprout growing from her shoulder and, in confusion, exclaimed, "What is this?" Fu Rong smiled brightly and reached out towards the yum plant, saying, "This time, it's you who's begging me." Hong Yi-lin stared at the vines emerging from the sprout, shocked as she exclaimed, "What?" The vines quickly grew, wrapping tightly around her body. Fu Rong looked up, watching as Hong Yi-lin was bound and hung in the air. With a smug smile, she said, "What do you think? My hunting prey." Fu Rong stepped closer, raising her hand to lift Hong Yi-lin's chin and shouted, "Want to run?" Then, she raised the vine in her hand and yelled, "Do you think I'll let you escape?" Afterwards, Fu Rong struck Hong Yi-lin's body with all of her strength. She looked at the deep wound on Hong Yi-lin's body and burst into loud laughter. Fu Rong stared at Hong Yi-lin and asked with a smile, "Are you scared?" Her face was calm as she inquired, "You mentioned Lan Lan, did you fight with her? Win or lose?" Her face darkened, and she shouted, "You're in this state and you're still asking? It seems you haven't been tortured enough." Upon hearing this, Hong Yi-lin nonchalantly provoked Fu Rong. "Looks like you lost, huh? I thought you would win. Seems like I still have to go and defeat her." Fu Rong furrowed her brows and shouted loudly, "If I couldn't even defeat her, do you think you can beat her?" Suddenly, Fu Rong froze, cold sweat covering her face, as a red light emanated from Hong Yi-lin's body. Calmly, she called out, "Phantom shield split." Fu Rong quickly retreated, saying again, "Do you think I'll let your clone save you?" Hong Yi-lin, her eyes obscured by leaves, softly spoke, "I spared you once. This is your choice." Fu Rong looked on in horror at the pink light radiating from her, screaming, "What?" She immediately turned around, mounted a huge leaf, and fled, muttering to herself, "Run, run fast. Why do I feel so oppressed?" From Hong Yi-lin's body, two beams of red light shot out, and her voice echoed, "Sorry. I'm not just capable of splitting." Fu Rong was terrified as she watched the red light pass before her eyes. She saw herself fall and continue speaking, while she could still swap positions with her clone. Introducing skills, battlefield support, swapping, and changing positions with her clone. The announcement sounded from the plane. 3 hours have passed since the start of the match. Yonzhou raised his hand and declared, "The first eliminated contestant has emerged." Guan Le, standing next to him, smiled and continued, "Contestant Fu Rong completely took the initiative to challenge herself." She smiled and added, "Unfortunately, her skills are not as good as others." Next, Guan Le looked down and said, "As for the two remaining contestants, Lang Bing and Wang Yan, they've completely disregarded their families." The young man with purple hair, dazzled and excited, shouted, "Lang brother, we are a pair." Lang Bing, hearing this, turned around and responded, "You think you can make it to the finals with just a little strength? You'd better head back to school." Wang Yan looked at the three people who had been dazzled and added, "It's already a miracle that Lang Bing hasn't harmed you." The young man with the black blindfold, sweating coldly, suggested, "Then let us go, and we'll help you gather spirit stones." Lang Bing, his eyes red, approached and said, "Good," finally showing some intelligence. "Now go ahead and release them." The three were untied, then kowtowed and shouted, "Thank you, Lang brother. We'll leave now." Wu Yi watched the three figures leaving and quietly asked, "Why is it that even classmates from the same school are not spared?" Lang Bing, upon hearing this, calmly replied, "Because the two of us must reach the finals." He then turned and walked away, calling out, Let's go. My score has already opened a gap, and next, I'll give it all to you. Wu Yi smiled at his side and answered softly, "All right." Inside the school, Dio Gu Yu looked across at Huang Taiji and exclaimed, "Huang Taiji, why are you here?" With a gentle smile, he added, "My apologies for not greeting you from afar." Turning his head, Dio Gu Yu instructed the person beside him, "Go prepare tea for Mr. Huang." She immediately replied, "Yes." Huang Taiji settled into a chair and said, "I came specifically to see you. It has been quite some time since we last met." Dio Gu Yu quickly responded, "Not at all, not at all. I know how busy you are. I truly didn't expect you to come this time." The old man smiled and went on, "Zhencha Academy has performed wonderfully this time, so I wish to visit you and exchange some teaching experience. After all, I have a great interest in nurturing these young talents." With a more serious expression, Huang Taiji then asked, "But the team leader, Ning Fan, suddenly left. Has he returned to the school?" Upon hearing this, Dio Gu Yu replied, "Teacher Ning Fan, he resigned 3 months ago. This time, the team leader is Miss Wen Ruan." A dark aura of questioning emanated from Huang Taiji. "Dio teacher, hasn't Ning Fan appear at the competition venue?" Dio Gu Yu scratched his head and awkwardly replied with a smile, "The teacher in charge of them is Ning Fan, so it's perfectly normal for him to be there supporting them." Huang Taiji raised his teacup, coldly threatening, "Principal Dio, having a clear sense of right and wrong is very important. Don't align yourself with the wrong side." He stood up, raised the teapot, and responded with a smile, "You're absolutely right, Mr. Huang. You care about the people." The old man closed his eyes, listening to the sound of Dio Gu Yu's voice. "If there's anything needed, I will do my best to assist." Huang Taiji opened his eyes and coldly inquired. He truly did not know Ning Fan's whereabouts. Hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat, panicked, and said, "Don't worry, I'll send someone to search right away. If we find him, we'll inform you immediately." The old man stood up, turned, and walked away, saying, "Let's hope so." Huang Taiji stood by the window, looking outside, and smiled, saying, "By the way, there's been a rebellious alliance recently. I wonder if Principal Dio knows about it." Dio Gu Yu feigned surprise and asked, "Is that so? I haven't heard anything about it." Hearing this, the old man hurriedly left, shouting, "All right, I hope Principal Dio remembers today's words." Huang Taiji turned his head, smiled lightly, and continued, "I will also do my utmost to investigate these two matters. Let's hope they have nothing to do with you." Dio Gu Yu closed his eyes and smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, I will do my utmost to help you find Ning Fan." He looked ahead and issued a command, "Xiao Xu, see Mr. Huang off." She immediately responded, "Yes." Dio Gu Yu's expression darkened, thinking to himself that what should have come had finally arrived. At the waterfall, Zhang Tanchang stood still, gazing at the waterfall before him. He reached out and pressed on the recording device's screen. With a serious look on his face, he stared ahead, then placed the purple stone into the receiving slot. Zhang Tianchang leaned closer for the device to recognize his face. Gu Xuwei, who was behind him, immediately raised her hand and reported, "It's been entered. We are ranked 5th and 6th." The screen on the watch displayed a notification. Leng Bing 140 points, Lai Ku 70 points, Wen Jing 70 points, Xiao Xiao 60 points, Zhang Tianchang 30 points, Gu Xuwei 30 points. He glanced over and responded, "I see." Zhang Tianchang looked at the screen in his hand and exclaimed, "I feel something's off. Why is the gap so wide?" Leng Bing directly surpassed second place by twice as much. Gu Xuwei widened her eyes in surprise and asked, "Did they gather things faster, or was it luck?" His voice responded, "I don't know." Zhang Tianchang's face furrowed as he said, "I hope it's not as I think. Otherwise, suggesting we split our team will have harmed everyone." Elsewhere, Su Feng flew forward and shouted, "There's a point entry machine ahead." Lang Xingyu, who was beside him, nodded in agreement. "Got it. Hong Yi Lin is probably still waiting for us." She hesitated and asked, "But should we divide these spirit stones equally, or give them all to one person first?" "I don't know. An arrow is coming closer." He immediately reached out and pulled Leng Xingyu toward him, shouting, Be careful. The arrow flew by, quickly exploding with a loud bang. A massive explosion engulfed the two of them. The two figures watched as two plumes of smoke fell and exclaimed, "We've caught a big one this time." Wang Yan, leading the charge, said, "This time, I'll handle it." Lang Bing, who was beside him, shouted, "All right, let's go quickly." Wang Yan smiled and replied, "No problem." Covered in dust, Su Feng stood up and said, "I didn't expect someone to be ready to steal the spirit stones." Leng Xingyu, behind him, also furrowed her brows and sneered, "And it's the top two from the leveling round." She leaned in and whispered in his ear, "You go find Hong Yilin quickly. We can't let them steal them." Su Feng hesitated and asked, "Then what about you?" Leng Xingyu urged loudly, "Don't worry, hurry up." Hearing this, he quickly left. Wang Yan flew up, chasing after Su Feng and yelled, trying to run. He stared in shock at the gigantic hand grabbing toward him and cried out, "What's happening?" The colossal monster raised its hand and seized Wang Yan tightly. Leng Xingyu lifted her hand and shouted loudly, "Chase me away. Keep dreaming." A surge of energy burst forth from the monster's hand, shooting straight toward the distant marker stone. Wang Yan turned his head back and thought to himself, luckily, he had already changed its position. Sitting on a nearby branch, Leng Bing said, "Wang Yan's skill is truly monstrous. But thinking you can escape right in front of me, you're underestimating me too much." Suddenly, a flash of crimson light flared, brushing against his neck, and he exclaimed in shock, "What is that? So fast?" Hong Yilin thrust her sword forward with force, standing still as she watched Leng Bing collapse to the ground. His eyes blazed with a crimson glow, his whole body radiating fierce energy as he laughed loudly. "Come on then. Let's have a good, exhilarating fight." Wang Yan closed his eyes, smiling as he said, "Forget it. I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the spirit crystal, and I'll let you go." Hearing this, Leng Xingyu coldly declared, "Defeat me first, then we'll talk." She then raised her hand to command the monster before her, shouting, "Ancient God's Bottle." It hurled forward with immense force toward him. Leng Xingyu's voice resounded, "10 death slash." Wang Yan smiled faintly and replied, "Little girl, you're too naive." His voice changed, and immediately, under the stream of sword energy, a large rock appeared. Leng Xingyu, seeing this, shouted in confusion, "What's going on? Where is he?" Wang Yan appeared behind her, swiftly flying up and striking her leg with a powerful blow, shouting, "What are you standing there for?" The Colossus God Soldier, seeing her flying out, immediately reached out to catch her. It lifted Leng Xingyu high, warily eyeing Wang Yan. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, silently analyzing, space-shifting. In the blink of an eye, he had moved behind her. Wang Yan tilted his head and looked up, smiling. "It seems you understand my skill now." He calmly continued, "Well, let me show you a bit more." A bird flew from above, approaching Leng Xingyu. As it got close to her, Wang Yan suddenly shouted a command, and he appeared, swinging his sword toward Leng Xingyu. She raised her hand to block it, gritting her teeth, thinking to herself, "He can even affect living things." The Colossus God Soldier immediately swung its fist toward Wang Yan. Wang Yan's voice changed again, and immediately a giant ancient tree appeared in front of the soldier's fist. Leng Xingyu sat on the shoulder of the Colossus God Soldier, staring intently below. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, luckily the wound wasn't deep. Her weakest point was close combat, and she had always relied on summoned creatures to block the enemy's approach. Leng Xingyu quietly gritted her teeth, deep in thought. However, this opponent was different. She couldn't afford to give up like this. 2 instances of his teleportation flashed through her mind, and she muttered to herself, "Asterisk, he definitely has a weakness. There must be one asterisk." Leng Xingyu calmly pondered. Just now, he had blinked and changed positions twice, which meant he could continuously teleport. Sitting still on the shoulder of the Colossus God Soldier, she decided that the remaining task was to probe the issue of the changing distance, as well as the most crucial question. Leng Xingyu raised her hand and lifted 10 stones, murmuring, "I need to verify this." With a forceful motion, she threw them out and shouted, "Come forth, Stone Legion." The small stones fell to the ground, shattering and emitting a violet light. Different stone figures immediately emerged from the earth, and loud noises echoed through the quiet forest. Elsewhere, Hong Yi Lin watched the chaotic flight of the birds and thought, seems like things are tough on Xing Yu's side too. Lang Bing appeared behind her, shouting, "Hey, hey, don't get distracted." He swung his weapon at Hong Yi Lin with great force. Immediately after, she appeared beside Lang Bing and swiftly struck with a sword. He quickly raised his weapon to block. Lang Bing stood close to her, coldly laughing as he asked, "Is this really the strongest combat power of Xing Sha?" Lang Bing raised both hands and continuously slashed down fiercely. Hong Yi Lin raised her sword with one hand to block, letting out heavy, labored breaths. He charged at her quickly, slashing downward. She held her sword and retreated, thinking that the encounter with that girl from Luvying Academy had just ended. Hong Yi Lin's face was full of exhaustion, wondering how she had ended up facing this man. Lang Bing charged forward, relentlessly swinging his blade toward her, shouting, "Let's see how you handle this move." Hong Yi Lin raised both hands to block the dozens of incoming sword thrusts. A light cut appeared across her face from a glancing blow. Lang Bing raised his hand to shield his right eye, shouting, "100 ghosts." He lowered his hand and yelled. From behind him, a phantom radiating blood energy suddenly appeared. Elsewhere, Lang Xingyu was struck hard in the face by Wang Yan's elbow. She was repeatedly hit in the stomach with his elbow. Next, Wang Yan slashed his knife across Lang Xingyu's body. She clutched her bleeding stomach, standing on the shoulder of the Colossus God soldier, saying, "I figured it out." Lang Xingyu smiled slightly and continued, "You can swap positions with anything you've ever touched, but the maximum distance is only about 300 meters. The cooldown time of your skill is very short, only 2 seconds, but you cannot switch places with my summoned creature." Hearing this, Wang Yan looked up at her and thought to himself, "She's neither defending nor reacting. Is she testing my skills?" 2 stone figures appeared behind him, surrounding him. Wang Yan immediately raised his hand and shot 2 beams of blue light toward Lang Xingyu. The Colossus God soldier raised its hand to block, immediately creating 2 holes in its palms. She hugged her stomach and laughed, declaring, "It's my turn now." Wang Yan found himself surrounded by the stone figures. He gritted his teeth and made a quick decision to switch positions first, ensuring his safety. Suddenly, the stone figures simultaneously attacked the surrounding trees. Wang Yan was startled by this and shouted, "What? What are you doing?" Lang Xingyu, hearing this, chuckled and replied, "While you were continuously attacking, I controlled my stone army." She stood on the Colossus God soldier and continued, "I destroyed or moved everything that you had teleported." Wang Yan clutched his chest and cursed under his breath, "Damn it, all the markers are gone from the area." Looking down from above, Lang Xingyu said, "There's nowhere left for you to go." He let out a cold laugh and said, "Ha, it's my mistake." Wang Yan looked up at the massive shadow slowly approaching. The Colossus God soldier raised his fist and struck down with great force. His voice echoed, disorienting the surroundings. As his fist descended, dust and smoke immediately filled the air. A hand was raised to block the Colossus God soldier's punch. Lang Bing stood in front of him and shouted, "Wang Yan, you really disappoint me." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan quietly lowered his head and muttered a defense. "Bing brother, she's too sly." Lang Xingyu saw the man flinch and shouted loudly. Lang Bing blocked the Colossus God soldier's punch, sending dust flying in all directions. A hand was raised to intercept the blow. Lang Bing stood before him, shouting, "Wang Yan, you really disappoint me." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan quietly lowered his head and muttered a defense. "Bing brother, she's too sly." Lang Xingyu saw the man flinch and shouted loudly, "Lang Bing." The 3 people surrounding them simultaneously closed in on the 2. Lang Bing raised his blade, dark energy swirling around him, and yelled, "Let me handle this." He lightly swung his sword, slicing through the group of attackers, and shouted, "Deal with this trash." The Colossus God soldier immediately raised his hand and reached for Lang Bing. His eyes flashed with red light as he asked, "Still want to resist?" Lang Bing leaped into the air, lightly slicing off one of the Colossus God soldier's hands. The man pointed his dagger towards Lang Xingyu. Lang Bing smiled faintly and asked, "So can we hand over the crystal now?" Suddenly, a beam of golden light flew from somewhere. A voice sounded, questioning. Have you asked us first? The man was struck by the light and, startled and confused, asked, What? Zhang Tian Chong, leading the group, shouted loudly, Defeat us, and the crystal is yours. The young man in the hat raised his hand and pointed at himself, continuing, And us too. Wang Yan, standing behind Leng Bing, saw this and, worried, asked, Bing brother, what should we do? He turned and shouted, Go. Immediately, Wang Yan and Leng Bing quickly ran towards the forest and left. Gu Wei, her face filled with panic, supported Leng Xingyu and asked, Xingyu, are you all right? She smiled faintly and replied, I'm fine. Where's Hong Yilin? Zhang Tiancheng pointed in a direction and shouted, Over there, up high. Hong Yilin is being lifted away by a helicopter. The group looked at her, muttering, Hong Yilin has been taken by the medical team for treatment, meaning she's eliminated. We've lost a teammate. Si Tianji, seeing this, shouted angrily, Damn it, why don't we chase them? Zhang Tiancheng explained, Leng Bing has the highest score now. Arguing with them will only cause others to be overshadowed. His body was filled with fighting spirit as he said, We need to change tactics and meet them in the final. Elsewhere, Ning Fan asked softly, When will Mr. Gu return? At the headquarters of the Ability User Alliance. Lin Chou Xiao, sitting across from him, replied, Sorry, the Alliance leader went to handle important matters for the branch. She smiled and added, It might be a few more days before I return. Ning Fan looked at the teacup in his hand and replied, It's fine, I'll wait. This matter is very important to me. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind. I am also waiting for you. Lin Xiao looked towards the door and exclaimed, Commander Liu. The leader of the Alliance's Ability Users Division, Liu Guangzhou, crossed her arms and leaned against the door, asking, Ning teacher, do you realize that your words have caused a lot of unnecessary trouble for others? Lin Xiao broke out in a cold sweat and leaned close to Ning Fan to introduce, She is our division commander, Liu Guangzhou, and also the sister of Liu Guangyuan. Ning Fan immediately stood up and extended his hand toward her in greeting. Hello, Commander Liu. I wonder what kind of trouble I have caused you. He was secretly astonished and impressed. He hadn't expected Liu Guangyuan to have such a beautiful older sister. Liu Guangzhou quickly glanced past Ning Fan and said, Because Gu Fengding agreed to your request, I was forced to go teach your students. She turned her head to look at him and asked again, First young master, do you think this is fair? Ning Fan smiled faintly and replied, This is a matter for Master Gu. It's not for me to decide who he arranges. Liu Guangzhou leaned in closer to him, smiling as she asked, Do you dare to bet with me? He slightly raised an eyebrow and called out, Go. She raised her sword, pointing it at Ning Fan. I will willingly teach your student. At the training ground of the Allied Abilities Union headquarters, two figures stood facing each other. Ning Fan stared blankly at Liu Guangzhou, who was holding a sword and standing opposite him. Her eyes became sharp, and she said, I hope Ning teacher can give his all. Otherwise, it will be an ugly defeat. He looked up and replied directly, Please, Commander Liu, guide me. In the blink of an eye, Liu Guangzhou appeared in front of Ning Fan, thrusting her sword towards him. He immediately jumped up to dodge, demonstrating the heart-piercing sword-breaking technique. Liu Guangzhou's eyes flashed red, and she thrust her sword in his direction, shouting, trying to run. Ning Fan frowned upon seeing this. She swung her sword, creating a wave of sword energy that surrounded him, showcasing the moon-illuminating sword technique. Half of Ning Fan's face transformed into a skull, and holding a weapon in his hand, he laughed loudly. Seems like the commander is quite serious. He gently lowered his scythe to the ground, then raised it high and shouted, In that case, I must be serious as well. He activated the Death Reaper's body skill. Liu Guangzhou was taken aback and said, Your skill is too ugly. Clean and brilliant is the basic requirement of a skill. Ning Fan, feeling embarrassed, asked, Is that so? But I think it's really cool. Moreover, isn't the essence of a skill supposed to be about defeating your opponent? Immediately after, she swung two streams of sword ki towards him and said, Then I'll use my most dazzling move to defeat you. Let me introduce the skill, Triple Mystic Moonlight. Ning Fan instantly raised the scythe in his hand to block the two streams of sword ki. Right after that, Liu Guangzhou raised her sword and charged towards him. With a powerful swing, she slashed down with a loud cry, drawing her blade. The tip of her sword stopped just a hair's breadth from his left eye. Suddenly, everything in front of them turned black. Liu Guangzhou, holding her sword, stared into the void ahead and shouted, "Ha! What's going on?" Looking at the scene in front of her, Liu Guangzhou asked in confusion, "Ha! What's happening?" She thought in surprise, "Is this the illusory realm?" Liu Guangzhou scanned the surroundings, puzzled, and wondered, does Ning Fan also know spiritual magic? Outside, Ning Fan, holding a golden card, stood behind her and murmured, "Just as I thought, introducing the skill, the Pope gains full system magic power, maintaining it for 3 minutes." He placed his hand on Liu Guangzhou's shoulder and said, with the same arrogance she often displayed, "It's just a disguise for a weak heart." Before her lies the scene of being ridiculed in her childhood. A girl can't learn martial arts. She will never become a strong warrior. Next, the image of the mother hugging her younger brother and praising him. "Guang Yuan is improving so quickly. What do you want as a gift?" Liu Guangzhou's gaze turned to herself, still holding a sword, standing aside practicing. In the end, she stood still, looking at herself, and helplessly threw the sword away. Liu Guangzhou cried, hearing the words that diminished her echoing in her ears. "You are a girl. You are weak. Your younger brother has a brighter future than you. Just give up." She sat on the ground, hugging her legs in pain. Immediately, Ning Fan placed his hand on Liu Guangzhou's head, using his affection skill to calm her. He gently advised, "Be kind to yourself." At that moment, Gu Fengding entered from outside and said, "I heard Ning Fan and Qiao Liu are fighting." Upon seeing the scene inside, he was stunned and yelled, "What?" Ning Fan immediately panicked and asked, Do you believe me if I say I won?" Then, Liu Guangzhou was gently placed on the bed. The two of them stood outside, watching her sleep inside. Du Fengding, seeing this, softly said, "Let her rest. Let's go outside and talk." Ning Fan calmly replied, Du Fengding asked, somewhat suspicious, "You didn't come to find me just to join the alliance, right?" He heard that and furrowed his brow, asking directly, "What exactly is the prize for this competition?" Gu Fengding stepped forward and continued, "I knew you'd be curious. After all, I value it." He suddenly paused and answered, "It's a set of systems." Ning Fan, hearing this, exclaimed in confusion, "A system?" Gu Fengding's voice rang out, "Yes." He walked towards the door and explained, "Technically speaking, back then your father created 3 systems, and logically, they should no longer exist." Hearing this, Ning Fan softly asked, "Then could it be that he also created another set?" Gu Fengding sat down on the sofa and replied, "I don't know." He furrowed his brow and continued, "If that's really the case, then it's not good news." Ning Fan immediately sat down beside him, touching his chin and muttering, "If he really could create something like this, mass-produce it." Gu Fengding quietly added, "Then the consequences are truly unimaginable." In his mind, he thought of Huang Taiji and continued, "Countless people would likely be inclined to join him. He would open the door, and ordinary people would become ability users." Gu Fengding was filled with anger at the thought of him creating a massive army of ability users. Ning Fan furrowed his brow and responded, "I will investigate this thoroughly. Uncle Gu, I want to know the whereabouts of my father's assistant from back then." He calmly said, "That's me, and 2 others, one of whom is unknown. I've been searching for a long time, but still haven't found them." Gu Fengding lowered his head and quietly said, "I don't know the exact location of the other one either." His voice echoed, "But there was one person who definitely knew." Gu Fengding thought of that girl and shouted, "Her daughter." He continued calmly, "Tong Xiao." From the plane, an announcement sounded. Announcement: half of the time has passed, and the golden-colored crystal has been displayed. The young man with purple hair shouted in confirmation, "This is the location. Why can't we find the 3rd one?" The person in front responded, "This is the Gold Star Stone. You've waited too long." Tong Xiao raised her hand to cover her mouth and yawned, listening to their mutterings. "Where exactly is it?" "On the treetop, inside a bird's nest. There was a golden stone." She gazed vacantly ahead. The three people below simultaneously looked up when they heard Tong Xiao's call. Hey, she raised her hand, holding up the sparkling crystal. Tong Xiao smiled slightly and asked, "Is this what you're looking for?" The young man with purple hair was stunned and shouted, "Tong Xiao." The three of them trembled all over, huddled together tightly, and loudly denied, "We were just passing by." Then they turned and ran away, leaving only their loud farewell. Tong Xiao looked at the watch screen on her wrist and thought to herself, "It seems like I've slept a bit too long." She stood up, glanced down thoughtfully, and murmured, "I need to catch up with the score quickly." Elsewhere, Zhang Tianchong and his group were gathered, discussing matters. He calmly stated, "If we continue to split up our efforts, we will definitely lose." Zhang Tianchong clenched his fist tightly, promising, "If everyone votes for me and Xing Yu to make it to the finals, I will definitely give it my all." The young man in the green hat immediately picked up a bag and shouted, "Then let's leave it to those two next." He then threw the bag full of spirit stones to the ground. Shi Tianji furrowed his brows and shouted, Hey, isn't anyone voting for me? I want to participate too." The young man with the cap crossed his arms, angrily cursing, "You useless guy, just get lost. You don't even have any attack power." Zhang Tianchong frowned and asked, "Does anyone have any objections?" Lang Xingyu and Gu Suwei exchanged a look without saying anything. Gu Suwei's face darkened as she fell silent, deep in thought. The words Ning Fan had told her came to mind. Your father really wants to win the championship prize this time. He turned and walked away, raising his hand as he said, "If you want to prove it to him, go ahead and take the prize." Gu Suwei shouted excitedly, "I will definitely give it my all." Her face was dark with worry, and she thought to herself, "I'm sorry, Dad, I can't prove it to you. Even though I really want to go, I can't ruin everyone else's vote." When Zhang Tianchong saw that no one else spoke, he shouted, "It's decided then." Suddenly, Lang Xingyu spoke up, stopping him. "Wait." Her face covered in cold sweat, she suggested. "This time, I'm injured quite badly, so let Su Wei go instead. I trust her." Gu Su Wei immediately startled and shouted, "Xingyu! No, you're stronger than me, so you should go." Lang Xingyu put her hand on her waist and said, "I'm injured, you're so heartless. Look at me, how can I bear it? You should go instead." She then turned and walked away, saying, "I'll find a place to rest and collect the spirit stones. I'm not participating anymore." Gu Suwei looked after her, muttering, "Xingyu." Elsewhere, Lang Xingyu leaned against the tree, hugging her knees. She raised her hand to hold her head, closing her eyes. When she opened them again, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She lowered her head, and tears began to fall. She thought to herself, "I want to go too. I want to prove myself." Suddenly, a pair of legs appeared in front of Lang Xingyu. She didn't lift her head, instead asking, "Why are you here?" Tong Xiao sat down next to Lang Xingyu, asking gently, "Can I sit?" Her hesitant voice echoed, "It's up to you." She held one earphone and brought it toward Lang Xingyu, then put it in her ear. Tong Xiao closed her eyes, smiling gently, and said, "Rest for a while." At the gathering place, the three of them, Zhang Tianchong, stood still. Su Feng looked ahead, asking, "Tianchong, you gave the crystal to Xu Wei, so what about you?" Hearing this, he closed his eyes and replied, "The accumulated points may not be enough, so I need to ensure Xu Wei's safety first." Suddenly, a loud sound erupted, and Zhang Tianchong called out in confusion as an explosion rang out, with thick smoke rising quickly. The young man with blue hair, holding a yellow crystal, appeared amidst the smoke. The one with green hair looked at him, asking, "Still planning to run?" Soon after, the young man with blue hair was taken away by medical staff. The three of them watched as he was lifted onto the ambulance. The one with glasses beside him looked at the crystal in the green-haired one's hand, asking, "Boss, should we give this to Lang Bing or keep it?" The one with purple hair beside him confirmed, "Of course we give it to Cold God, unless you want to get beaten up." The group behind Zhang Tianchong looked toward the three, the girl with glasses, sweating profusely, asking, "So what do we do now?" Zhang Tianchong smiled faintly and replied, "If they are under Lang Bing's command, they can rob. We can also rob." The purple-haired man beside him sensed the danger and shouted, "Boss, Zhang Tiancheng raised his fist and rushed forward, shouting loudly, "Give it to me!" The three of them quickly dodged, and he punched down with all his strength, creating a large hole in the ground. The purple-haired man immediately tightened his grip on his weapon and shouted, "Rob the crystal!" Zhang Tiancheng turned to look at him and confidently replied, "That's right. If it's a competition, I could rob from you too." The purple-haired man immediately threw a machine toward him, yelling, "All right, then let's see." Immediately, a powerful explosion erupted in front of them. Zhang Tiancheng charged out from within, shouting, "Try my fist. Let me show you my skill." The Cloud Mausoleum. Just as he threw his punch, the purple-haired man gracefully dodged to the side. Zhang Tiancheng widened his eyes, thinking to himself, "What's going on? Why am I so slow?" The man wearing glasses beside him activated a skill that controlled and altered the target's abilities. Suddenly, a hand appeared and slapped a card on the head of the glasses-wearing man. The girl with glasses immediately shouted, "Zhang Tiancheng, leave this to me. You deal with the space guy." The man with glasses saw her and, confused, shouted, "Big banana." Zhang Tiancheng patted his chest and exclaimed, "I'm recovered." Immediately after that, the blue-haired man raised his fist and charged forward, shouting, "What about me?" His fist transformed into a massive punch, heading straight toward his own head. Then, a beam of yellow light flashed by, lifting the blue-haired man's arm away. Su Feng quickly grabbed his arm and pulled him away. The blue-haired man immediately screamed in pain. "It's broken. It's about to break." Zhang Tiancheng raised his fist, appearing behind the purple-haired man, shouting loudly, "Come at me!" Elsewhere, Lang Xingyu and Tong Qiao sat next to each other, listening to music. She took off her headphones and said, "Tong Qiao, how can I become as strong as you? I really want to be like you." Then, Lang Xingyu turned her head and stared intently at her. Tong Qiao closed her eyes and replied, "If you went through what I've been through, you wouldn't want to be like me anymore." Upon hearing that, Lang Xingyu felt embarrassed and lowered her head in apology. "Sorry, I spoke incorrectly." Tong Qiao smiled and comforted her. "You tried really hard. If you want to be strong, go fight someone stronger." Lang Xingyu muttered softly, "I understand that, but—" Tong Qiao reached out and patted her head, reassuring her, "No buts, as long as you want to. I can get you into the finals." Lang Xingyu looked up and asked Tong Qiao, curious, "What do you mean?" She calmly explained, "I know you must have a reason for wanting to make it to the finals. I won't ask much, but if you want to get there, I can help." Lang Xingyu immediately sprang up and questioned her. "How can you help? Do you have a lot of spirit stones?" Tong Qiao raised a finger and pointed sideways. A beam of purple light quickly spread around them. Her voice rang out. Lang Xingyu was startled and shouted, "What are you doing?" The purple light shot up into the sky, and under the water, a blue spirit stone flashed brightly. Immediately after, a streak of yellow light appeared, swiftly moving across. Then, the spirit stone shot off. Spirit stones from all directions quickly flew towards Tong Qiao. The young man wearing a cap watched as streaks of light flashed by and shouted in surprise, "Everyone, look! What is that?" Gu Tsuwei also questioned in confusion. "Spirit stones. Why are they flying away?" In another spot, Wang Yan gasped as he saw the spirit stones passing by. They flew right over Xiao Xiaolao and Xiao Yun Yun. Lai Yingrong was also stunned into silence as she sensed them passing overhead. The spirit stones quickly gathered around Tong Qiao, starting to form a circle and move around her. Lang Xingyu was startled and exclaimed, "The crystal stones are crystal stones." She reached out and grabbed the crystal stone, questioning, "Where did so many come from?" The plane high in the sky immediately announced, "All of the crystal stones in this area have been collected by the competitors. The competition will end in approximately 3 minutes. Competitors who have not yet placed their crystal stones, please do so quickly." Tong Qiao grabbed Lang Xingyu's hand and pulled her away. "Come on, let's place the crystal stones. Otherwise, the competition will be over." She was startled by the suggestion and stopped him. "Wait a moment." Meanwhile, in another room, voices echoed. Zhang Tiancheng, 390 points, ranked 6. Gu Shuwei, 460 points, ranked 5th. Wen Ruin smiled faintly and said, "Lang Xingyu, 760 points, ranked first. Congratulations, everyone, we've secured half the spots. Gu Wei immediately rushed over and hugged Leng Xingyu, exclaiming, Xingyu, this is amazing. She glanced thoughtfully to the side. Why is Tong Xiao helping me so much? Aren't we supposed to be rivals? Shouldn't I be happy seeing my opponent unable to make it to the finals? Zhang Tianchang anxiously asked, Ms. Wen Ruan, who are the other competitors? What are the competition rules? Wen Ruan, holding the piece of paper in her hand, began to list off. The other competitors are in order. Tong Xiao, second place. Leng Bing is third and Lai Ku is fourth. As for the competition rules, it will be a draw for 3 pairs, with each pair competing against each other. Contestants from the same academy in the first round will not face each other. She frowned and said, after the first round, the 3 eliminated contestants will engage in a battle royale for revival. 1 revived contestant will enter the 4 great powers. Wen Ruan looked at the 3 people, Zhang Tianchang, and reminded them, as for the 3 contestants who are about to fight, each one has strong abilities. I hope everyone remains vigilant, she added with a serious expression. Also, I believe that the 3 opponents from the previous rounds have not yet fully unleashed their strength. Wen Ruan anxiously exclaimed, and Tong Xiao from Lu Ying Academy hasn't even used a fraction of their strength. Leng Xingyu furrowed her brow as she heard her voice. Everyone had already seen the uniqueness of her abilities. Wen Ruan stared intently at the 3 people and shouted, finally, the most important thing is that the final match will be broadcast live for everyone to watch. In their minds, the figure of Ning Fan appeared simultaneously when she said, I'm sure your Ning teacher will also be watching. The next day, at the competition venue, Yanzala raised her hand high and announced, Hello to all the viewers nationwide. The draw has just been completed. Her voice continued, Now due to the mechanism of the first round not matching up players from the same school, the 3 players from Xingsha will proceed with a draw. Then, the sound of Yanzala echoed. The 2 draw boxes are for selecting the competing players and the order of the matches. Guan Le smiled brightly, pointed at the map model, and said, Now, let me introduce the rules and the arena to everyone. Her voice rang out, introducing. Each match begins with the arena randomly changing its terrain, which could be a forest, a plain, or a water surface. Guan Le slowly explained the rules. Players have 30 seconds to familiarize themselves with the terrain. During this time, the opponent cannot attack, but they may use skills to position themselves outside the surrender zone. Losing combat capability will be considered a failure. Zhang Tianchang looked at the draw slip in his hand and asked, I'm up for the 3rd round. My opponent is Leng Bing. What about you? Gu Wei looked at the paper in his hand and replied, I'm in the 1st round. My opponent is Li Ku. On the other side, Leng Xingyu's face darkened, silently staring at the paper in his hand. It stated that he was in the 2nd round against Tong Xiao. After a long pause, the excited voice of Yanzal rang out. All right, the arena for the first match has been set, and the screen displayed the announcement Ice Fox Seal. The 2 people looked towards Gu Wei, introducing. The first player for the match is Gu Wei from Zhencha Academy. As for her opponent, they both turned to look at Lai Ku, who was known as the Dark Horse player. Gu Wei and Lai Ku stood still, listening as they spoke about the competitor, the one who would take the lead. From now on, anyone stepping off the field would be considered a failure. He stared intently at Gu Wei and said, I've been waiting for this day for a long time, Gu Wei. I've been looking forward to this day for a very long time. Hearing that, she responded seriously, So have I. I hope you give it your all. The young man wearing glasses was taken aback and exclaimed, Wen Ruan, how likely is Gu Wei to win? The young man wearing a cap beside him was also startled and shouted out, sensing that the opponent was very strong. Wen Ruan answered calmly, I don't know, but this is definitely the best opponent so far. Guan Le raised the flag high and shouted loudly. After 30 seconds, the official match began. As soon as the clock hit 29 seconds, Gu Wei rushed forward. Guan Le immediately got excited and shouted, Gu Wei is taking the initiative. Is she planning to attack from the flank? Kulel looked at her charging toward him, deep in thought, wondering if she was aiming for an attack from the farthest outer circle. Wait a minute! his gaze fixed on the ice crystals emanating from Gu Shuwei's feet. Ice accumulation technique? Wasn't that a skill with no real effect? She raised her hand, gathering blue energy, and shouted loudly. Don't slack off. Gu Shuwei unleashed a large beam of blue light, the Thunder Roar explosive bomb. Ku Lao used the Void Realm, an assassination technique, to absorb the energy from the blue light, saying, "Do you understand the importance of multi-element magic now?" Immediately after, he was startled, his mouth hanging open as he stared at the scene before him. Ku Lao looked at Gu Shuwei, who was running away, and asked in surprise, "Why are you running?" Wen Ruan, observing from above, smiled faintly and muttered, "So that's how it is." She studied the path she took and instructed to run a full circle using the fastest method, marking the area with a circle of ice seals around the competition field. Wen Ruan looked into the competition field and explained, "Even the simplest ice seal spell, which has no offensive power, can still reduce the energy required to cast a spell." She watched as Gu Shuwei fell into the water, shouting, and then used all her energy to unleash her self-created skill. Soon after, a powerful burst of ice energy shot up high into the air. Her voice rang out, "Extreme Cold Grand Banquet." The ice energy surged upwards quickly, soaring into the sky. Guan Le, observing the competition field shrouded in mist, asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Looking inside the field, her voice echoed, "Is this the kind of power a student can release?" Guan Le looked at Ku Le, who was using his energy to withstand the previous attack, and said, still not falling. She looked towards him, wondering if the player Lai Ku hadn't been pushed out of the arena by that immense power. Gu Shuwei slowly stood up, gazing ahead as she inquired, "Blocking this move must have consumed a considerable amount of energy, right?" Ku Le, hearing this, calmly replied. She too was quietly thinking to herself how, in the blink of an eye, such a terrifying amount of energy could be unleashed. Even the Void Realm couldn't absorb it. He recalled his earlier contemplation, and even his strongest defensive technique, Holy Light Wings, had only lasted for 10 seconds. The energy consumption, far too great. Yonzala immediately smiled brightly and commented, "Why did player Gu Shuwei think of using the stored lightning energy within the Ice Mountain? I thought player Gu Shuwei was using Ice Mountain to force the opponent out of the arena." Guan Le pointed towards the screen and explained, "The main function of the Ice Mountain is to store lightning energy. When Ice Mountain explodes in an instant, the steam produced can release an even greater lightning power. That's why we're seeing a new academy able to achieve results that even the teachers couldn't. Player Gu Shuwei is too smart." Gu Shuwei and Ku Le stood on opposite sides, looking at each other. She was the first to propose, "If there's not much energy left, let's use one final move to settle the outcome." Ku Lao raised his hand to create a flame and replied, "All right, the flame essence crystal is not enough." Immediately after, he shouted, "Flame Sparrow." A fiery bird shot towards Gu Shuwei. She clenched her fists, gathered lightning, and shouted, "Thunder Roar explosive bomb." A phantom fox appeared instantly as Gu Shuwei yelled, "Thunder Fox." Two phantom beasts immediately collided and quickly merged, launching a frantic attack. Soon after, Gu Shuwei's figure dropped down, and Ku Lao fell into the lake as well. Guan Le gazed at the calm surface of the water and said, "Both contestants have disappeared beneath the water. Will this match end in a draw?" She saw a hand emerge from beneath the water and excitedly shouted, "A contestant is coming out of the water. Who will win this match?" Guan Le saw Gu Shuwei surface and loudly announced, "It's contestant Gu Shuwei. She is the winner." She was soaked through, smiling as she thought to herself, "Dad, I won." The crowd in the stands immediately erupted in excitement, shouting, "So spectacular." At the exit, Lang Xingyu stood still, gazing outside. She looked at Tong Xiao, who was standing at the door, muttering, "Next, it will be me and Tong Xiao." He stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, and shouted loudly, "I'm here just to remind you. You should still practice how to announce your surrender. Find some reason that sounds reasonable." Lang Xingyu laughed and refused, "I won't surrender. I will beat her." Lang Bing maintained the same posture, watching her leave, and laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, such knave thinking." He turned around and left, shouting, "Every time I encounter her, I lose my fighting ability in the blink of an eye. She's like a mountain that can't be toppled." She turned her head to look back and yelled, "A mountain is fine. The ocean is fine too." In the stands, the audience was packed. Lang Xingyu stepped out, firmly shouting, "I have my own way." She looked at the figure across from her, standing against the wall, waiting. Lang Xingyu stared at her and shouted, "Tong Xiao, just wait." The screen displayed a rocky terrain, and an announcement echoed. "The arena for this match is ready." The voice excitedly shouted, "Terrain of wind-swept rocky lands." Her gaze shifted toward Tong Xiao, and she introduced, "The first contestant to take the field is." The voice couldn't hide its excitement as it screamed, "Contestant Tong Xiao from Lu Ying Academy, the hottest contender, surely the champion this time." The audience in the stands echoed loudly, "Tong Xiao, Tong Xiao." The two stood, staring intently at each other. Hearing the person continue speaking, the sound from the other side calmly narrated, "Lang Xingyu Zhen Cha Academy. Zhen Cha Academy is the dark horse of this competition." Tong Xiao approached, hands in her pockets, saying, "I won't back down. I hope you can give it your all." Lang Xingyu calmly replied, "I can't promise that." Guanlei stood high up, excitedly declaring, "The competition will begin after 30 seconds of preparation." Suddenly, Lang Xingyu immediately turned around and quickly ran off. Guanlei was shocked to see her running and exclaimed, "It seems Lang Xingyu wants to follow Gu Shuwei's strategy. That's an attack-type magic, while this is a summoning-type magic." But looking at the screen showing the competition field, it seems she might not be able to use that strategy. Tong Xiao stood still, murmuring in doubt. She can't possibly be trying to run away, can she? Is she that foolish? Guanlei looked down from above and added, "As long as you don't use a real attack, the preparation time can be used for anything. So escaping or setting traps is all fair game." Tong Xiao smiled faintly and remained in place. She immediately raised her hand, making all the rocks on the competition field fly into the air. Guanlei's voice echoed again. 1 second left in the competition. Look, Tong Xiao is about to strike. Guanlei, watching Tong Xiao control the rocks to rise, was stunned and shouted, "What?" All the lava soared up, leaving the ground completely bare. Her excited voice echoed, "Tong Xiao, the competitor, has lifted all the lava in the arena. What kind of terrifying power is this?" Tong Xiao clenched her fists tightly, and immediately, all the lava high above exploded, with dust and debris falling to the ground. Tong Xiao turned her head to look at the shadow behind her, extending her hand toward it, thinking, "I see it." Suddenly, Tong Xiao froze when she realized the shadow was made of stone. She gasped and exclaimed, "What?" Guanlei's voice rang out. "Competitor Tong Xiao has miscalculated. It's Lang Xingyu's illusion technique." Immediately afterward, the stone ground quickly rose. Her voice rang out, questioning, "Where exactly is Lang Xingyu hiding?" Tong Xiao watched the stone figure raise itself up, muttering, "Swapping the floor for a summoning beast?" She stood still, pondering, "Is it below?" Then the massive stone figure beneath her shattered into pieces, falling apart. Tong Xiao gazed at the broken stone fragments, her face filled with confusion as she wondered. Nothing. She noticed the falling purple threads, thinking of hair. Just then, from above, a stone figure rapidly charged toward Tong Xiao. Lang Xingyu, standing atop the Colossus God Soldier, shouted, "Catch this!" He raised his sword and thrust it forcefully toward Tong Xiao, the tip aimed directly at her head. At that moment, Tong Xiao immediately turned her head and glanced behind her. A few nights ago, at a different location, Ning Fan was sitting and drinking tea. Suddenly, Lang Xingyu burst in from outside, shouting loudly, "Ning Fan!" He held the cup of tea, turned his head to look at her, and asked, "Xingyu, what's wrong?" Lang Xingyu's face was covered with injuries, and she asked, "After all this training, when will you tell me how to defeat Tong Xiao?" Ning Fan was startled upon hearing this and asked in return, "Do you think that girl is some insurmountable existence?" She immediately confirmed, replying, "Yes. Otherwise, why would I ask you?" He glanced to the side and began explaining, "Actually, you all overestimate Tong Xiao. She just has a high level of awakening. If she casually uses basic magic, she could easily defeat you." Cold sweat covered Lang Xingyu's forehead, and she exclaimed, "Isn't that already terrifying enough? Ning Fan smiled slightly upon hearing this and said, anyone could defeat her. In fact, that exposes her weaknesses. She has reached a very basic level in her use of magic. He raised a finger and continued. Especially her defensive magic. Her past battle records show that it was just one finishing move. She has never defended herself. Ning Fan raised his hand to stroke his chin, giving instructions. After the match begins, you should run away and find a way to draw her attention. Before that, even Lan Lan was tricked by you. With your summoning technique, it shouldn't be difficult. In his mind, the image of Tong Xiao facing the opponent appeared, and he continued. Wait until she's distracted by your bait, and then the Colossus God Soldier will be waiting high above. In Lang Xingyu's mind, Ning Fan's voice echoed. Once she's distracted by your bait, attack her with the fastest speed. She stood on top of it, muttering. Attack her with the fastest speed, right? The Colossus God Soldier gripped its weapon tightly, then charged down toward the arena. Lang Xingyu clenched her fists, sitting still, watching as the Colossus God Soldier sped down. It carried immense energy, rushing down with a beam of light shooting straight down. The Colossus God Soldier used the gravitational force of its immense weight to strike, its line of sight aimed directly at the shadow in the center. The Colossus God Soldier steadily approached Tong Xiao's head. She turned around and saw the tip of the sword pointed directly at her head. Immediately after, a powerful explosion erupted. That night, Ning Fan smiled and said, when the strike is that fast, people will always choose to use defensive magic to protect themselves. Lang Xingyu heard that, and, with a hint of doubt, asked, can that really defeat her? He heard this and smiled, shaking his head. No, that's not possible. Even if you force her to use her least familiar defensive magic, with her level of awakening, you won't be able to break through. Right now, before the tip of the sword reaches her, the protective barrier around Tong Xiao has already stopped it. Lang Xingyu, sitting on the shoulder of the Colossus God Soldier, stared intently at her, then angrily shouted, what's the point of teaching me how to use this if it doesn't work? Ning Fan heard this and immediately rebutted, no, she's already using defensive magic. That's enough. He calmly pointed out that the defensive spell being used was the most basic one, circular shield. Just as Ning Fan had said, Tong Xiao was surrounded by a circular shield. The words he had said echoed in Lang Xingyu's mind. Large in range and solid, using this to her advantage was the perfect strategy. Her voice rang out as she summoned. Upon hearing this, Tong Xiao widened her eyes in shock. A giant stone figure lying on the ground began to open its eyes. Tong Xiao, along with the surrounding rocks, was sent flying. Lang Xingyu remained seated, watching as she lay on the ground. She calmly said, as expected. Lang Xingyu furrowed her brows and shouted, you don't even know that the medium I use for the summoning is my hair. Because in order to deceive you, I have prepared very thoroughly. The stands immediately fell into silence. All the spectators couldn't believe it, and started to murmur. Is it true? Did Tong Xiao really concede? This is unbelievable. Guanlei and Yuanzhou also stared with their mouths agape. Tong Xiao lay motionless on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Magic for healing emanated from her hands, and soon, her entire body was enveloped by that magic. Lang Xingyu, upon seeing this, was startled and thought, healing magic. She quickly commanded the Colossus God Soldier to attack, shouting, don't mess up. Tong Xiao raised a finger to block the attack. Immediately, the left arm of the Colossus God Soldier shattered into pieces. Tong Xiao smiled brightly and muttered, I haven't used healing magic in a while. Her smile grew even wider, and she began to whisper, it seems like using a defensive spell in this competition is also a first for me. I didn't expect you to turn it against me. Tong Xiao beamed with a genuine smile and shouted loudly, this is really interesting. She stood up, touched her chin, and asked suspiciously, could it be that my actions right now are also part of your plan? Tong Xiao turned to one side and asked again, could there be another trap here recently? She smiled and looked towards Lang Xingyu, shouting loudly, Lang Xingyu, do you have any more strategies? Her face was drenched in cold sweat, and she remained silent. Tong Xiao, with a calm expression, said, is that all? Then, the figure of the Colossus God Soldier quickly shattered into pieces. Lang Xingyu flew out and smashed the spectator's seat in the stands. She stared blankly at the arena. From above, Guanlei saw this, and hesitated, calling out, "Look, she's staring at Tong Xiao, who is standing and announcing the victory." A stunning counterattack by player Tong Xiao ends the match. Leng Xingyu, dazed, heard Guan Le shouting. Player Leng Xingyu exits the arena. Player Tong Xiao wins. Afterwards, she lay motionless on the hospital bed, shrouded in darkness. Leng Xingyu sat silently, not saying a word. Leng Xingtong, with tears in her eyes, cried out, "Sister." Wen Ruan, with a serious expression, comforted, "Xingyu, you done really well." The young man wearing glasses whispered, "It looks like the big sis is really upset. After all, she almost won against Tong Xiao." The young man with a cap beside him chimed in, "What's the big deal? Just have a good meal, and that's enough." Beside them, the young man with a shaved head raised his hand towards Lai Ku, teasing, "The best moment was when you came back and defeated Lai Ku in a resurrection match." Hearing this, she angrily shouted, "Go away." Another voice called out to comfort her, "Don't be discouraged, we still have the resurrection match, there's still a chance." Leng Xingyu, upon hearing this, silently made up her mind. Right, there's still the resurrection match. But if I'm given a second chance, can I really defeat her?